like building a real community. He done made me the host. Who made me the host?
Ain't nobody make you the host.
Oh.
Who told you that?
Anyway,
we live.
You made it. Oh, we live. Oh, man. Jesus Christ.
No, y'all was really going in, yo. Like, I named the show Late Lunch with the Pseudo Killers, the origin of the conscious community. But that was a good conversation.
Well, you just started it, or you been at it live?
No, I just started it.
All right, so we got to recap it.
When you said, you just made me the host.
Oh, damn! I'm glad I seen that, yo. You had me out there, yo.
Wow.
See, I had a history of that. No, so okay, we was having a great conversation. Let's let the people come in first then.
Yeah, they coming in. We had come on in here, y'all. We had a good show yesterday. Y'all came in here, y'all finally starting to fill up in here like we need y'all to fill up in here. I unblocked a lot of people too. Your moderators have blocked. I was blocked on this motherfucker. You feel me? So.
Then I'm out of jail. I thought I was out of jail.
No, you took everybody out of jail on the Pseudo Killers. Over here, you still had like 50-something people blocked.
Oh, yeah. I had a lot of niggas get shot down.
And I was one of them.
Dang.
Well, how the fuck I'm blocked?
I don't know. You probably said something crazy about Dr. Ben.
No, I think Queen Cheetah had blocked me.
Oh, she a moderator.
Mm-hmm.
That's funny, yo.
So
how many people in the chat?
13,000.
13,000 is bitch. Yeah, let them in, yo. We're gonna have a good discussion around that, yo.
Once I put this thumbnail up on here, they gonna come in.
So, yeah. So you know what, yo? It's like Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant, them niggas, right? It's a whole era that they got. But they still playing basketball, yo. But the way you do it is different, right? And like Stephen Curry, you know, the way they do it is different. The niggas is playing basketball. They still dribbling. They still shooting, but the game is different, yo. Like the shit that Dr. Ben, John Henry Clark, all them pseudo dudes, they couldn't get away with the shit in this era, yo. It's different, nigga. You get shot down. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're not gonna play against Steph Curry and them pounding Shaq in the middle. Because Shaq gonna get about 5 dunks and niggas is coming down shooting threes. So Shaq get 5 dunks, Stephen Curry got 5 threes. What's the difference?
5 points.
Yep. See? Every time. So you might not, you can't stop Shaq, but them niggas is shooting threes. You might have a 20, right now, y'all, a 20-point lead in the NBA ain't safe. You can make that up in a quarter. Yeah, you can make that up in a quarter. If Jordan get up on your ass by 20, you done died.
It's gonna be hard to grind back out of that hole.
Yeah, you can't grind. It'd be so much you ain't gonna be able to do it. Not in one quarter, it might take you a half. Might take you a half. So with the fuck with Jordan and niggas and Pippen and niggas was doing, yo, this shit is different from what Draymond and the niggas was doing. It'd have been a different type of game, yo. You gotta be the guard. You gotta be able to stop Stephen from shooting threes, right? You gotta be able to stop his man from shooting threes. You gotta stop Draymond from getting the rebound and pushing that motherfucker. So now you talking about, all right, Scotty gonna guard who, yo? Scotty gonna guard Draymond. Jordan, you think Jordan could guard whatchamacallit, yo?
Who?
Stephen?
Hell yeah.
All right, okay. All right, and so then you got whatchamacallit, Clay. Who gonna guard Clay?
Scotty.
So,
or
okay.
Ron Harper, either one.
All right, Okay.
Ron Harper was 6'6", yo.
All right,
He was
hold
the
on.
same size as Jordan.
All right, so Ron Harper gonna guard him. Who we got left, yo? We got the young nigga. What's his name, yo?
Oh, Jordan Poole.
Clack. Yeah. Who gonna guard him?
Jordan Poole. Scotty.
No, he can't guard both of them.
No, I said if you take the 1 and 2 position, Ron Harper.
You got Dennis Rodman on the floor.
Hold on. Ron Harper was the point guard. Jordan was the shooting guard. Both of them niggas 6'6" and can defend.
Got you.
So
who's defending?
Clay and Ron Harper stick Steph Curry, Jordan stick Klay Thompson, and motherfucking Jordan Poole. Any one of them can rotate over and play Jordan Poole. But at the 3 position, you got Scottie Pippen, who can stick from 1 to 4.
So who's gonna stick what's what's my man, yo, that could have been an MVP?
Or Wiggins?
Wiggins, yeah. Who's gonna stick Wiggins?
Wiggins is not really an offensive threat. It'll be Scottie Pippen for the most part.
So Scottie gonna stay on Wiggins. He gonna shut him down. We think.
Yeah.
Think. Okay. Somebody listen, yo. I don't know if Jordan can run through them screens. It's different. Remember, you running through screens all game long. You running through 4 or 5 screens, perpetual motion, not stopping. There is no, now we're going to stop. I don't know, bro. It'd be a good game. I don't know.
Yeah, but you talking about what can they defend the Warriors? Can the Warriors defend the Bulls? That's where the issue won't come in at. Because now you're talking about bigger, faster athletes. You talking about Scottie Pippen, Ron Harper, and Michael Jordan coming down on your motherfucking ass with the ball. How do you stick that? How do you go ahead?
Not to mention Rodman grabbing every rebound, yo.
Man, y'all know the Warriors had the #1 defensive team, yo. What y'all talking about, though?
Yo, and motherfucking the Bulls was like the top 3 defensive teams for 10 years straight.
I agree. So watch this, yo. What's the difference, yo? There's a difference in this. There's definitely a difference. You're gonna have a 3-point shoot in your center, yo. Your center, yo. Remember, you got who you got? You got Bill Cartwright or the other nigga, yo. They gonna have to go small. The Bulls gonna have to go small, nigga. That's one thing. So now they take him out their element. Now you can't clog up the lane where Jordan can get in there and just do what he normally do. They gonna spread the floor on them niggas. Now, none of that. Bring your small man. Cartwright and them niggas is not guarding nobody on the Warriors. So now y'all got
Cartwright was like the old Bulls. Cartwright is the old Bulls. I thought you was talking about like 96, 97 Bulls, like Luke Longley and them. Cartwright is back in like the. Go ahead.
Yo, they won the championship, didn't they? Yo, do it matter, yo? Okay, go with Luke Longley, nigga. Who the fuck Luke Longley gonna? You can use Luke. Who the fuck the white boy gonna guard?
No, you.
I'm just saying, if you're talking Ron Harper, them days, you're talking about Luke and Dennis Rodman and them.
And we having fun, nigga. So we mixing up any way you want.
I got it. I was a Bulls fan, so I'm just saying, no disrespect the lineup.
Man, don't let me put whatchamacallit on the motherfucker. Y'all don't want me to put 7-foot nigga on there shooting for Golden State, do you? Do you? Yeah, let's put him in there. What you mean? Why I gotta say his name?
Durant. Oh yeah, we forgot Durant. Yeah.
Kevin Durant. Yeah.
Yeah, he would be the X factor.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
What we gonna do? Who got? So it's Cartwright or Bill Wellington? Any of them niggas got who? They got.
Nah, the centers was trash. Yeah, all our centers was trash.
No, hell no. Y'all had what's the name? The Bulls had what's the name? Got the brother.
He was a forward. Power forward.
Not Boozer.
No.
The twins. Yeah, the twin brother.
Yeah, yo, what's his name?
He was a center though.
Yo, I'm about to hate myself. Yes, he was.
What year you talking about, Chef?
The year with Cartwright and them niggas.
So Horace Grant.
Horace Grant, yeah.
He won the center though, yo.
Horace Grant
He was like 6'11", yo. That nigga was
Y'all gotta stop, yo. He's a forward. Power forward.
Yeah, he was a power forward, but shit, he could play that.
All right, nigga, who he gonna guard, nigga? I'm listening. It's a problem.
I don't know.
Right, it's a problem because they gotta go small now. You know that, right?
Draymond wouldn't be able to do nothing with Horace Grant.
That's crazy.
Or Dennis Rodman.
I mean,
he wouldn't be able to do nothing with Horace Grant, yo.
Y'all trying to be funny, yo. Not on the defensive end. I don't know, but he a two-time all defensive player though. So I don't know.
You see what the Joker did to them niggas?
Nothing.
Man, the Joker was fucking frying them, yo.
What you mean? No, you talking about what team the Joker on? That ain't the Joker. You get the mixed up.
Yeah. Yo, the Joker was frying them, yo.
On Dallas?
Yeah.
Jokovic?
Yeah, the Joker, the MVP.
Oh, the MVP is not the nigga from Dallas, though. The nigga from Dallas is the nigga that's damn near like.
Oh no, you talking about both of them white. You talking about you talking about Luka.
Yeah, Luka. Yeah, Luka was
Luka Doncic. Not him. The Joker played for Memphis.
Yeah. That nigga. Yeah, but that nigga don't got that skill set that nigga got. Who the fuck got that skill set? Bill Cartwright, none of the niggas got that skill set, yo.
Now I'm talking about the size is a problem. And they more aggressive. Horace Grant was more aggressive.
So we got to figure out what rules we're going to play by.
If you play by any rules you want.
That kind of changed the game, though. If you let them niggas tackle Stephen.
Yeah, they ain't getting fouled hard, yo.
I don't know, nigga. I don't know. If you let the niggas farm in the game, yo, I don't know.
They were beating niggas up back in the 90s.
Nigga told me you wouldn't be able to foul me hard like that. I'm too quick. That's a point. Iverson played in that era. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm saying if push comes to shove between them two teams, if it's close, the Bulls gonna get it because you got Jordan with the ball, nigga. So I'm saying I'm not going against that. That I'm not going against. Yeah, I'm saying with 3 minutes left in the game. Nah, I don't know. You got Durant with 3 minutes left in the game.
Yeah, and Steph on the perimeter.
Yeah, but he not Jordan different, yo. You gotta give it Jordan. It was a minute left in the game, yo. I don't know. They got ahead of last possession, nigga. It can't be we get another chance at the possession because them niggas can shoot a splash through. Yeah, if it's 1 minute left,
Jordan.
There ain't nobody knocking down Steph. With 1 minute left in the game, you gotta spread the floor and you gotta guard that nigga with the step back three. Or Durant, the pull up elbow pull up. I don't know. It'd be a good game. It's 7, nigga. All that stop him at 6 wouldn't go down. I don't think so. I don't know. Your man though, yo. Your man with LeBron and Kyrie Irving beat them niggas though. But that was Kyrie Irving, nigga. Great, almost the greatest handler in the game. Almost.
I don't know.
All right.
Yeah, but you was bringing that up. You was bringing that point up to say what though, as far as the old versus the new.
The point I was trying to bring is that it's nothing new, right? The basketball is nothing new. So when you come to the conscious community, it's the names and shit is different. The way it's put together is different. The motor technology is totally different, and it's hard for them to stand up in our era based off of all the technology we got. That's a point I want to make. So a nigga literally had to drive all the way to Washington from Atlanta to get to the museum to even look at some of the artifacts. We don't gotta do that. We can go right online and go to any major university in any motherfucking museum. Last night I took niggas to Nairobi in Kenya, yo. Yo, you would have to drive. You would have to catch a plane, drive to the airport, catch a plane to fucking Kenya, yo. You probably had to go a couple African states to get to Kenya. Might not have been no propeller plane going straight to Kenya in the motherfucking 40s when they were using propellers. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
And they might not even had, I don't even think the Nairobi shit was set up quite because you need Leakey and them had to set the shit up. And it wasn't cataloged, you had to see it with your own eyes. So I don't know. So we have an advantage. Right? So that's why I admit the advantage. You would literally have to have a doctorate degree, right? Watch this. In their time, having access to the shit that we can just push a button and have. Like, nigga, I had a doctorate degree. I just pay for the shit in the journals, yo. I can just get right in there and get that. You know what I mean? I can get that. So I kind of understand the gap in technology. And I give niggas that. I give them that room. So I make sure I don't judge them on the same criteria that we judged on. That's my whole point. And it ain't even giving them a pass. It's just crazy as fuck. You judging a nigga that had, what about niggas that had horse and wagons going all the way across the United States, and then you judge they travel based off you jumping in the plane in 3 hours in California from New York. That ain't fair. That's crazy. It don't make sense. So the shit they doing and the way they was accessing information, yo, it was a lot of room for mistakes. Now, if you make a mistake constantly, you're doing it on purpose. Yeah, that was my point. Way to bring that shit back, Ken.
So, I mean, I guess I don't. We still talking about that.
That don't mean 70 Joe.
It wasn't that the way you act like the 70s was so fucking far behind. That's nuts, yo. Like, that's crazy to me. You know what I mean? The only thing that's really changed is the internet, yo.
It's 50 years, yo. It's 52 years. Yo, do you know what can happen in 52 years, yo?
What? Nigga still got the phone is still around.
What phone?
The car is still around. The computer is still around.
Ain't no computer in the
What? You said what?
Yo, they ain't had that. What kind of computer you think they had in the 50s, yo?
I said the 70s.
All right. I'm saying, so you want to go ahead? I'm listening. Go ahead.
Yeah, just think the major things that's around now is still the most, you know what I mean? Those things are not outdated yet, yo. You feel me? Like, the internet is the biggest thing that's been brought the world together for the most part. And I'm not minimizing the internet because it's fucking huge. Maybe that's the biggest difference between then and now, right? Is the internet.
When they went to the moon, yo.
They went to the moon in the 60s. Cut it out.
60
yeah, they went to the moon in the 60s.
60 what? 60 what?
I don't know. It was the 60s. Like, it was the late 60s.
And yo, they had them big ass computers, yo, that could fill up a room. You couldn't even get out the room.
That was the 60s, though. You feel me? They still got those big ass computers, though. Huh? See, that's not even gone, yo.
Nah, it's different, yo.
That's not even gone. You're talking about personal computers.
Nah,
right?
I'm saying
you talking about now everybody got personal computers in their pocket and shit like that. But those big ass computers, mainframes, and all of that shit's still around, yo.
Yeah, they needed big ass shit to like calculators and shit back in the day. Like, we got a calculator that's in the palm of our hand now, yo. But back in them days, you needed like a big ass, machine for that shit.
Yeah, that's a fact. But what I'm saying is the internet is probably the biggest you know what I mean, difference between then and now. Like that's a game, that's the game changer right there.
Nah, yo, it take overnight for you to process something when you push the button, yo, on that computer. Nigga, it take them all day to run the data, all night.
I'm saying, but the computer, I'm saying, but the computer existed.
Yeah,
I'm saying the internet is the difference.
Okay, so then what nigga running around with Dr. Ben and them had a computer? The everyday old American didn't have computers in their house, yo.
A computer pretty much ain't shit without without the internet, yo. You remember computers before the internet? They was phony as shit. Nigga, you had to have floppy disks and data drive just to perform certain tasks. That shit wasn't really sophisticated. Yo, the internet is what changed all of this shit, yo.
I say high-speed internet because that internet used to be full of shit too.
Nigga, even dial-up was the game changer, yo. The internet period was the game changer. Dial-up.
No, the speed of not only the internet, the speed of the computers at which they process information is part of it too. You can't leave that out. The processing speeds are different. You know what I'm saying? Right. So
but
I'm saying
the internet.
Yeah, but we talking about regular niggas. So you got Dr. Ben. We already agreed he ain't had no paperwork. All right. We already agreed he wasn't an expert. That. But I'm saying, yo, you, Kent, could do a far better job at the shit that he was doing. If we was given the same shit to tackle, I'm saying, yo, we had that shit down pat, yo. We had niggas right for the beat because we got
because of the internet.
Because of the internet and our handheld computers that we can ride around the phone. Yo, we can beat them niggas that ride around on the phone, yo.
Right. Because that motherfucker connected to the internet.
Yeah.
If your phone wasn't connected to the internet, it'd be a fucking brick.
Yeah, I'm not arguing about how groundbreaking that. No, that's not what I'm saying. Nope. But I'm saying you have to go to a college and use their computers. Now we can, from our car, we can access their databases. All the information they have housed in their universities, we can access that. So watch this, yo. That's why I never put myself in that category, because if I had you drive all the way to Maryland every time I want to go to a museum, New York, I don't know, nigga, I ain't got money to do all that. I don't know. I might say, fuck y'all. I don't know.
Or you might make some shit up.
Yeah, I might make some shit up.
What they was doing. Like, yo, I done did 4 times. Look, I done drove up that bitch 4 times, yo. At this trip, if I don't got this source, I'm gonna make something up. Fuck it, and keep it pushing. I can see that happening a lot, yo.
Look, but hold on. How about you forget to write it down, nigga? And you get all the way back and say, yo, what papyrus was it? Fuck it.
The papyrus of Unafa.
Right, that's what it is, nigga. Fuck it. You know, he said it's papyrus of Unafa, where the god Hapi dwelt, in the Syracuse Museum. Nigga, I remember all that shit saying that. Nigga, you take your ass to the meeting, like, what the fuck?
So is that papyrus in there?
Nope. Wrong. No such thing.
There's no such thing as the papyrus altogether?
Yeah, it is. Papyrus of Nefer. But it ain't telling you the origin where they just come from over Uganda, the Mountain of the Moon. The Mountain of the Moon is in Uganda. That's where the river starts, though. The river actually starts in Uganda. Right? You got the Blue Nile. You got Lake Victoria, which ain't even, I forget the African name for it. Right?
There ain't no African name for it.
Yeah, it is. I got a whole book. It is. It's an indigenous name. The people named it. But there's a lake. It's Lake Victoria, yo. And the Nile, one of the tributaries, run into that motherfucker.
Motherfucker ain't no regular lake, yo.
It ain't. Nah, it's a big ass lake. What about it? What you got on?
That shit like is a freshwater sea damn near.
What you mean? Explain.
How big it is. That shit like in 3 different countries.
Right. Okay. Yep. Yeah, it's some different shit. You're right. It's crazy. Yeah, you're right. And a lot of
Nigga,
different
it got
motherfuckers.
shipping lanes. It got shipping lanes on that motherfucking lake.
Did he?
Yeah, hell yeah. Like Lake
Dang.
Michigan and shit.
Oh, yeah,
The Great Lakes ain't no regular lake, yo.
nah.
Like when you say, yo, we going out to the lake. Nah, it ain't like.
Yeah, man-made. Like, yeah, you underestimated. You're right.
You're staring at a sea of water, yo. That's what I'm saying. You can't see the end of that motherfucker.
Right.
You're staring at a sea of water, yo. Like it's huge, yo. It can appear like the ocean to a motherfucker for real. But before motherfuckers got planes and shit, like around that lake, like that shit, like it ain't nothing small, yo. Like that shit huge, yo. That shit huge.
And then when you actually do the study on it, it actually got started from the melting of the glaciers, yo.
Yeah, that's how most freshwater lakes. That's how the Great Lakes are. They came from glaciers that was moving across the land. You know what I mean? And it dredge out the land because it's so big, and when it starts melting, it forms a fresh body lake. How freshwater lake.
And let me tell you how they know the ice sheets was on the land, because they found these big ass boulders, right? And be like, yo, how the fuck the boulder get from there to there? Like, don't make no sense, right? And they figured out that it was actually the grooves that you find in the ground was actually from the ice sheets was moving, nigga. Go figure that out. Ice sheets moving, and when it moved, it displaced rocks and all that shit to another area. Whether it's sucking up all the water out, water out the oceans and moving in the direction covering up land, or when the ice started to retreat, is moving land and boulders, and that's how they figured that shit out. How they date it? You can go to the Lake Michigan. They date that based off of Niagara Falls. All right, and so there's a fall, and you can actually date the falls. You can calculate where it started and where it's at right now, and if you deal with the two numbers, you figure out what that number is, and you can get, pretty close to the last glacial maximum. That's in North America. Meanwhile, in Kemet, now let me stop.
Yeah, man. Look, they got islands and shit in Lake Victoria, yo. It's not a regular fucking lake. It's not a regular lake. Let me see. Lake Victoria is one of Africa. Well, Lake Victoria is one of the African Great Lakes with a surface area of approximately 59,947 kilometers to the second power. Lake Victoria is Africa's largest lake by area and the world's largest tropical lake, and the world's second largest freshwater lake by surface area after Lake Superior in North America. That's how big Lake Victoria is. The shit looked like an ocean if you stand in it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yep, you're right. Yep, and how does that fresh water run down? It run into the Blue Nile. I think it is the Blue Nile or the White Nile.
Let me see. Yeah, that motherfucker huge, yo. They got satellite images of this motherfucker.
So the early humans. Early humans come from there, and then you know that because there's some shells and shit that's in that area that end up in North Africa. And there's some fish that lives in those lakes. Maybe not Lake Victoria, but like Lake you had a lake called Lake Megachad. We can look that up next.
In the Sahara, right?
Yeah, and the fish is in that motherfucker. I think it's called the cichlid fish. If I got that right, you find them same fish in lakes up in North Africa. So the thing is, how did they get there, yo? how shells and shit in that area get there.
Mm.
There's a documentary on that shit. The shit fire, yo. I ain't been able to find it. Somebody might have took that shit down. We're talking about the Sahara hot green and all that shit. And so early civilizations actually lived around lakes and shit. And what I'm starting to realize is, and y'all just had to cuss me out, but the way civilizations is ran on different continents sometimes aren't the same. And so when you just use one measuring stick to judge all different areas with that one measuring stick, yo, it kind of put everybody else at the default. So you'll say, well, remember y'all got in the conversation last night? Does writing make you have a civilization? That's the question. Is that the key component for civilization, writing, yo?
It's one of them.
It's one of them.
Mm-hmm.
So if we don't got writing, then what?
Then you're a civilization without writing.
But you still be a
but
civilization,
the more advanced your civilization is, writing becomes essential to the advancement of your civilization. Right? Early on, they argued that you wasn't a civilization without writing. Right?
Right.
But then later on they redefined it, that they found most of the features in other cultures that didn't have writing. But if you find all of the other things there, then you can sort of classify those as civilizations. But certain advancements don't come until you get right. You dig what I'm saying? It's like a stage you're moving forward.
Okay, so you see how you was able to do that, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right, you still got niggas arguing that they ain't classified. Try to tell you, yo, niggas is still arguing, yo, they ain't classifying yeah, you still got, niggas still arguing.
Because you have, and just think about it, you have literate societies and then you have pre-literate societies, right? So, but you can't say, right, that you can't say that what we be talking about all the time, the Nubians didn't have civilization, right, because they got writing later. They were still classified as a civilization, right, and they ain't developed their own writing, right, until damn near the AD era. Right. But they are considered a contemporary civilization alongside Egypt, and they didn't have writing. So that.
Agreed.
Yes. What's up, Sosa?
Agreed. So it wouldn't make sense to argue about. So here's the white argument that a lot of us make, and not even know we actually make a white argument. We would actually be acquiescing to the old way of thinking. When you made the statement, and so y'all made the statement maybe a week ago that okay, the Nubians didn't have writing, and niggas say yeah they did. It wasn't me that said it though, but yeah they did. He was almost saying that if they don't got writing, then they're not a civilization on par with Egypt, and that wouldn't have been the truth. So you wouldn't have had writing to be a fucking civilization, and so we argued for that writing shit because we stuck in the old way of thinking when they was making it that way. Yeah, but we can correct that in real time based off of technology. But go ahead though.
Yeah. Facts, but we was even during that time, like we were just stating the fact, and like you said, because of the emotional ties to it, it's taken to some type of
inadequacy.
Yeah, intelligent. Yeah, like they're not as intelligent. You know what I'm saying? But in terms of civilization, in terms of what is a civilization and what's not, just in science, they have to start making more hierarchical terms just to delineate one from the other. Otherwise, it'll be too muddy. So things still remain a civilization, but then they will take it a step further. So now you can start filtering out and making different levels. Otherwise, a hunter-gatherer society is civilization. Now you can't really have a conversation about civilization because everybody got it. You see what I'm saying? So you got to say, okay, farming, okay, writing, okay, trade. You know what I'm saying? So you start making different classification just like they do in science, to extrapolate more levels. You feel me?
Yeah, so you still think, I'm saying, if you judging civilizations in Asia, their shit was primarily based on farming, right? Not unless you just think it's more people in Asia than in Africa. I don't know that number yet.
I don't know, but
So
Asia's bigger than Africa, but I don't know.
Yeah, it is. I'm talking about the areas in Mesopotamia. Those areas were civilizations, though.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know the numbers.
Okay, so watch this. So I'm saying that civilizations in Africa wasn't based off of farming. It was based off of mobile communities, which is not a village. And so when you judging shit in Mesopotamia, you're looking at the villages, and in your head, you're thinking that you're looking for villages in Africa. You judge. So you're putting on the same scale, and I'm saying that's wrong.
Nah, but we don't judge it like that. We just talk about the actual facts. Like we'll say farming happened at this time, and then y'all will argue farming. We're not saying that one is less than the other. We were just saying that this people had, this people didn't, and y'all started arguing based on no, that ain't right. You know what I'm saying? We're not saying that. We never talk about inadequacy. We just talk about what one had and what the other didn't.
So I think for the last few years, I've been arguing that farming actually represents failure of the natural crops growing. I've argued that because I've studied grinding stones are for grinding grains and wheats and millets and sorghum. So these grinding stones go back to 20,000 years, 15,000 years in Great Sahara. And these cichlids, they use it to cut down the high grasses, so they're harvesting grains and shit, which is totally different from farming. So I've always argued that, for me, I've learned that farming ain't what make the shit. You can still get a large population of people off of having storage bins and harvesting the wild grasses and being mobile. That's where I'm at with it, yo. And don't come in here with that book that don't nobody know about, nigga. I refuse to hear you.
You know what I'm saying? Like farming doesn't represent failure. It's not like farming just pops up out of the blue. So even though people may have farming, they still have the other things that go along with it because it takes time for that shit to develop. Yeah, so
I said it wrong, so
yeah.
I said that wrong, so I meant failure of the natural crops to grow on their own. That's what I meant, brother. I said that wrong. You're right. I fucked it up. I didn't mean that. You're right. It don't represent failure of a culture. It don't. It represents failure of natural crops growing. They're not growing no more, so you got to plant them. Or they're not growing in enough abundance to feed your people, so you got to start planting. That's what I meant.
Yeah, or you just have both. Maybe because you stumble across it, so you still have both. You know what I'm saying? You just discover a new idea. You bump into a new idea, and then you integrate that into your society, and then so one may outweigh the other, and then now you rely solely on farming, or you may do a little bit of both. You may farm and forage. You know what I'm saying? Some people farm, fail, and then bail out of farming. So it's different dynamics all in place. You can't really, I wouldn't put that blanket statement across. So.
What?
Different.
All right. No blanket. Yeah, you know we study archaeology, nigga. If you blanket, you dead. You're dead, man. You dead. Yeah, you did. No blanket.
Yeah, but you got to look at it from, if you're saying that civilization in Africa or farming in Africa represented failure of the natural crop, right? Then that means that the farming was a technology that everybody know that farming helped grow the human population, first off. So that saying that it represents failure, I don't even like the way that shit sounds.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because the human populations, grew because of farming. You dig what I'm saying? Without that technology, we would have stayed in small hunter-gathering groups, and we wouldn't have been able to build, you know what I mean, the sedentary life to even produce writing and culture and all of the other things that, you know what I mean, that we look at as being staples of civilization. A lot of that stuff got put down because we had sedentary life that farming was able to give us. You dig what I'm saying? We wasn't on the move all of the time. You know what I mean? So I really don't like that. You know, you got to explain what you mean by farming represents failure a little bit better.
I did. I said the natural props. And I'm saying the fact that you even think that farming made us sedentary will kill your whole idea about when we talked about Africa. Because like I said, they had mobile communities. And there was a lot of motherfuckers in that mobile community, yo. Enough to create them.
Go ahead.
Well, they was mobile herder societies, yo, like meaning they had their summer homes and they had their winter homes. They found the monsoon rain. It'd be a lot, thousands. How we know that we got the grave site? 10,000 people in the grave. You don't even find them kind of grave sites in Europe and Rome. They don't have grave sites that big like that. You don't find them. So what I'm saying is to being a mobile community, the best example I can give you is like Native Americans had mobile communities, yo. So
wasn't on the level. That's the point. They wasn't on the level of European society because of that reason. Go ahead. Now make your point. No, yeah, so they wasn't on the level, yo. Okay. You know what I mean? Yo, until you start building your homes to stay there and mastering the territory that you're in, right? To be able to survive in that territory all year round. You dig what I'm saying? You're moving around too much. You're not going to develop a writing system out of that, right? Your trade is not going to be as sophisticated because everything is on your back. You dig what I'm saying? Like, it's a whole, imagine if you had to carry your house around on your back all day. How much would you actually get done?
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Right. When those farming communities set up, once you go away, those people are going to be locking down territories because they can stay there. Now they can set up defenses. You know what I mean? They can build walls around particular areas. Like it's all types of advantages that's going to be in their favor.
Yeah, then to be out open, out in the wilderness, walking around with your fucking babies and shit for some group to assail y'all with fucking rocks and shit and take y'all shit. That's fucking crazy, yo. You be tripping about Africa, yo. I don't.
Yeah, you leave one season, come back the next, the whole goddamn population sitting there waiting on your
ass. So watch this though. So everybody listening to this and the way y'all just frame this shit, and watch this. Y'all actually framed it the way they framed it in the 50s. I'm framing it like they framed it in 2022, right? After a new look at the archaeological record, right? And this is where we're gonna get into that whole my last conversation on the Great Sahara forming the Egypt shit. I'ma beat y'all niggas the fuck up. That's where I'm at. I heard y'all now, y'all on tape, right? So you got the book, read the motherfucker, and come back and apologize. That's what I'm
going through the book, but I mean,
and I'm gonna leave it right there. I'm gonna leave it right there right now.
I'm going through the book. I also want to say that, you know, a lot of the books that he's referencing in his work, all the academic he's challenging, I've also read their works. You know what I'm saying? And some of the stuff that he's...
We're talking about a particular item right now. We ain't talking about all the shit in the book.
Oh, you have to lay out which one you specifically dealing with.
Nigga, I'm talking about the mobile community as opposed to...
Yeah, I got some issues with the book itself. They kind of pigeonholing a lot of arguments. They're not really...
Okay, that's great. Yeah, but that's a top-notch expert on Africa. Just for the record.
The dude that wrote the book, I don't think he is.
Yeah. You ain't know that? You ain't know that?
He's not a top-notch expert.
He ain't top-notch, bro. Yeah, it's two of them. Yeah, he's top-notch.
Yeah, one dude died. The other dude that died definitely is not a top-notch expert on that.
No, I'm talking about okay, which one died?
I gotta look at the name again, but not what's the name? I believe I think it's Wingrove. I gotta look it up. I think Wingrove.
Yeah,
He's definitely not a top
Yes,
just the basic words that come from, you know, when you're talking about civilization and culture and agriculture, all of those words, you know, are in the same family group for that reason. You dig what I'm saying? It represents advancement. Farming, you know what I mean? It represents advancement of, like, that's why we call it, you know, the agriculture, right? Horticulture, anything that, you know what I mean? You're talking about how people do things to sustain themselves, right? Like, far as wise, you know, you talk about it a lot, the cattle culture. You dig what I'm saying? Like, you're going to focus on, you know, a thing that sustained you. You know what I mean? So yeah, farming was essential for Africa moving forward, yo. That shit was essential for all of the things that y'all love about Africa. You know what I mean? For the most part, when we talk about Egypt and stuff, you know, Egypt is known for its farming, right? It was called the gift of the Nile. You dig what I'm saying? Was it called the gift of the Nile because people was packing their bags up, moving around? No, it was called that because of the rich soil, you know what I mean, and the amount of farmland that was produced by the Nile. That's why it was called the gift of the Nile. I don't know where y'all be getting y'all information from, and y'all need to stop it.
Yeah, he was able to dominate. You can look at how it dominated. Like, oh, that's not up for dispute.
They was able to dominate Nubia because they had more food than them was a major thing. It was a major. You could move your army around better. You ain't had to move 2,000 sheep with you or 2,000 bulls with you when you was going to fight a motherfucker. You know what I mean? Like, shit crazy. Okay. Where you at, You getting beat up? Now we about to go to the sources.
No, I'm still here. I gotta move my car or something. I'll be right back.
All right, go ahead. Yeah, we ain't here though. Yeah, we was just having a light conversation. What's going on, everybody? I see the Birmingham filled up. You dig what I'm saying? We was just having a conversation on the back chat, so we hit the button. We just came out of nowhere with this, but we've been arguing all morning. We had Reggie on the back chat. We was having a nice discussion with him about the conversation that we had yesterday. So, you know, then we started talking about where the conscious community came from. You know what I mean? Or what was the origin of the conscious community? So we were just having a light debate about the origin of the conscious community and what groups can you trace it back to. My position that I was telling Unc was that the conscious community has been around for a long time. Ever since I was a little kid, you know, I've been involved in or been around, you know, this same type of information. But it was just without the internet. By me living in a black city, you know, we had all of the groups. You know, we had Nation of Islam, we had Hebrew Israelites here, we got the Moorish Science Temple, we got is another group that was here. They was like some Hebrew Israelites, but they wasn't quite Hebrew Israelites. But they will remind you of Hebrew Israelites. We had black nationalists. we had Afrocentrics, you know what I mean? We had New Age Christians, and then we have a lot of Black colleges here. So the Black colleges always brought speakers in to the communities, right? Your Dr. Benz, your Naeem Akbars, Leonard Jeffries used to come here.
Shakamu, Bershango.
Yeah, Bershango used to come. Winoka Rashidi.
Rudy.
Yeah, all them motherfuckers used to come, right? Matter of fact, one of Farrakhan's Booker T. Coleman, but they was a little bit later. I'm talking about early on. I mean, I'm talking about the 80s and shit.
Okay, yeah.
But the Nation of Islam, one of their
video. That's
what you say?
Oh, my bad. You can hear me?
Go ahead.
Shit break. No, I was saying they was back in. I agree with you that a long time ago. I remember seeing videos where these dudes was like in their 30s, late 20s and shit.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
Speaking at and lecturing and shit.
Hell yeah, they was in the circuit. Oh damn, Kip then fell off.
Yeah, what was y'all saying? Y'all move forward.
Oh yeah, we was talking about we can finish the conversation.
So, all right, y'all was at where the community part? What?
Yeah.
Yeah, you said it started like 2015 or something.
Nah, no, not at all. Around 2008. Yeah. Yeah, we can't hear you. Yo, your phone is crazy. Yo, you crazy. No, I'm gonna get right to that. All right, I'm saying with the point.
No, did you want to finish the conversation on farming though? I just didn't want to move that conversation forward without you getting your shit off.
Yeah, I just want to make one point, and we're gonna get into detail. It ain't gonna happen today though. I think all of us on this phone call will agree that between Asia, right, Western Asia, Mesopotamia, and in Egypt, that civilization, what they call civilization, with all the trappings, wherever y'all want to put it, pretty much started around the same time, give or take 50 to 100 years. Can we can at least agree that, right?
Hold on. What?
Say that again.
I said that civilization started in Mesopotamia and in Egypt pretty much around the same time.
Yeah, that's what they say.
Yeah, I don't know about it.
All right. Now, my dispute is, right, with all the glory and guts that y'all talk about with farming and all this shit and villages and shit, I'm telling you that I can prove and verify that the way it started was two different way of doing it. And they got to the same point. And as a matter of fact, in Africa, they got to the kingship way faster than the motherfuckers did in Mesopotamia. That's my argument. I can prove that.
Yeah, but I mean, they got to the same stage, but Egypt took in farming. Like you can't delineate, take out the fact that they introduced farming. So yeah, one could begin from pastoralists, one could begin from grain collection and then end up to a civilization, but they still, both of those civilizations were farming.
I'm just saying,
Kingship
bro.
aside, you can have kings without necessarily agriculture. I mean, what would be recognized as a king, or what I'm saying?
Saying the thing that make a civilization turn, the thing that make an empire turn into an empire, not only is being able to feed yourself, so obviously they was able to feed themselves before they was farming, but their ability to trade, having tradable items. So I understand what the tradable items was. I can go to the archaeological record in certain cities in the Nile Valley and prove what kicked that shit off. What gave them the far-flung trade items that they had. So yeah, farming, you can say that, but I'm saying that wasn't, like, the shit is different than in Asia. Like, and there's a reason for that. Because no cap. So we're actually talking about their culture, their civilization should fit their environment. That's just what it is. No more. The ants do the same thing, right? So early in the game when they were studying the archaeological record, yo, they clumped all that shit together. Yo, it was here. Then because Africa got to be the same way they did it that way. That's what they did, and I'm saying that's a mistake. And I'm not gonna be the one to keep pushing the same mistake they made. Yeah, I just gotta be able to clear and prove that. That's all.
But here's what I don't understand. Like, we just had a whole discussion centered around happy and denial, and it was never debated or issue of the importance of the now in that civilization and what the usages for that now. So it's like, I don't understand how we're gonna say that farming wasn't essential, even like that. Like, that was their shit. Like, they deified the now in the God happy, the phenomenon.
Yeah, yo, but but we all agree that farming started in Asia first, though. So how in the fuck did we get the kingship the same time y'all niggas do with farming in Asia first? Think about that, yo.
You don't need.
That's an irrelevant question, though.
You can get the kingship without. You get the kingship in many ways. You don't have
my fault. When you're right. I'm talking about empire status, bro. I thought y'all knew that's what I was talking about.
You're saying Egypt was an empire before they started farming?
I'm talking about organized government, yeah, yo.
No, they ain't get that into the farming, yo.
That's not true. So, okay, here's my question. Is an Akata period organized government?
They were farming though, yo.
Man, okay, you gotta prove that.
I can prove.
Yeah. That's not hard to prove, bro.
Don't get that.
The Badarians were farming. That's not hard to prove.
Nah, yo, not like y'all trying to make it. They had a little teeny bit, not like in Asia. You know I'm ready for it. Y'all
What is you saying?
Not like we try to make it.
But I said it already though, and I was very clear.
No, you're not clear, because once I pull out this motherfucking gun and start nailing you, you gonna move around. I know you is.
No, I'm saying pull a gun out. I'm saying you're not gonna find.
It's already out.
You're not gonna find wholesale farming industry that pushed either forward to an empire during the Akata period. I'll beat you.
Hold on. When do you consider Egypt an empire?
Empire, right? You using these words out of place, yo.
Because we got to get definition. You said an empire, we got to be on the same page of what you consider.
First, we was talking about a civilization. Now you're talking about an empire. Which one is it?
Y'all know what I'm saying, yo. You trying to
No, you got to be clear, because when I start nailing you, I'm telling you, you're gonna start moving around.
Moving nowhere. I'm gonna say it one
that's not what I was saying. We want you to be definitive.
Exactly. Now you know what you're saying. Y'all know what I'm saying. Define what you mean by empire and civilization.
I'm gonna make the point again.
Jesus Christ.
There's a fact that they claim that farming started in Asia first. Can we all agree to that?
Okay.
Yes, they say that.
Okay. Social will tell you that farming started in our what time period, bro?
It don't matter. We know it started first. It don't matter.
No.
About 9,000 years ago.
In the Nile Valley? No, that's the time it started in Asia, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so what about in Egypt? What about in the Nile Valley? When it started?
They got it around 6,000.
Yeah, I think 6,000-7,000 BC.
Pull it up. We're gonna get that straight. Because it's definitely a hell of a lead.
You still haven't defined what is an empire, though. Like,
right.
I'm
jumping around, yo.
No, I'm not jumping. Y'all saying that farming is what made what made Egypt, which turned it into an organized government. And I'm saying no.
See, now you're using the word organized government.
Okay, you say empire though, yo. Like really? Now y'all playing Flip Wilson shit. I'm thinking an empire is an organized government. Am I wrong or
it is an organized government, but I mean, okay, so that's not, it's still too muddy. Like, so are you saying Egypt is an empire at 5,000 BC? What time period does Egypt become an empire? That makes it.
The same time Mesopotamia do is what I'm saying. niggas.
So you're saying since this, when the civilization started, the empire? No.
No, we talking about, come on, yo, now y'all doing it on purpose.
No, there's
Now.
definitions.
No,
of-
we need we need clarity, yo.
Yo,
If you're
yo,
not gonna define what you mean by empire and civilization versus civilization, pick one and use one of those terms so we can move forward, yo.
So we can't move forward because we shouldn't have to do all that because we just agreed that one, farming started in Asia first and had it longer periods of time, and two, kingship, empire, whatever the fuck you want to call it, pretty much started at the same time in motherfucking Asia and in Africa. We not argue that. So if that's the point, right, then obviously farming seems to have been more important to quote unquote Asian empires than it was in African empires, but they still got you the same space. That's what I'm saying. I don't know why that's confusing. But y'all say
Did Egypt become an empire before they started farming? Let's just say that. Yeah. Are you saying yes or no? Prior to farming, was Egypt an empire?
I'm saying that farming wasn't the only thing that brought Egypt to the empire.
Yeah.
He asked you a simple question, yo.
No, it was not. I'm gonna say that.
You could have just answered that, yo. Like,
no, I'm saying that no, farming was not essential business that brought them to an empire when it came to an empire.
oh yeah, you wrong. You wrong.
All right, well, there you go then. Bet.
Yeah,
Now
you
I'm
wrong.
locked in. I'm locked in. Go for it. Now I'm locked in. Go ahead.
No, it's your turn.
Right, because you had the Romans, right? But the Romans wasn't always an empire. There's a particular time period when Rome became an empire.
Yeah, you had Egyptian people, but they wasn't an empire. Like, what are you saying, bro?
I'm saying that farming was not the essential element that made Egypt an empire. That's what I'm saying. On the
All right, so
other
what
hand-
was it? What was it? Now I'm curious.
No, don't keep asking me
We
questions.
said farming was essential to it. You're saying it's not. So now you
Right.
gotta tell us. Hold on.
No.
So now you gotta
don't.
tell us what's more essential to the Egyptians in building their empire. If it wasn't farming, because we didn't state it was farming. So you're
y'all-
saying it's not.
No,
Listen.
I'm
Our claim is already out there, yo.
No, and your mind is out there, bro. It's in your mind. See,
Right.
that's the game.
So we already stated. So now you about to tell us what was more essential to empire building of the Egyptians other than farming. Go ahead.
I already told you. I said it wasn't farming.
Okay, then what was
But that's not telling us what it was.
But don't worry, y'all should know. You arguing against that.
Oh
Like,
my
Oh,
God,
God.
yo. See the games he play, yo.
So you leave it unclear, man, so you could just
I
come
ain't
back
gonna be
and let's
different.
switch up.
Because I ain't trying to go. I'm saying I'm gonna smash y'all niggas out at one time. I don't want to get into
No,
this
we
shit.
having a conversation now.
So now you ask me for details that y'all never can prove. Y'all
We
ain't gonna
just
go.
we gave you our argument. Oh, you can just tell my nigga, listen, my nigga. The same way we told you what our shit was, you can tell us what your shit is. We ain't saying you got to go in and prove everything. Well, we know you at work.
I said it was mobile communities, nigga.
So, okay.
It brought them to the empire status.
Mobile communities made Egypt, brought them to empire status.
And a lot of other shit. And a lot of other goods. But before I tell a nigga he wrong, I at least know what the other nigga talking about. See, I know what y'all trying to say. Y'all got the cookie cutter. No, y'all got the cookie cutter. No, y'all got the cookie color application that was applied to Africa based off of studying civilizations in Asia. So what they did was they just applied the same format, which is understandable, to Africa. So once again, Africa did not have villages. Europe had villages. Europe had villages for 9,000 years before they became to statehood. Africa did not have villages. How do I know? Because the archaeological record clearly tells you. In the places where they have villages for 9,000 years, villages will come and go. And they build a village over top of another village. So at the end of the day, you start having piles of fucking villages built on top of each other. No more than right now, if you go to Rome, the city of Rome right now, right, you can go down underneath of Rome Not at all. So they realized in 2022 that the whole thought process of having villages based around farming, and then you get to statehood when you get enough crops, that doesn't apply to Africa. What more can I say? Y'all should know that, not me. Go find a village, nigga. You're not gonna find it. There's certain elements that would show you that we got villages for 9,000 years. So from about 9,000, they got villages as old as 9,000 years in Europe, all the way up to where you start to see Mesopotamia and all that shit. Y'all look 6,000 to 7,000 years villages. So people died. And over a 7,000 year period or 6,000 year period, they build on top of that. So they got these large areas that are raised up from the ground with villages on top of it. You find these big ass heaps of shit in motherfucking Asia, but you don't find the same village shit in Africa.
I get that. I just don't understand. I mean, you just like I said, you're gonna prove that Egypt
Didn't have no villages. It didn't come out of villages based around farming, yo. Come on, yo.
are you gonna prove that Egypt became an empire from being mobile? That's what you're gonna prove.
No, from being mobile and having other products and goods, not farming. Now, like farming wasn't the only thing.
I'm talking about because when you say mobile, you talk about non-sedentary, moving here to there, moving here to there. That's what you're saying. You talk about mobile. That's crazy. So I want to see.
Yeah, this shit crazy. This shit dumb.
Nah, I mean you could prove that at one point they were.
They was
seasonal.
mobile.
That's not up for debate. Yeah, they were mobile, but that's not
mobile sedentary. They were mobile sedentary.
Of course they were. Of course they were at times. Certain places were seasonal, but that's not. But that didn't make them an empire. It wasn't an empire when they was mobile. They didn't build the pyramids when they was mobile.
Yeah, they was building cities, huh?
I'm gonna let you present that argument, dog. I ain't, you know what I mean?
Yeah, go ahead and kill yourself. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead and jump off a pyramid with no birds.
You beat me up with that one.
Hey, so let's let them go ahead and dive off the pyramid first, yo. Yeah, man, we ain't even gonna put no damn blanket down for your ass, yo. Yo, stay trying to be Mr. Scholar and have groundbreaking information that the leading motherfuckers ain't saying. He always got something that's gonna kill it. Go ahead, jump off that pyramid. Head first.
Yeah, I just don't. Like I said, we can agree that it was seasonal, but how are you gonna show that moving around like?
I don't even know what Unc is saying, yo.
I'm saying, like, if he's trying to prove that they moved around, you got to prove that. We know that, you know what I'm saying, they began that way, but
man, why y'all play so damn crazy, yo? Why y'all play so crazy,
empire,
yo? What's the point of playing so crazy like that, though, yo? Is it something y'all just do on purpose, yo? Like y'all know the cookie cutter model. First, you had people roaming, hunter gatherers. Then people start to develop farming because you're no longer hunting and gathering, you're farming. And then you build villages around farming and domestication. And then the villages start to merge and form empires. Are y'all fucking kidding me right now?
I mean,
that's what happened in Egypt.
Yeah, but see, you gotta look at what now. There are instances, go back to Tappy. I'm familiar with all of that, but we're talking about when Egypt became an empire.
Sosa, don't do that, Sosa. Don't do that, Sosa. Stay with me, bro. Y'all trying to act like that's not the model right there, yo?
I mean, that model was not just cookie cutter. That's why I was saying, like,
even when you
read the other works, bro, this shit is not that simplified.
You're being funny now. You're being funny now.
I'm being funny. I'm trying to explain to you that some of the things you say in that book, those other scholars say the same things, bro.
I don't need you to explain that to me, though, Sosa. I just need you to agree that that's the model that is applied to all cultures to build civilization. That's all I need you to say.
I got to the part of the book where it said that too. I get it. But I'm saying that pigeonhole.
You get what? No, you get what though? What you get?
when they were talking about the cookie cutter model that some scholars use, but you read some of the modern scholars, bro, they don't work that way. That shit is a lot more detailed. Even Jared Diamond talked about the different civilizations that rejected farming, and he gave some instances why they did it. They didn't even explore all the other instances. They're just saying that people just rejected farming just based on freedom. Like that's just freedom. They don't want to be up under some type of hierarchical system, but we can prove that can be proven that in some instances that's what happened. We can prove.
See, that's why I wanted to get you locked in, dog. You went off into some nuanced shit that I wasn't saying. I was saying
it's in the book. We talking about nuance.
I ain't even talking, but I'm not talking about that book right now, yo. I'm talking about the fact that they apply the way civilizations was made based off of archaeological evidence in fucking Europe, yo. That's what I'm telling you right now. And you acting like you're not listening to me. Y'all do this shit all the time. Just say, what the fuck is the nigga talking about? That's crazy shit to me. Y'all funny with that, yo. That's wow. That's wow. Just say, yeah, for the most part, that's how civilization was started. And we like that. And then you know about the cookie cutter model, meaning they applied that shit that they got dealing with European civilization to Africa. And I'm saying, no, that's wrong. We ain't gonna give you.
Yeah, not a civilization. That's why you gotta unpack. Civilization is a very subjective term because you gotta, what type of civilization? Now, when you start talking about an empire, now you're being specific. That's different from, we talk about it. Not only is it a civilization, it's an empire. That requires, now you talk about a particular criteria it takes to be an empire. That goes beyond just being a civilization. There's plenty of civilization that came to be, but that wasn't an empire. Plenty of those.
Got you. But you do get my point though, right? You know what my disagreement is, am I correct?
Trust me, I understand. I understand. I understand what you're saying.
All right, so you got Luxor. You hear me?
I'm listening to you.
In Egypt, you got Luxor, right? I think Luxor is, according to Chancellor Williams, I think that's Thebes. Is that in the same area? Is that the same place? Did the Arabs rename Thebes Luxor?
Man, I have no idea, nigga. I don't know.
That village existed around 7200 BC and then formed into a city. It is one of the oldest continual living places in Egypt, where they have constant habitation there from, the longest, right? You have, I think it's Luxor and Thebes, and then you have the Fayum, right? They started off as villages that then became cities, what we would call cities. So the same process seemed to happen in Africa that happened in other places also. That, you know what I mean? So you got to refine that a little bit.
No, I'm saying that Chancellor Williams was wrong. He was basing it off, he wasn't an archaeologist. He was basing off the interpretation of the archaeological record coming from people that was doing the same shit that the archaeology in Europe. So he was absolutely wrong about that. And I'm going to stand on that.
It's
and that's
amazing
okay.
when you switch up. Like we just had a whole conversation about Chancellor Williams. You went the whole other way. Now you like.
And now when I use them, be fucking wrong.
So now y'all going to do that, yo. Y'all going to see that's the trickery. And what I have to do is I have to stay calm because Sosa is called downright trickery. At no point that we talk about that particular item 5 months ago about Chancellor Williams. I can go through Chancellor Williams' book and say he wrong right here, wrong right there, but he wasn't wrong about this. Like, we can do that with all the books yo written in the motherfucking 50s and 40s, yo. Like, what's the point here?
So if I got sources to show that he was correct in his chronology of Thebes, right, being occupied for that long, then what are you gonna say?
Yeah, but I'm saying it was a mobile village, nigga. Now,
No, that's not what it's saying.
not in that book, but I'm telling you what it was. That's what I'm trying to tell you. At 7,000 BCE, 6,000 BCE, they had mobile communities. That's all I'm saying. And I'm saying when I'm ready to do it, to finish y'all niggas off, that's part of my story right there to finish y'all off. And I'm not talking about it no more. I'm gonna let y'all keep talking about it. I'm done with it. Seriously. I know what I'm talking about. I know what the archaeological records say. And it's gonna be what's gonna be. So keep looking. When y'all wanna do this, y'all wanna do this when? When we doing it?
I'm ready now.
What y'all
I'm not
doing?
doing this in my car, nigga. I'm not doing it in my car.
I just got caught up in the text messages, and man, I see it was a lot of funny stuff going on in the text
What's
messages.
up,
What up? Yeah.
Now, I just
Y'all
hit the
wild.
button.
I'm not gonna repeat anything that I saw in that chat, in that text message, but I'm just gonna say y'all some wild people, boy. I don't know if I can hang out with y'all no more. Y'all something else, boy. I can't hardly do it with y'all, boy. Y'all something.
We have 4 different arguments right now, boy.
Yeah, I see it.
We having an Uncle Cat. Look, we having an Uncle Cat special, yo. This nigga will drag you into 4 different arguments, yo, and be comfortable in all of them. Right?
You gotta keep a spray paint can with you. You know what I'm saying? When you get into a heated battle with Unc, always keep a can of spray paint with you. You want to be able to make it back out of them woods. You know what I mean? You got to spray paint a couple of them trees.
This nigga had 4 different arguments and tell you you're wrong about all of them. And I'm
well, I didn't know we was gonna talk about that. Yeah, I didn't know we was gonna bring up the Egyptian shit. Yeah, I know I wasn't even that. Yeah, I thought we were gonna talk about the country.
No, we really not talking about Egypt though.
All right.
This really not an Egyptian conversation. We was talking about, civilization building and whether agriculture was essential to Egyptian civilization, but I guess essential for the origin and the substantiation of Egyptian civilization. Let's say that.
Right.
Is that cool?
And becoming an empire.
I don't like how he used an empire. That don't even make sense.
I could agree. I could agree. All right. Okay, so let's get it. Let's hash that out. Let's not do that. Let's not do the normal shit we do, all over shit. That ain't what I really meant. We don't want to do that.
We're going to use civilization instead of empire.
Yeah, because
so
we're going to put
what's the difference?
Empire, we got to stay within the boundaries.
So what's y'all different? So what's in y'all mind, what's the difference between a civilization and an empire? What are the key differences?
Let's see.
Imperialism is a lot different because you a citizen, right? You're a citizen in a society, right? You're not a part of you live in that's what you living in, right? You're not a part of an empire, right? You don't pay homage to the king and all of that. We have a governing body in different checks and balances for the governing body. There's no emperor putting down his imperial kingmanship. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
that's the difference.
Empire definition. An extensive group of states or countries under a single supreme authority, formerly especially an emperor or empress.
Yeah. So we can't be talking about an empire. At the origin of Egypt, they wasn't an empire.
Right.
So we're just talking about the civilization. Do you agree?
Yeah, but I'm talking about, can you hear me? I'm talking about the stages to get to that point.
Yeah, so we're talking about the origin.
I say they arrived at it.
Civilization.
I'm saying that, yeah, I'm saying, but I'm saying not to civilization. I'm saying for them, I'm saying they arrived at the empire different than they arrived at the empire of Mesopotamia. And that has to be my point. I have to be able to show.
I don't know what that means, yo. That don't make sense.
What did he say? I say that again.
I said the arrival of empires, how they arrived in Asia was based off of first hunter-gatherers, right? Second, people get settled. Third, they start to have farming. They had farming villages. So they lived in these communities. They were stuck right there, and they farmed. And thousands of years later, slow transition to what you would call the Mesopotamian Empire. I'm saying.
No.
Okay, so go ahead. All right, explain it.
Yeah, see,
I
that's
think
why
it's a lot of factors to go into
If
it.
you're saying no, then explain the no.
I would take empire out of it. What
Out
you're
of the
explaining-
civilization part, yeah.
Yeah, you're
Go ahead.
explaining the origin of the civilization.
Right, yeah.
Empire is when you control different countries. That's imperialism. Like when Egypt started to control places in
Mesopotamia.
when they controlled the Levant and Nubia and all of that, that was the Egyptian empire.
So that's like 1300 BCE. All right, I got you.
Right. So,
That's where we at.
I thought we was talking about this. I thought we was talking about the civilization. How did the civilization become the civilization of Egypt? We're saying that agriculture was essential for that.
Yeah. You got a better chance at that argument.
Yeah.
All right, I got you. No, I got you. So then we wouldn't call the Mayans and them empires then.
No.
I got you. All right, okay, just checking.
Yeah,
You know, niggas are big as the motherfuckers.
And they had kingmanship.
No. The Mayas might have spread. The Mayas may have dominated because their shit was pretty vast. They went. I gotta look.
No, they couldn't outdo the Incas and the Aztecas. Like it wasn't like Egypt did, Mesopotamia or like the Romans. It was not like the Romans or nothing even compared to nothing like that.
They dominated off of slavery though.
Yeah.
They enslaved other populations.
Yeah, a bunch of
like they literally just enslaved. You know what I mean? If they conquered they moved whole towns of people away as slaves.
Yeah,
their shit was nutty. You feel me? And they sacrificed like half of you motherfuckers.
20,000 motherfuckers.
Right.
Daily. They was
They had killed 20 at a time, yo. You talking about barbaric.
And that's why you'll never become an empire and like that. That's like you'll never doing that practice. You'll never become an empire.
That's why you had so many people in the rainforest and stuff, right? Most of the tribes was running from those, from the Mayans and them. They was running from, so they will run into the jungle, right? They just they escape these motherfucking the motherfucking brutality of these motherfuckers. You know what I mean? They make the Vikings and them look like goddamn Buddhist monks. The way they was getting down, man.
Yeah, something was wrong with Cochise and the boys, wasn't it?
Yeah. I mean, the archaeology alone shows that, right?
Yeah, it show about
mounds of bones, yo.
Yeah. And motherfuckers would heal. Motherfuckers would go on the run. Yeah, motherfuckers would go on the run in the jungle, Shepherd, and they would have a fucking arrowhead in them, and it would heal up. You know what I'm saying? Like I saw a lot of that kind of shit. Like it would heal up around the arrowhead and shit. Like they was brutal, boy. They was brutal, boy.
So y'all do understand that the Mayans was actually different groups considered Mayans, and the reality is your area attacked different area of Maya. It wasn't like one group called the Mayans. So it was actually different groups, and they normal thing people. It was important for them to wage war on a different group of Mayans. That's what we really talking. You have about 6-7 groups. They own space, and each space attacks each space. then you would call it. Then what you call the empire? They never was that.
Well, if they spread they territory from like, you know, South America to Mexico and southern, you know, like up into Texas, then yeah, that would
I'm gonna
be
give you
imperial.
Listen,
Yeah.
geography. The Maya civilization occupied a wide territory that included southeastern Mexico and northern Central America. This area included the entire Yucatan Peninsula and all the territory now incorporated in the modern countries of Guatemala and Belize, as well as the western portions of Honduras and El Salvador.
Mm-hmm.
Come on.
That was big. That was a nice piece. They might, I mean, I guess, you know, and when you put it that way, I mean, but the thing is, was they paying taxes? Did they have vassals? Did they have vassals and shit like that?
Of course, yeah.
Okay, well, maybe they was an empire then.
They was taking niggas for using other niggas. They would have people give people up for sacrifice. That's one of the reasons part of the reason why they fell.
Yeah, but I'm saying you fucking it up if you think that long territory was controlled by one central government. And I'm saying each territory had its own motherfuckers that was Mayans, and they warred against each other. Yo, they didn't war against non-Mayans, man. Man, don't hate me, hate the game. Yo, look it up, yo. I'm telling you, Mayans was fighting the Mayans. Look it up. Yeah, all jokes aside, yo, this shit was fucking bananas.
I don't want to get into it. We'll get into it another time. I don't want to get thrown off on the Mayans.
I want to get into it.
No.
Yeah, the Mayans is a side.
I don't want to.
Why
that's why I'm trying to stay right back. See, I came right back, Corey. See, I came right back. Like,
you had that can of spray paint.
Yeah. I'm on my way. I'm on my way back.
There you go. You good. You good.
Nah, okay. Yeah, I didn't wait. I didn't start talking about no damn Mayans. Y'all started talking about the Mayans and fucked up the Mayans. Made some shit that wasn't. Well, I didn't do that.
That's fine. We back.
I ain't gonna blame you. Everybody kind of participated in that.
Yeah, we start having fun.
Yeah, that was a rabbit hole. Everybody went down.
niggas dove out when they realized, wait a minute, this nigga actually studied the money. Oh shit! What?
No, we were having. Yeah, it wasn't that.
Let's move out the mind. That's my favorite subject in North America. I actually went there. Before I went, I ain't never been to Africa, but I've been there. Yeah, let's get off that.
So now you're Native American. Now you're an Abo.
No. I was trying to see was the all match black, and when I went there, I realized they fucking wasn't.
Yes, they were.
Right?
Well, you should have went to Ecuador first, and then.
Hold on. Now I hope you have that same revelation when you finally go to Egypt.
Right,
motherfucker. Go ahead, Joe.
Why you kick that dude off? Like, that's the thing, right? You kicked the North African dude off.
You kicked him straight the fuck off, nigga.
Right.
And there's a reason for that. Because if I dove into a North African conversation,
I think you do, but go ahead.
About one of their motherfucking community leaders don't know shit about him, telling he was wrong. Nigga, you don't even know what the fuck conversation is. So y'all could do that. I'm not letting a nigga all the way in. We matter of fact, we don't know where them niggas at. They talking that shit. It's the internet. The nigga could live in motherfucking Chicago. Yeah,
he wouldn't lie. I don't believe he. I don't believe people would lie.
Nigga, I ain't never seen a nigga face, and I don't believe it. It's the internet, bro. They do it all the time.
We don't know where Dr. Ben was from, yo.
Right.
But you listen to that motherfucker.
Right.
And we don't know what Khalid Muhammad is, and that nigga made up all kind of shit. So
Khalid Muhammad was an African American.
Khalid Muhammad is from.
Is this what we doing?
American.
We know where Khalid Muhammad from, yo.
Where he from, yo?
Let's look it up. That ain't even
He probably
hard.
from Chicago.
Where he from?
He always reminded me of a Chicago nigga, but that's just me. He might not be from Chicago, but he always reminded me. I always said, man, he's a Chicago nigga.
I'm getting off that. I'm getting off that road, the rabbit hole y'all just did. I'm getting off that.
You the one who brought Khalid.
No, you said that. You threw out Dr. Ben name. You did that.
Right, and you threw out Khalid.
Right, and I'm saying I'm getting off that frame.
Chef, how long y'all been on, man? Y'all been on for a while now?
Nah, we've been on for about 40.
Well,
yeah, we ain't going on that. Let's get back. Let's move out of that. Let's go back. Let's keep
Oh,
it going.
he from Houston, yo. He from Houston.
Oh, he from Houston, yeah.
Yeah, he a
Sorry.
real nigga. He from Houston.
That's got the
Man.
biggest population. That's the highest concentration of Black African Americans in the world
Yeah.
is in Houston, Texas.
Yo, from Houston, stand up. H-Town.
All right, let's move forward, yo. Let's go
No,
back.
where Dr. Ben from? Where Dr. Ben from?
I don't know. I don't even care.
That nigga's a
I know.
Mediterranean ass nigga.
I
That motherfucker
never
don't know
met.
where he from.
Now
That
he's
motherfucker
niggas.
said-
See, you keep calling Dr. Bill a niggas, and now Dr. Bill a nigga. That's
Yeah, you know
wild.
that's how we talk. Like you got come on.
Right, I call Khaled a nigga. I
How
said he
you
a
doing
real
like
nigga.
that American dream when we say
And
that?
not
Come
only
on.
that, like I've been called nigga. Like, so why does Dr. Ben? I'm trying to figure out why does Dr. Ben deserve more respect than me?
Based off the fact that they don't know what the fuck you talking about, Corey, when it comes to this nigga and evolution and shit, I refuse to have that conversation with you. So if y'all want to talk about that,
I want to know.
excuse
I just got
myself.
a question though.
Listen, bro. Nope, I'm no longer. I'm not fielding any questions. I want to have another call. If y'all good, y'all can beat up. Dr.
No, we
Ben.
can change the subject, but I want to
We
ask a
can change
question.
the subject, right? No, you don't. I'm not answering any questions because one question leads to another question. Before you
No,
know it,
I
I'll be beating
promise
up
you.
the Muslim.
Even
who
if
is in
I
the
ask
club,
it, just let me
call
ask it.
Khaled Muhammad, call the Nation Islam, and we be beating up everything. John, every call, we gonna finish all of them off, yo. If one nigga go, all of them gotta go. Everybody gotta go. So
Burn the whole house down, nigga. I don't care.
No, I don't know what you mean by Khaled though. I don't understand the whole Khaled.
He arguing about a preacher.
I don't care. I
Right.
don't care.
It was
Let
a
it go.
preacher, yo.
Now we got to beat up. Now we got to beat up Doctor.
Yeah, we gotta beat up all.
Pastor Bennett.
Everybody gotta go. Now everybody gotta go.
Yo,
Think about it.
So we got to go off on Pastor Bennett
Yeah,
too.
everybody gotta go. Everybody gotta go.
If we go off on Khaled Muhammad, we got to go off on Pastor Bennett too. Then, at that point, it's not even making sense. But I want to know though. I want to know though.
Come on, Corey. Why you keep?
Why does Dr. Ben? What has Dr. Ben done to deserve more respect than me? What has he done? What has he done to deserve the respect that you're giving him? Oh, he left.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did.
Hell no.
That nigga don't
You got-
deserve no motherfucking respect. I mean, like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? You lying. This nigga's a lying ass nigga. Like, come on. Now that and since Brother Reggie or Brother Unc don't want to get on here and defend him, now we're gonna just railroad his ass. You know what I'm saying? How about that, right? We're gonna railroad the lying ass nigga, right? Couldn't even hardly understand what the nigga's saying. You niggas following behind this nigga sitting at some nigga's feet, some nigga's stinking ass, crusty ass feet. You don't even know where this nigga was from. He said he was from Puerto Rico, Ethiopia, all kind of shit. You know what I'm saying? Nigga lying through his goddamn teeth all the way to the nigga was conning you niggas, right? This nigga was so cold with his lying, right? The baddest, lyingest nigga on the fucking planet as far as I'm concerned, right? He was so fucking cold with his fucking lying. He had you niggas thinking y'all was from Egypt.
You lucky my phone.
You niggas would sit at the feet of this
Hey,
nigga.
yo,
You
you
niggas
really,
think it's
Corey,
proud. You think it's a proud thing.
You doing though, yo? Corey, you actually gonna do? You gonna fuck this show up with this show? You really gonna do that, yo? That's wild. You wild for that. So let me ask you a question. This is the fuck Dr. Ben did more than you, Corey. First of all,
tell me.
the nigga taught black people for 12 years
He lied to black people.
But
But
hey,
go
yo,
ahead.
so if you gonna let me talk or you not?
We can go point for point. You say a point and then I comment.
No. Nigga, okay, and you hear he lie. Second of all, nigga, you ain't taught the college community shit. You talking shit with no source. You talk shit.
Listen, I bring a healthy conversation that makes people think.
No, you don't. Because
I
I'm
do.
saying let's fuck the show up with it and you keep going. Like you think I'm gonna sit here and let you just keep beating up on a nigga that did way more than you, yo? Like what? Like
What'd he do?
Man if I let you do that, dog.
What did he do?
He did more than you. He did more than you, bro.
He didn't.
at this point.
He told a bunch of lies. He told a bunch of lies.
No more lies than you told.
I've never told any lies. I don't get paid. Dr. Ben actually got paid to stand up in front of a podium with a microphone with black women and children and lie his ugly ass off. He lied his ugly ass. The ugly ass nigga, he done lied on his mama.
Get off this motherfucker,
Yo,
man.
Yeah. Let's bring it back to a regular civil, man.
Listen, the ugly ass
already.
lied on his mama. Am I lying, Sheffrin? Am I lying about that, Sheffrin?
You ain't lying.
Did the nigga lie on his mama or what, Sheffrin? Did Dr. Ben lie on his mama,
Hey, check
Sheffrin?
this out, dog. This ain't what we doing, yo. Take that shit to the
I'm
pseudo
sorry.
killers, yo. Nah, take this shit to the pseudo killers, nigga. We ain't doing it on my shit now. Now I'm gonna pull my boss card. We ain't doing that. Now, how about that? Now, do that shit over there, dog. And we can rock hard. We can talk shit about people's mothers. We can do all that. We ain't doing that, yo.
I wasn't talking about his mother. I'm just saying he did.
Who does that, Corey?
Well, he did
You
do
gonna
that.
talk that shit over there, yo, in another week or so. I'm not doing it over here, yo. I respect the nigga work too much for that. You ain't gave me no homework that I can respect. You talking shit. You ain't told me shit, Corey. I ain't told you shit. So that nigga told me something.
We learn from each other every day, huh?
Bro,
We learn from each other every day.
To you, Corey, you think the nigga didn't understand evolution. You think the nigga lied to his mother. Yo, that's your personal shit. I'm not doing personal shit over here. Yo, we did it already. You keep dragging this shit. No. We know how you feel.
No.
We get it, bro.
No, I don't think the community. See, this is the problem. I'm not even gonna talk about Dr. Ben no more. I'm not even gonna talk. I'm not even gonna mention the niggas name no more. I promise you. Anytime I step foot, anytime I ever step foot on this channel, I will never. I promise you, I will never ever mention that guy's name ever again on this show. So don't talk to me when I'm on the panel. Don't you mention his name, because I can't help but tell the truth. So if you want to start talking about Dr. Ben, then just hit that button and kick me the fuck off of here, right? Because I'm not talking about the nigga no more, because he's a fucking liar. And that's all I got to say about the nigga. Every time y'all bring that nigga up, I'm going to mention all the fucking lies that he told. So let's not talk about him no more. Let's change the subject matter, because he's too high on the pedestal to even be scrutinized.
Now what you doing is, this what you doing. You protecting white people now. Now you worried about a nigga lying on this motherfucking resume. You worried about a nigga.
No, I'm worried about him lying on his mama.
Group of motherfucking white people, but I just heard you say, yo, you know the white people just threw a bottle and hit that baby in the motherfucking head. I ain't heard you say that yet, Corey. Yo,
I didn't hear about the bottle and the baby.
Bullshit. Hold
on, what happened?
Yeah, I didn't hear about the baby bottle.
Nigga, stop that, nigga. Water hoses. What are you talking about, nigga? Civil rights movement, nigga. This is the kind of.
Oh, you talking about? No, not in the 70s, huh?
Nigga, they did. Nigga, what you talking about? They killed Martin Luther King, 1968.
Yeah, that's fine. We talking
Dr.
about.
Bill was writing this book. Dude, he was writing this book and they claim it. Yo, you tripping right now.
Yeah, they just killed Ahmaud Arbery. They killed Ahmaud Arbery.
Dude, we don't gotta go through this right now. Yo, you doing this shit like you trying to fuck everything up on purpose, dog. Like I wouldn't do you like that, yo. I would leave the shit the fuck alone.
I'm not trying to fuck. I'm trying to enlighten. That's what I'm trying to do. Maybe my style is just my style is unorthodox, huh? And I admit that, and I already apologized, and I said I wasn't gonna talk about the bitch ass nigga no more. I said that.
I don't need to talk about the bitch ass niggas you follow me, but dog.
I don't need to talk about it. You said I apologized. I apologized. Then I said I wasn't gonna talk about it no more.
I don't need to apologize, yo.
So what am I supposed to do at this point now, huh?
You supposed to realize that we did 8 fucking hours, my nigga. 8 hours. You got out everything you ever wanted to get out about the nigga.
No, I didn't. I really want Reggie to be on the panel. Really, tell you the truth.
Oh man,
I really want to talk to Reggie personally.
So really, here's the order of the day. 8 hours, 8 hours, 8 hours. 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 8 hours, You really want to paint yourself in a corner by yourself.
I do.
You
I
really
do.
don't
I want to
understand.
be. I
You
want to
really-
be embarrassed.
No, that's not the point. So if you
I
didn't
do.
say everything you had to say yesterday, yo, what more could you
I
possibly
didn't.
say?
I didn't get to say what I wanted to say yesterday. I didn't. Honestly, I didn't.
Don't you know you got a platform that can't nobody tell you what to say? You know this, right?
But I'm on punishment right now, so
So we built
it's.
that shit together, nigga. So you get to listen to what I'm saying, yo. Me and you, niggas, we sat there in the trenches, nigga, and we built that shit. And I built that so y'all niggas go the fuck off the rails. So now, I'm not going to go the fuck off the rails over here. We're going to have good conversations, we're going to argue, but not off the rails. I'm not going to beat up Colin Hunter for 8 hours, then come back and do it again.
Ain't shit you can say about Khalid.
I ain't gonna let you feed me into it because you trying to get me feed into it. We'll do that on the Pseudo Killa. I'll beat up Khalid for 8 hours.
Khalid is an African American.
We're gonna do everybody
He's
for
a
8 hours.
preacher.
We're gonna do
And
8
he
hours.
got degrees. And he got real degrees.
That nigga got a bachelor's degree, nigga. You
So
trying to
what?
bait me into
That's
shit.
fine. That's more than I got. I ain't got no bachelor's degree.
So we done with the show then. We ain't doing no more show. We just talking shit now. We ain't doing that.
No, we can move on. I've
we gonna
already
throw our man-
apologized.
Hold on, we gonna throw our manhood out there, right?
apologized.
Why are you apologizing, Corey? You got a right to say what you want to say. I don't need no
Well,
apology.
I said it. It's fine. I don't know what to do at this point. I said I wasn't going to talk about it no more.
I said, yo, we did it 8 hours. Yo, can we just have a show about something else?
That's fine. I said it was cool. I said that was all good.
But you switched. You was being funny, and you switched it. Yo, I ain't gonna never talk about it. I said, no, Doug. I said, we done this show.
Because I don't have nothing good to say about him. And my grandmother said, if you ain't got nothing good to say about somebody, then don't talk about them. So I'll just do that.
So basically, it's a running joke now. So
no, I'm not gonna joke anymore.
No. I'm saying you don't understand that it's not an issue with you saying what you want to say.
I know that, but it's just that. It's just that person.
The issue is, hold on, let me just tell you what the issue is, bro. You be cutting me off forever, dog. The issue is that you keep doing it after we did it for 8 hours, then it's probably time for you to do it at a spot where you can do it for 35 hours. I feel like we got out all the shit the nigga lied about, all the inconsistency. We did that. Matter of fact, you're not the first person to do it, because I did that. So I don't gotta keep doing that. But if you're not comfortable and if you think the community's being held back, then yo, we can do that shit on the Pseudo Killers and we can cuss out everybody we thought had some shit. I'm up for that, nigga. I'm built for that. Trust me.
Well,
with
I got
that.
a perfect way to transition out of this. My man Gideon Block wants to say something. Can he say something? Can Gideon Block say something?
Yeah, that we can go there.
Who?
Gideon Block.
Got another person on the panel. Another person on the panel.
Oh Lord.
Who?
He's a guest on your
panel.
channel.
This is another conversation. Just to let that
He's
go.
a guest on your channel. He has his hand raised and he wants to say something.
I'm
hoping it's not got nothing to do with what we were talking about.
It's definitely got something to do with Dr. Ben.
Oh well, I'm not.
Go ahead,
I don't want to. Go ahead, Gideon. I'm a mute.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. What's going on, bro?
All right. Well, really, I've been listening to the show for a while now. I've heard all the arguments and the conversations. I've heard the Dr. Ben thing before. I've heard y'all bring it up before. I've heard y'all all agree on what he did, what he didn't do. My thing is, as an audience member, right? If y'all gonna have a dialogue, why y'all keep doing the same thing? Not to say that y'all keep doing it, but with Dr. Ben shit, if y'all been over it and there's nobody disagreeing, why y'all keep doing this?
Well,
second, Corey,
hold
on. I ain't done, bro.
Well, you paused for a long time.
Hey, bro, I'm a guest. I'm a guest. I ain't done. Wait till I'm done, bro. It's common respect. I sat here and listened to y'all.
I said, okay, you little goofy ass nigga. I said my bad. Don't make me
Gideon, make a statement.
Why you opening your mouth again, bro?
Gideon, make a statement. Gideon, finish your statement, bro.
I'm trying to continue, bro. But you keep talking. So I'm saying, y'all been over it. Let's get through with it. And Corey, because that's what I was going to say. Corey, You being very disrespectful, bro, to a dead man. The man been dead, bro. It's over with. Like, you can't bring him out the motherfucking grave and do the shit you talking about. So it's done. Calling him a liar and all that. Everybody lies, bro. Ain't nobody perfect on here. That don't make everybody a liar, though.
What?
So am I allowed to respond?
Hold on. No, hold on, Chef.
You know what?
Chef,
I'm kicking your fucking. You know what? I'm muting
because you said what?
I'm done hearing you. Nobody gonna hear a sermon from you.
Chef.
I'm not finna hear a fucking sermon.
I
Can I
ain't finna
respond
sermon you,
and then
bro.
you can continue?
I ain't
Can I
finna sermon
respond?
you,
Then
bro.
you can
But I'm gonna ask Chef a question.
Let Corey respond, Gideon, then you ask for it.
Jesus fucking Christ,
I
nigga,
ain't been
nigga
on
gotta
here
shut
for.
up and
I
listen
ain't
to
even been saying nothing for 5
It's all
minutes, bro.
good,
You
yeah,
that
but you
mad?
made some
Don't
statements.
matter.
You gotta let him respond to what you said first before you go someplace else.
Yeah, I can let him respond. Go ahead, bro.
I appreciate you letting me respond, good kind sir. You know what I'm saying? Crazy ass nigga. But the reason, listen, the reason why I say what I say, right? And we've went over the Dr. B and shit, right? And y'all, you don't understand, but this shit comes up in the back chat, right? And then when we say shit about Dr. B and when we set the record straight, there's always a motherfucker coming back behind trying to clean the bullshit up. That's what I'm saying. And what I'm saying is, I'm sick and tired of you niggas making excuses for every fucking snake oil salesman in the goddamn world. If you got some, if you all it takes is for you to be a black man and you can sell all the fucking snake oil to the babies and women and men and families out here that you please. This nigga made thousands of dollars off you dumbass niggas going to his lectures, spending money with him, thinking you niggas was Nubians and Egyptians and all that shit, misleading y'all. You know what I'm saying? It's my problem is every time I fucking turn around, it's some motherfucker coming into the disadvantaged community trying to sell us snake oil. And I'm sick of the shit. That's my problem. And I'm gonna call the nigga a liar because the nigga lied and scammed all the way to his damn deathbed. He never came out and apologized for all of that bullshit he lied about and miseducating and misguiding black people. That's why. That's what my problem is, Gideon.
Gideon, ask Chef what you want to ask.
And that's that nigga motherfucking opinion. That's your fucking opinion, dog. And you know it. And that's the shit I don't respect. It's your fucking opinion over top of what you can fucking prove, Corey. That's my real issue with you, dog. That's some bullshit right there. Your opinion, nigga, does not fuck what you can prove and verify.
Because Dr. Ben ain't made a dime off of me.
Crazy as fuck.
But I'm a crazy ass nigga though. It's all good though. Anyway, Chef, I was saying because I said everybody lie, but that don't make everybody a liar. You said what? So I'm saying, if you kill somebody, does that make you a murderer? Depending on how you kill that person and why you kill that person. Does it make you a murderer just because you kill that person? Because there's killing and then there's murdering. Hold on. There's killing and then there's murdering. So I'm asking that question because I said everybody lies. So everybody a liar then.
All right, so say that again. Your analogy, the killer and the murderer.
Yeah.
A liar. If I tell a lie, does that make me? Are you saying?
Yes, that's what I'm asking you. Yes.
I think the constant lying makes you a liar, right? You know, the act of telling a lie, you can say, yo, you just told the lie. I think
habitual.
The constantly or repeated act of lying, I think that makes you a liar.
Okay, I agree to that. But you said
that's your character.
Just to lie don't make you a liar. Just because you cook, that don't make you a chef, bro.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Exactly. Yeah, that's all I'm saying.
But if you do it,
we all good. Hey, bro, I'm just listening to the conversation, bro. I'm a standby dude. I ain't no motherfucking certified nigga. I'm just listening, and I got common sense, and I know how to discern. So I'm just listening and observing what you guys talking about.
Yeah. You've been a little family before. I've been on here a few times, bro. So respect.
Yeah. Respect.
Stu Peas. Please
ain't
take
no
it, Dr.
animosity,
Ben.
Corey. You know I love you, bro. But hey, at the end of the day, bro, it don't sound good, bro.
Please
And
take it off, Dr.
you alive
I'm going to
today.
be well
You
behaved
alive
today.
today, and you could have your discrepancies and go about it a proper way, because you a big man now. You know what I'm saying? You teaching us the cosmos, bro. Am I wrong?
That's facts. Corey done slid off.
Yeah.
Please
Yeah.
take.
Okay.
Don't bring it back to that.
Corey crazy.
I'm
as a
not bringing it
motherfucker
back.
with a
I'm not bringing
laptop.
it back. Sheffrin is a warmonger. We need to change Sheffrin name to Sheffrin, aka Warlord. Why is Sheffrin picking on Dr. Ben?
You said you wasn't going to go to Dr. Ben, and you went straight to Dr. Ben. Man. God.
That is not.
God did
Listen.
we done covered this, stupid.
We
You
need,
can't say nothing we
to
ain't
get a
already
box.
said.
We need to get a box and call this to give them a pass box. Queen Nzinga is in the pass box and Dr. Ben is in the pass box. We need to put several people in the pass box.
Yeah.
Because we have to think about it like Mark Antonio when he read the speech at Julius Caesar funeral. It was not, Julius wasn't the best man, but he was a good man. So I would read the same speech with Dr. Ben. You know, conscious community, let me hear ear. We're here to bury Dr. Ben, not to praise him. The good that some man oftentimes is interned in their bones, while the evil is lived long after them. So let's not intern Dr. Ben good in him bone. Let's not bury him good. I highlight his mistake, open and close quotation. I am guilty of that also. And I think about it. Dr. Ben has done far more good for the community than the misleading what he may have done, allegedly.
Right, yeah. It's you can have one opinion, somebody can have the other opinion. You know what I mean? I just be like, once we can air it out, and once we air it out, we might as well just go ahead and put that shit to bed. Because we already have our positions and niggas ain't switching.
Yo, but I'm trying to say, but we gotta be real though. Sosa.
I get it, but what I'm saying is, the
You know what I'm saying, though, Sosa?
nobody gonna switch. So it's like, I get it.
So wait a minute, yo. We got a book that we can look at and tell all the shit he fucked up and video. Niggas will pick this nigga do a whole lecture, right? Say that Egyptians is indigenous Africans, and then at the end of the lecture say all black people is Africans. That's the one little crucial mistake he made. Now he's a liar feeding the community misinformation. Niggas go to Africa, right? Go to Nubia, go to Egypt. None of them niggas is West Africans, and now he lying to everybody. What the fuck, dude? Like, that's some old bullshit to me. But you got niggas like Phil Valentine alive and kicking, and y'all can get with them niggas all the way, and then get with the niggas just gonna stand and bang with them niggas. We don't get with them niggas, though. We want Pseudo Killa nigga that's dead. Nobody believes you that one nigga right there didn't give us something that was valuable for real during a time period when niggas was still getting hung on the tree.
You know, it's not fair.
That shit ain't fair, though, Corey.
It's not fair that you can run on about it, and I can't say nothing. And I can't say nothing about it.
You want to say, you already said it, Corey. Now I'm wrapped up. So we can do another 8 on Dr. Ben. I'm up for it. I'm in the house. We can definitely do that, my nigga.
Because I'd rather change the
nigga was
subject.
wrong yet.
Y'all already at opposite ends of the spectrum.
Nah, fuck all that,
You're
nigga.
not gonna
Fuck
agree.
that. We right here, Corey. We in the middle of the street. What you got, bro? Dr. Ben ain't do what? What didn't he teach, bro?
What did he do? Explain what he
nigga,
did.
he taught
Explain to
nigga.
me. Explain to me.
It's
my turn to talk, ain't it? Ain't it my turn to talk?
Yeah.
Explain to me what Dr. Ben did for the black community, where the black community would not be the black community that it is today, if not for Dr. Ben. Explain to me that.
In my humble opinion, I can only say that it wouldn't have been a Pseudo Killa show without me even thinking about evolution. Because where I was from, niggas came from I'm a lead to it. Well, with the shit I got, niggas, we was from Mars some motherfucking way. And it was Dr. Ben, John Henry Clark, and the niggas and John Jackson made me realize I probably need to look at science. I probably need to study evolution. I probably need to read a book on Charles Darwin. It was them niggas, yo. Nobody around me did that. My mama didn't tell me about John Henry Clark or Dr. Ben, and my father's source fuck didn't. He gave me a book from Howard University that said the same shit
that Dr. Ben was saying. So if Dr. Ben is the craziest nigga on the block, then everybody that talked about that, all the white people that talked about it, all the niggas is crazy, Corey. I'm saying, yo, that's not the Phil Valentine package. You can just say that the nigga lied on his resume, and you can say he got a lot of shit wrong about this and that, yo. But you can't say that his general principles
this is an outsider.
He tore the whole community down, bro. That's crazy to me.
This is my problem with the black community.
Wow.
This is my problem. Everybody with a skin tone, with the skin tone that's black is your brother. It don't matter whether these motherfuckers is from Ecuador with the Omax and shit. They want to be, you want to be the Omax. We want to be the Egyptians. We want to be the goddamn Australians. We want to be goddamn it the Potawatomi. And we gotta cut this fuck. This is the problem. This is why we all over the place. This is why everybody, every black person in America is bumping. They on their knees. They bashing their head up against the floor, praying to some God that they don't have they didn't make up. Somebody else, some other nigga made up. You know what I'm saying? That they fighting to think that they the ones. They the Hebrews. They the Moors. They the Muslims. They the Egyptians. They the Nubians. They the Omax. They the Native American. Like the shit, is out of control and fucking crazy. That's why I'm a pseudo killer, because we have to get a grasp on our people and put their feet on the fucking ground, not telling them that that the white man stole a history from them, and it's all, and the owners of it is the people in the Harlems, in the Charlotte Carolinas, and all of the shit is wild. It's why we don't have a grasp on history and chronology. It's why we don't respect science. That's why we call everything the white man's science. All of that bullshit is due to the same shit that Dr. Ben is preaching. The same shit that Philip Valentine is speaking. Right?
Corey, hold on.
No,
Corey,
no.
Wait a minute. I ain't go as long as you.
You and Reggie bludgeoned me.
No, I
with
didn't
y'all
go as long as you, though, bro. You went. I let you go.
You know what? Go ahead.
Let me go.
I'm just tired of y'all making excuses for these niggas.
Corey, let's do this. Corey,
make an excuse for something else.
But Corey, we right here in the wide open, yo. So nobody that's listening right now actually will believe that brother Unc disagrees with that. You can't get niggas to say, yo, you know what, Unc definitely disagrees with that. Nobody will believe you, yo.
It sounds like every time
like it because let me finish my point. Let me finish my point, yo.
It's somebody who's coming out of the
Don't nobody need to hear the show, Corey. The show is about you and me. They don't need to hear what we're saying, though, Corey. Don't nobody need to. We just need to talk over each other like two nuts. I'm a nut and you're a nut, and we'll nut this bitch for 8 hours. I swear to God, on my mother's grave, I don't even believe in God, and I will talk over you for 8 straight hours and won't stop talking. Nobody won't hear this shit. I promise you this, bro. You gonna do the same shit. We be too crazy because we too nuts. We the same nigga. I'm trying to tell you, Corey, that no matter what mistakes Dr. Ben made, we get it.
We gotta forgive him for it. Because he was black.
No, you do not got to.
And the white man was racist.
You doing it, nigga. You talking over me, Corey.
Because that's what you're gonna do to me, Corey. That's what you've been doing to me the whole time.
I let you talk.
We have to excuse him.
Corey, I let you talk, dog.
Because he was fighting against the white man.
What you afraid of, though, Corey? What you actually afraid of,
Because I'm tired of hearing it. I done heard it for 15 years.
Okay, so you're tired of hearing it.
He was fighting against the white man.
We're gonna hear each other out. Because if you don't hear me out, I'm not gonna hear you out, Corey.
Go ahead, then. Tell us how he was fighting against the white man again. Go ahead.
We on the clock, bro. So maybe you live in a different world than I live in, dog. But the world I live in, Dr. Ben was closer to where we need to push towards than most of the niggas I know. Maybe you know more than me. The nigga wasn't so just because the nigga
I should send you to the crack dealer.
So Corey, what's your problem, though, Corey?
I'm gonna send you to the crack dealer because he's better than the
heroin dealer. Listen to what you're trying to say, Corey.
He's better than the heroin dealer.
Corey, listen what you're trying to say, Corey. You trying to say
Keep convincing me.
This is what you're telling us, Corey. I'm gonna shape it up for you. You saying that Dr. Ben lied on his resume? Check.
No, I'm not. I don't care that he lied on his resume.
Let me finish, nigga. That was your highlight of the evening, nigga. That's the only shit you can do.
No, I'm talking about the black men and women. The black men and women that he
that's your best point, bro. That's your best point. The rest of your shit fall off. Your next point is he said the indigenous was black, and he said they was indigenous Africans. Well, every person that was black in North America said it. Every black person said that there was an intellectual. You can't find an intellectual during that time that didn't say that. So you got to cross all them off the list, right? Next point is he got some shit wrong about Cleopatra and some couple other things, and then you say the nigga wasn't teaching evolution, and he got whole chapters on evolution. Bro, nobody's listening to that shit, Corey, and you fighting it too hard. You fighting it way too hard, bro.
Got a whole chapter teaching you about evolution. I can go into a chapter.
Read the book, Corey.
I can go into a chapter,
no, you
and
cannot.
learn about evolution from Dr. B.
That's not
I can do
point,
that.
Yo, you in 19.
Okay, so don't throw that out there then.
Yo.
Don't throw that out there then.
Jesus Christ, there's a better way to hit a nigga than that. I'm thinking you supposed to be the evolution of Dr. Ben, nigga. I supposed to be the evolution of that.
No, we not. We ain't supposed to be nothing close to Dr. Ben. We're supposed to be the absolute opposite.
Hold on, you got it fucked up.
We're supposed to be the absolute opposite.
We're not the evolution of no Phil Valentine, nigga.
We supposed to be the absolute opposite of that nigga, too. Him too.
How you gonna be the
absolute opposite of Dr. Ben?
How you gonna be the opposite of that nigga, yo?
I'm listening. We should be niggas.
Show me how you.
Let me show you how.
I'm gonna shut up for this one, Corey.
Let me show you how.
I'm gonna shut up for this one.
We should be actually niggas
do
the rigor. We should be the niggas who do the rigorous work and go and get them fucking PhDs and bring it back to the black men and women and children in this black community, right? That's what we should do. Organizing something, not telling these niggas they from the fucking Mediterranean. And they need to be praying to Akhenaten, and these fucking white people is stealing their artifacts and putting it in the fucking museum. That's what he got black people thinking. That's not benefiting black people. What he should have been doing is taking his funky ass into some kind of thing where he could be teaching black people bilingual, because he was actually bilingual. That's what we could have used his funky ass for. Instead, what he was trying to do is convince black people that he had some type of tenure and he was some type of UNESCO chairman and shit, and that they was Egyptians. That's what he chose to do. That's what he chose to tell black people. He chose to lie on his mama and shit like that in front of black men, women, and children. That's what he chose to do. But what he could have been valuable.
You said that too. You said that 3 motherfucking times, nigga.
Okay,
now
fine.
You got to prove that one. I'm not getting to go prove that one, nigga.
Prove what?
Everybody want to know we lie on this mother, dog. Since we that,
yo,
we already
nobody's
we
mama,
in it, nigga. And no matter how it turn out, Corey, remember you did this, because I'm not stopping. You not stopping.
Okay.
So go get that source, Corey. Right
I'm just
now,
gonna say. I'm just gonna say to you. I'm just gonna say one thing to you.
Go get the source with Dr. Ben lie on his mother. You said it too many times. I'm Candyman around this motherfucker.
I'm just gonna say it.
Nope.
I'm just gonna say it, Nobody's mama.
We don't believe you no more.
Did the man? Did he say he pressed his head up against his mama's womb?
A mechanism that will help you determine what the reality is.
Did he say that he pressed his head up against his mama's private parts? Did he say that?
I'm not trusting you, bro. I'm not trusting you, bro.
You said
I don't trust you, bro. I don't trust you, bro.
Fine. Well, let's move on then. Fine.
Go play. Go play. We want to make sure you got the right context.
I'm lying on him. I
made that on. You said it all right, Corey. Because you said the man.
I made it out of.
And every woman and child can literally open up the motherfucking book and see him talk about Australopithecus, Charles Darwin, and Lucy. So what the fuck was he talking about, bro? So go get that, Corey.
Ken Ham talks about Australopithecus.
No, he don't. Ken Ham don't talk about evolution.
Ken Ham talks about
put dinosaurs together, Corey.
Bro. He put all that shit. Ken Ham will fucking dog walk Dr. Ben.
Dog walk who?
Dr. Ben. Ken Ham knows more about evolution.
Nah, man, you crazy.
Ken Ham knows more about evolution than
Ken Ham don't
Dr.
know
Ben
about. No,
could
he
imagine
don't.
knowing.
No, he don't. Stop
yes, he does. He does. And it's a shame because he's a creationist. And he don't even believe in it.
I beat the brakes off of this nigga with some basic
absolutely.
So Dr. Ben has those basic dating
that
principles,
does not mean He does not
Dr.
know
Ben had the
evolution.
basic dating principles down, bro. In his book, he give you basic dating principles. He give you basic points of references. Lucy, I learned about Lucy in the Leakey
And a
family.
fifth grader can tell you about Lucy better than
No,
he
they
did.
can't.
Better than he did. Yes,
No, they
can.
can't.
Yeah, they can.
No, they can't.
What did he say about
you
Lucy? He asking why the modern humans ain't looking like the archaic humans. Like no fifth grader would ask that question.
Yeah, but that's not fair, yo. Like you all out of context.
No fifth grader would ask that question. I'm sorry.
Corey, can we just say
I'm
that?
just apologizing for that.
Corey, seriously, do you really think? I mean, seriously, bro, are you trying to convince everybody? Because you said it like 100 times yesterday. Are you saying that Dr.
And we
Ben
read
was
it
saying
too.
that
And we read it too.
No, Corey. Let me get the context in, bro. Then you can explain it. Because this was our real point of contention. See, I never got mad at you talking about the other shit. Because it's right there for niggas to see. So I ain't mad. But the shit that got me livid right now, besides you talking about that man mother, because that's crazy
I'm not talking about his mom. He the one
said
who
he lied on his mother,
mama.
yo.
He
He
did
can't even
lie on
defend
his
that
mama.
statement, dog. Damn, I can see you
Whose
cussing
mama
about
gonna
on
let
some
them put their
alien
head
shit.
in
I'ma
her
rock with you on
private
that.
parts?
I don't know if y'all want to play it because it's vulgar.
Yeah, nigga, play that shit, nigga. I'm not running from
No, he lying on his mama. No black woman would do that. No black woman would do that.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Let's get some clarity. That was something that was for our personal chat, right? So you probably seen the video.
I didn't bring that out.
But I said he just lied on his mama. You the one who wanted to go into detail about it.
He was giving you an analogy.
No, he said he did that in real life. He said he really did that.
Yo, in context, I understand what you were saying. And
I don't. I can't understand it. I'm sorry.
What I want to do right now. Hold on, bro. Let's stick to the.
We don't have to go down that road. I'm telling you, we don't. We don't have to
care.
open
Now,
that
hold on.
box
You know,
up.
I don't care, nigga. I ain't Dr. Ben. You know, I don't give 3 flying fucks.
I'm just saying for the respect of your show. You talk about how you want to respect your show.
No, it's too late. I'm in the middle of the street now. Now I don't give a fuck the show, nigga. I kill the channel and do another show. You know how I get down, nigga. I start. This ain't nothing to me. I start from 0 and start over again. So no, it's too late. I'm in the middle of the street. We're gonna do Dr. Ben for 8 hours again,
what
nigga.
black woman would let their son do that? He's lying.
Play the video, nigga.
No,
we ain't
no
bluffing.
black woman would do that.
No, we're gonna play that video. We're gonna let the audience decide based off what
I started this show. We not playing that nasty shit. Y'all move on.
The fact that you just said that make me say play that shit.
No,
I play that shit.
No, this your channel, yo. We gonna keep it.
Yeah, play that. Play that, because now niggas wonder, well, what was it? See, now you did it on purpose, Jeff. You did that.
No, I didn't. I'm just saying it's not worth it.
It's worth it to me.
For what? Come on, man. Damn, it's just gonna be play that. It's just gonna be further smearing the man, yo.
It's too late now.
And I don't have a problem with smearing him. Just to let you know that.
Man, just play the
nigga told lies.
video.
We're playing the video, nigga.
In front of men, women, and
play the
children.
video.
And lied all the way
video,
to
nigga.
So I don't.
Play the video.
Hey, Chef. Hey, Chef, go ahead and run the tape, man. Shit, y'all already got tickets to the first.
It's already people already listen. People already in their feelings about this topic. Any motherfucking way. So
Corey done call him, man.
Hey,
listen,
nigga. That's what's gonna happen when the Pseudo Killers is on the panel. You can guarantee somebody's
y'all play the video.
Hey,
if we play the video,
out of control Pseudo Killers.
Everybody gonna blame us.
Hey. Anytime the Pseudo Killers is
anytime
on the
I'm out of control, Pseudo Killer, you out of control. Because now, stay with me.
Put a lock and key
I'm gonna tell you what you're not gonna do.
Because I can guarantee we coming for
Guess you're not gonna do, Corey.
That's my goal.
You're not gonna explain to us. Watch this, Corey. You're not gonna explain to us how Dr. Ben was wrong about evolution. You made a statement.
I've already explained that
No,
the whole day.
No,
what we spent 8
so
hours
let's do
on.
it again without you talking over. So I want to shut up, and I want you to explain how what Dr. Ben said made him cue you into he don't know about evolution. Go ahead, Corey. I swear to God.
I already went into the questions and shit that he was asking. If he asked those questions,
I'm gonna shut up, Corey. Explain that, Corey. Explain how what that nigga said make you understood that he ain't understand evolution, Corey? Go ahead.
Because a person who understood evolution, right? They would understand why archaic humans don't look like modern humans. They would understand that, and furthermore, he would understand that when you get into Africa, I don't give a fuck where you at in Africa. I don't care where you're at. It's all kind of skin ranges in Africa. Every skin range on the fucking planet is on the continent of Africa. That's why I be like, you niggas is batshit crazy when y'all talk about this Africa shit. Cause it don't mean nothing. It's about what region you in. That's what means something in Africa. What a part of your culture. He didn't understand that. He didn't understand anything about that. He thought all Africans was just African. And you're supposed to have nappy hair and you're supposed to look like me if you are African. You're supposed to look like me if you're African, even if you're archaic African. You're supposed to look like me. That's what he thought. And that's what his questions was.
Finish, Corey?
Yeah, I'm done.
Do not interrupt me, Corey, because I didn't interrupt you, brother.
That's fine. I'm gonna mute out. Go ahead.
I'm gonna call you all kind of names and cowards and don't want to hit me talk the truth.
I'm gonna be on mute the whole time.
Let a real pseudo killer talk right now. Let me kill the pseudo in you. So it would be absolutely pseudo with a man that names hundreds of different archaic human fossils. Xanthicus boise. I said Xanthicus boise. I said Australopithecus. I said Australopithecus africanus. I've been in the museums and I seen the skulls and they look clearly different than the Homo sapiens sapiens skulls. So in Dr. Ben's book, he actually has the skulls. So he understands the different robustness on certain skulls, the high eye bridges, right? The smaller foreheads on the Xanthopithecus, the RD. He understands all of this. So anybody saying that this man was trying to say that the archaic skull should look like Homo sapiens sapien is running a sham on the conscious community. He would have never thought that based off of looking at the actual skulls. Now, what the man was saying was, now watch this, y'all tell me which one make one sense. He was saying, why is it you're showing a Australopithecus in Kenya with white fucking skin? It wouldn't have made sense. Not at all, bro. That was his point. So much so that the museums, we can go to the Museum of Natural History right now, and they got a Lucy looking all crazy and pale in the face. Right now to this day. He was strictly saying from an anthropological standpoint of view, there are certain things that need to be corrected. What's the correction? Well, if you're in the equator in Kenya, then anything coming up out of that with exposed skin has to be dark brown in color, because if not, they would not give rise to valuable offspring, because we're surrounded by radiation and the shit would literally kill them. So he was right in that assertion. Simple as that, bro. I don't know how you got this shit out of that. So really, Dr. Ben was really showing a profound understanding of evolution and how this shit should be showed in quote unquote anthropology in the museums. I'm not saying that shit no more. I'm done.
Well, that's fine. I ain't mad that you feel like that. That's what you feel like. You feel like he was a profound guy who you should go learn evolution from. That's fine. I mean, me personally, I'd rather learn evolution from an evolutionary biologist, not some crazy ass nigga who I don't know where the fuck the nigga even from, who ain't never stepped a foot in nobody's fucking classroom and he lies about it. That's batshit crazy to me, and I'm sorry, you just can't convince me otherwise. I'm sorry. I apologize. I guess you know what? I don't know. That's why I be saying, like, I be thinking I'm in the Twilight Zone when I be Cause like what nigga, I don't understand how you hold somebody to a prestige and saying about evolution, and this nigga's not a fucking, he's a wannabe Egyptologist. He's not even a biologist or an anthropologist or any of that shit. So like, I mean, at least like paleontology or something. Like give me something. Like he's the champion of evolutionary biology in the Black community because he ran off a couple names of early hominids. Like that, the shit to me, if that's the requirement to be a master teacher of in some type of evolutionary teacher or something like that, if that's the requirement, this is why I'm saying the Black community is fucked up, because we're giving that guy a wannabe halfway ass Egyptologist. We're saying we need to learn evolutionary biology from this guy. He's the champion. Nobody in the conscious community would be talking scientific or about evolution if not for this guy. That shit, to me, I don't care who y'all is. That shit to me is batshit crazy, and this is how I know that I don't belong in this community. Me personally. This is why this is why people have so many issues with me, because I don't belong in a place like this. Me, I don't. But I'm cool. Y'all go ahead.
Nigga, don't run. Don't run, nigga. Stay right in the middle of the street. Now you pulling at my motherfucking heart.
No, I'm listening, but I'm on mute, so go ahead.
Because you're not playing fair now, Corey. Your black ass know damn well I agree with everything you said, nigga. And that's why I came in the fucking community. Because of all the shit you just fucking said, nigga. At no point did I think Dr. Ben was the master of motherfucking evolution. Yo, you tripping now. You being funny because you running out of shit. So you gonna beat up the old man now. Nigga, I don't think that nigga was an expert. I don't think that nigga was an Egyptologist. You know damn well. The nigga never fuck all that. You know I don't think that. What I'm saying is, if we take our little 2022 mind and go back to 1960 when the nigga wrote the fucking book, you would be surrounded by niggas cussing your black ass out, talking the shit you talking right now about some Australopithecus, Zinthopithecus, RD, and all your crazy. Nigga, you might get hung the fuck up somewhere in the black community. I'm saying in an environment where niggas were teaching that Jesus Christ was white and Jesus Christ is this and that. The nigga shit stood the fuck out. And at least the shit he said, yo, was based off of science at that particular time. That's all I'm saying, bro. I'm not telling my kids read a motherfucking Dr. Ben book, bro. I said, if y'all want to know the climate in the 60s and the 70s, yo, about what niggas was talking about, right? As far as church and evolution and origin of civilization back then in the 60s, then read a Dr. Ben book. But I'm going to give them niggas Neil deGrasse Tyson, yo. I'll give them niggas all the evolutionary books. Yo, I got all that shit sitting on my thing, nigga. Sitting on a coffee table. Dr. Ben shit is retired, nigga, in my house. On some real shit. Like, who the fuck does that? Like, who the fuck does that, Corey? So, nigga, I'm not saying that. I'm saying, yo, the standard we got right now, yo, it's not the standard it was back then. They didn't have that access. They didn't, like, it's crazy to me that you could say this, bro. So the shit that you call a lie, yo, all fucking intellectuals talked about this conversation about the origin of humanity, and they was black people. Like, everybody did that, dog. Some of the great intellectuals of the time said the same shit, yo. Now, mind you, they might not allow their resume, or we might catch them on their resume, but the shit he was saying, yo, wasn't no spaceship shit, bro. And I'm saying, I respect that man for not bringing us the spaceship Bible shit, bro. That's all I'm saying. Jesus Christ, dog, you judging this nigga like he got a iPhone.
I don't want you to think that I have a problem that he lied, because it's a difference between lying on your resume. Everybody embellishes on their. If you don't embellish on your resume, you fucking up. You cheat. You cheating yourself. It when you know. You always make things sound better on your resume, right? But you don't flat out lie about it. And it's not about, my issue is not that, it is an issue to me. I'm gonna quit saying that. It is an issue to me that he lied to get those jobs, right? That's an issue to me. But the real issue is they bring the bullshit to the disadvantaged community. That's all. Can you hear? Do y'all hear me? Do y'all hear the things that I'm saying? I'm not saying I don't like this nigga because he told the white folks that he went to Cambridge. That's a flaw to me. That's a bad. He has bad characteristics, and I wouldn't fuck with the nigga behind a lot of that shit, right? But that's not it for me. That's not what's doing it for me. It's this. I'm sick and tired of every time I fucking turn around in this black community, in this conscious community, the niggas that's up at the top. You know how when you go into the Capitol building, right? You see the bust. Yeah. You see the bust of Franklin D. Roosevelt, George Washington. You know what I'm saying? Woodrow Wilson and all of them boys, right? When you go, y'all got this is. I'm not gonna say y'all, but let me say this: the conscious community got Dr. Ben, Khalid Muhammad. And some of these people I'm fine with, just mind you. You got Phil Valentines and Baba Heru and these type of niggas, Infudishi, which I like Infudishi, but the nigga is out of his mind, right? These is the people that's in the Capitol building, in the conscious community. We cannot have that. We gotta have Ron McNear up there. You see what I'm saying? We gotta have Amos Wilson up there. John Henry Clark up there. You know what I'm saying? Those people have to be up there. We should not even know who the fuck Dr. Ben is, in my humble opinion. This is just and y'all get in y'all feelings, but I just be giving my opinion. I want to keep it real with you, I don't want to be a fake nigga to you, I'm saying is I'm keeping it real, and this is my opinion. Y'all shouldn't even know who the fuck Dr. Ben is. That's my opinion. Period.
All right. So you take the nigga best friend, yo, John Henry Clark, yo, they traveled together in the same circle.
That's fine. You cannot get the merits. Don't use John Henry Clark.
I got you, yo, because the niggas right. John Henry Clark. Yo, you just like John Henry Clark, but he said the same shit. He said he just was black.
He didn't say that. He did. He didn't say that.
Yo, don't loud, yo, they gonna come out and get a show for that. He did, yo.
You gotta show me that.
Pull that up. Pull that up.
You gotta pull that up. I've never heard him say that. I'm saying me personally. I've never heard him say that.
Why would they argue over the 18th dynasty and the 25th dynasty if both niggas didn't think the shit was back?
They was talking about people of Nubian origin sitting on the throne.
No, they was arguing over that, yo. So you saying
the 18th? Go ahead.
No, it was John Henry Clark like the 18th dynasty, and I probably got it mixed up. Dr. Ben like the 25th dynasty. But I'm saying, yo, they all thought they was African classical civilizations with black people in them. Yo, like, this is supposed to be some basic shit we should not.
Yeah, but you're clearly talking about Nubians being on the throne in Egypt, so I think you deliberately fucking that up.
I might be fucking that up, but I'm saying, I don't think nobody listened to the show, and we can let niggas tap in. And I'd rather me and Corey have this type of conversation than just talking over each other. Then at least niggas can hear what we saying. Because actually, yo, all the shit you saying, yo, I get it, nigga. But this the part you keep fucking up. Nigga, ain't nobody else, nigga. Like you acting like we niggas was fully entrenched in their roots and could actually get the story right. Like you really act like that shit. And because you 2022, nigga. I get it. But I got enough sense to know that I just want you to know, bro, that niggas was running from water hoses, dog, and German shepherds by the police department, dog, and pissing in the black bathroom with the black sign over top of the motherfucker, yo. Why a nigga was trying to figure out how to sneak into the library, though, yo. I just think that might have.
But Martin Luther King, and them college students still maintain to achieve their goals.
Let me finish.
They was college students, though. Them was college students.
Dog. I'm just trying to make a point, yo. Let me speak. I'm saying, yeah, they was all the above, yo. But the point I really want to make is, damn, yo, why you think niggas got motherfuckers as they heroes, or why you think niggas is the bus and all that old shit, yo? You know what I mean? Like, because, yo, we supposed to be coming with some clarity, yo. But you ain't gonna never get no clarity if you can't see back into the motherfucking 60s, understand their environment. You know what it's like, yo? It's like a nigga saying, yo, if them niggas would have ran over there, yo, and tried to snatch you up from slavery, I'd have shot a motherfucker. Nigga, you ain't had no motherfucking gun. You in a motherfucking in the middle of somewhere, and somebody you never seen before on a horseback came and snatched your fucking ass up. It wouldn't have been that. So we gotta have some type of goddamn empathy, bro. Like, you cannot go through the world as a homo sapien and not know that there's value on understanding the situation a person was in. So that don't mean we gotta do it, Corey. So for the record, Corey, I have not placed the people that you talked about past your man that went to space. You got it all fucked up when you talk to me, bro. See, that's a difference there, bro.
No, I know that, though. I already know that.
You know that, yo.
Yeah, I know that.
So how do we get there? How do we get the people there?
No, I'm saying the people, though, are the community. I'm not. Don't get me confused. I know what you know. You know what I'm saying? That's why That's why I can say what I can say and be comfortable. What I'm saying to you, right? But we have an audience, and that's what I'm saying. But you know what my problem is, and I figured it out while you was talking. I figured out what my problem is. And I think people who have had a similar situation as me, they might understand. My problem is I didn't get a lot of time. You know, my grandfather never gave me a chance to get a lot of time to be around like women, like my grandmother and my mom. Like I was raised by my grandfather, right? And he never cut cards. He never cared. The best characteristic about my grandfather that I always remember, and in real time I hated it, but now in retrospect it was his best characteristic. He never gave a fuck how you felt about what he said to you or how he said it. He never ever gave a fuck. Like he would say shit to my grandmother like that no nigga would say to their wife, right? Like, and the thing is it's not that he was trying to be malicious. It's just that he didn't want any ambiguity in what he was saying and thinking. He did not want anyone to have to guess about how he felt about something or what he was thinking about something, right? And he kept it always cut dry. And I never seen the nigga like smile like with a genuine smile. I would see him, he would laugh and grin with this like it was like a sinister like grin and laugh, right? It was if he laughed or grin, it was something sinister going on. You know what I'm saying? Like he was not a cheerful type of person, right? But I think that's my problem, is because I give it to you raw. I was raised, and even in my career, right? Nobody you're on a construction site. If you want to hear some shit, go to a construction site. You're gonna hear and please leave your fucking feelings at home. Because believe me, I promise you, if you got a half a feeling and you go on a construction site, that motherfucker is gonna be ripped to shreds by the time that 8-hour day is over with, right? You ain't gonna never bring that fucking feeling back near that job site no more if you go on the construction site, right? So those was the two environments that I come from. So that's why I always give it raw like that, right? And it makes me feel comfortable giving it raw because I can say, you know what I can say, at least I said something. You know what I'm saying? And that's what my grandfather told me. He said, when shit go fucked up and shit get all fucked up, at least I can tell myself I put the effort in to warn them. I put the effort in to explain that to them clearly. You see what I'm saying? Or I put the effort in to show them clearly. And now when y'all ride down, when you're painting, when you going down and you're trying to paint your walls with lead paint, at least I can say, you know what? The Pseudo Killers clowned that stupid ass nigga Philip Valentine for that shit. And we didn't cut no cars behind that bullshit ass nigga. At least the Pseudo Killers is gonna say that. That's all I'm saying. And in 10 years from now, see, it seems like I'm so disrespectful now in real time, right? But people will appreciate this in future time because a lot of the shit, just like I just told y'all, I didn't appreciate how much of an asshole my grandfather was until after he's gone. Now I realize he was not being an asshole. He was preparing me for real life because guess what? Out here in the real world, everybody just like my granddad, they don't give a fuck about your feelings. A nigga will come up in a church and start shooting motherfuckers just because he feel like it. You see the white boy go up in the church, the nigga just start shooting niggas because he didn't like the color of their skin. So we need to be prepared for the world instead of saying, oh, the white man didn't let me. The white man stopped me. Because Martin Luther King, them college students, they got spit in the face, they got punched, they got kicked. The water hoses that you talking about, those was all college students getting bit by the dogs and shit. Those were students putting their life on the line so that people coming behind them can go to school and get a good education. So we can have Ron McNears and those type, and the Neil deGrasse Tysons and those people like that, and the Cornel Wesses and all of the people, right? So we can have a Pseudo Killers show and we can sit on here and talk this kind of shit freely, right? That's why them college students got the water hoses and dogs on their asses. Dr. Ben wasn't doing that kind of shit. I'm just saying. Yeah, but go ahead.
But I don't know. I can't actually say what Dr. Ben did in the civil rights movement, so I wouldn't necessarily speak on that. But imagine a world without no empathy, yo. That's part of the evolutionary process, yo. That's what made humans be able to deal with groups like that, because they had empathy for each other, yo. That's one of the main reasons human beings cry, bro. Like there's a genuineness in a person or human being crying. There's a genuineness in a mother nurturing a boy, yo. Like, hey, you can't grow up like a fucking crazy ass maniac, nigga. You produce crazy ass maniacs. So for me, my empathy is, yo, I understand the environment the nigga came out of, yo. I see why the direct response to white Egypt being black Egypt. Like, I could see that. And I'm not gonna hold that shit against that man, yo. Like we forget that we got iPhones. We forget that we got access to all universities and all museums on planet Earth, bro. Like we run all out, we run past that shit like it's nothing, dude. So any mistake that nigga made, at least it wasn't a outright, I'm gonna make it up. Like it's not a far stretch from the 5 races, bro. Mongoloids living in motherfucking Asia, Caucasoid living in the Caucasus Mountains, Native Americans living in South and North America, Oceania living in the motherfucking islands, and goddamn Negroes living in goddamn Africa. To the Egyptians are fucking black, yo. Like it don't take a whole lot of imagination.
What you just say?
That don't take no imagination. You hear me? I said for a nigga to sit up in the 60s and say that the Egyptians was black based off of understanding geography
Yeah, but
I don't be mad at niggas that said that though, dog.
But what about the people? What about
cut
what about
Corey
the
off.
people
Don't
that
cut
was?
me off. Just cut Corey off. Don't cut me off. Ain't nobody cut Corey off. Let me make my point. My point is very clear, dog. I'm not saying Dr. Ben was the champion. I'm saying for the time and place and available information, he was way closer to understanding where human beings came from. He said Africa. 2, who the Egyptians was. He said they was indigenous. And 3, trying to let you know that the religion shit was fucking crazy. The nigga was a fucking atheist, dog. Yo, that's way in the 60s. That's way more better than flying in spaceships, going to planet Red, not fuck with vaccines. At least the nigga had it in science. At least the nigga told us, yo, the religion shit was crazy. So for me, dog, you gotta find somebody's shoulder you're gonna stand on, bro. Because if you don't stand on somebody's shoulder, you can be standing in a little nowhere and redoing all the shit all over again. That shit's crazy for me, bro. So you can do it. I get it. I'm not asking you to like nobody. I'm not asking you to pick and choose nobody. I'm saying, yo, at a certain point, yo, like everybody need to have some empathy, bro. Like that's part of the human experience. And not having that, yo, is crazy. That's all I'm gonna tell you.
You're absolutely right. Everybody need to have some empathy, right? But see, the thing is, we don't have time. We don't have time to hold hands and walk across the street. Like
we don't do that now.
Niggas gotta dart across that motherfucking street on their own. But you gotta be suited with the tools, though. You gotta be suited with the cognitive abilities to cross the street. You gotta have all 5 senses. And did you know, in order to cross the street, you need all 5 senses. Motherfuckers don't even realize that. They don't even realize you need all 5 senses to cross the street. It's crazy, but it sounds ridiculous. It sounds crazy. It sounds out of this world, right?
A deaf person can cross the street.
A blind person. But the deaf
person got a blind spot.
He got assistance.
Nah. All he gotta do is look to his left and look to his right, and he can determine.
No. When a deaf person is crossing the street, he's got a cane that's feeling.
No. A deaf person.
That's a blind. No.
Not a blind person.
A deaf person, a handicapped person, a handicapped person, right?
A deaf person. I'm talking about deaf. Let's be specific.
A deaf person can cross the street, but they definitely have a blind spot with the hearing. Like
but he can cross the street.
No, Sheffrin. You know what happens, Sheffrin? It's amplified. The eyesight is start to be amplified, right? And you start to overexert some of the other senses. But you need all. What I'm saying,
you still
I'm
got
not saying it's impossible. What I didn't say was it was impossible. Y'all be going off the rails, man. I'm saying you need all 5 senses to cross the fucking street. Like that's just a simple thing, dog. It might sound.
Why would I need taste? Why would I need taste?
Smell is the smell.
The smell and taste and feel.
Smell is a part of taste, and you use it more often than you actually realize.
I can taste the car coming.
No.
I smell the car coming.
It's not. It's about
the 5 senses.
Smell heightens.
The 5 senses: sight, sound, smell, taste, and touch. Come on, bro.
And smell heightens the senses. Some of the senses.
Don't stray off on it.
I can't let you Dr.
Listen, we're making a good point. Can I ask
you pulling the Dr. Corey?
I can't let you Dr. Bennett, bro.
Are you receptive?
No, I'm not.
I'm
fine. I made it up. I made it up. Right? If that's what y'all want to hear, but I didn't make it up.
Are you receptive to a question?
That was actually a study that they did, and I just happened to tune in to the study that they was doing, and they was talking about that, how you don't realize how you need all of your senses to do the most mundane things, and crossing the street was one of the examples that they gave. That's all I'm saying, bro. Y'all went off the deep end to all the absolutes, like, oh, it's not impossible, and a blind person and a deaf person, and all I'm saying is you need your senses. You need all 5 of your senses more than you thought. And my point of saying that, Shefford, my point in Sosa saying that is, we have to prepare people. We have to train people to use those senses. We can't send them across the street with no sense of sight or hearing. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not cool. That's not cool. That's all I was saying. Like we don't have time to sit back and say, well, okay, well, he was halfway wrong, but he was halfway right about this. We don't have that time anymore.
Okay. Well, Corey, do you agree with what the scientists say about this new, fantastic ultimate telescope? Because you had a little presentation the other day. You believe what they say about that?
What they say about it?
No, I'm just saying their narrative. What did Dr. Ben say? I mean,
did you hear my presentation?
I'm talking about their point of view, maybe even their outlook, but what they say and what their narrative is about the telescope and about space. Do you value that more than you value Dr. Ben's narrative?
Absolutely. 1,000%.
All right, great. All right, then let's see.
You know that white girl Michelle, when she was talking, I was hanging on every fucking syllable. That girl right there. I was hanging on every syllable that she said.
Can you hear the screen? Can you see the screen?
I can see the screen.
Right? Listen closely.
I can't hear it, but I can see it. But go ahead. Yeah.
Now listen closely.
And so when we're talking about galaxies in the distant universe, they're all moving away from us. And
absolutely.
So, now, what did she say?
She's talking. She was probably talking about the red ship and blue ship, because she's talking about galaxies. Right. And I didn't even hear that part. She's talking about
the galaxies were moving
away from us.
Right. She said when it comes to galaxies, they're all moving away from us. Now,
yes, everything is moving away from everything.
If I tell you that statement is pseudo, what you gonna say?
I'm gonna say I can prove it's not pseudo, because I know about the red ship and the blue ship.
Now, you
know about the Doppler. It's called the Doppler effect.
You know what they thought when the sun was moving? When the sun was moving on us? That's what she's thinking. It's a mistake. I mean, qualified people can make a mistake, is what my point is. Because
I don't understand what you're saying.
When it comes to galaxies, everything
you gotta play more of that video
from us, because that would mean we're the center of it.
Hold on, bro. You played.
Hey, listen. Everywhere in the galaxy is the center of the galaxy. Everywhere you go, it don't matter where the fuck you at in this whole 13.7 billion years of the galaxy, right? It's gonna look like every point that you at, it's gonna look like everything is moving away from you. It's gonna look like you're the center of the galaxy, no matter
because it's relative.
That's a fact.
Right? So when she says that, someone could make an argument, it's a mistake. I'm just saying, qualified people can make mistakes without the kind of indictment you give.
What mistake did she make, bro?
Mistake, just saying it. I just need 5 minutes. I gotta go, but I just
hold on.
What did she say that was?
What mistake?
That was a mistake. Say it again.
I'll repeat it again, verbatim. When it comes to galaxies, they're all moving away from us.
Yeah, that's you heard of the Doppler effect, right?
I heard it.
You ever hear a train come? Let's do it this way. Let's get on planet Earth. Let's walk down on planet Earth, right?
Mm-hmm.
You ever hear a train?
I've been looking down on it for a long time.
Okay, let's stay here then. Let's ground our feet here. You ever hear a train, right? When you hear a train coming, you hear it say, when it go past, right? That's called the Doppler effect, right? Not only the sound does that, but photons do the same thing, right? It's called the Doppler effect. And so it's a red shift and a blue shift. So things coming towards you tend to go into the blue. You know, you see things in red, blue, and green, right? That's the way. That's your color spectrum, right? Right in your eyes. That's the way the brain translates
the electromagnetic spectrum. That's right.
So when things coming towards you, they seem to shift towards the blue. When things are moving away from you, they seem to shift towards the red, right? And this is called the Doppler effect. That's why when a train comes towards you, you hear it the compressed. You hear those sound waves become compressed coming towards you. But as they go past, they start to stretch out. And it says, like that. You know what I'm saying? You know, the train noise or whatever.
Well,
it's called the Doppler effect.
Explain the wave. You're trying to explain wave action, and I understand that. The further away it appears,
he actually
with the logarithms, the further away it's going to appear red. It gets redder, and the blue comes in the way they have it set up. But
what mistake did she make? You said she made a mistake. Right. What is her mistake?
Yeah, she was right on that, Brother James.
Yeah, she was right. Yeah, like there was no mistake. We observe the red shift. We see things moving away from us. I just wanted to jump in on this Dr. Ben conversation because I jumped out of the car at 2,000 years ago.
Got off this.
Damn, we go right back.
Cedric ain't never get his piece though.
I don't want to go to Dr. Ben. I speak to ways of thinking. There's a reason why I don't look at any of the old series I grew up looking at, because they form a nostalgia in my head and they paint a certain picture of my reference point at a certain point in time. If I was to keep referring back to those things in today's modern world, I'm exposing that nostalgia aspect of my being to criticism based on the standards of today. So when we refer to our greats, we are exposing them to the criticism that they are going to get from our modern level of understanding things. We look back and we evaluate. So now when I was 15 years old and Aquaman or The Man from Atlantis was the greatest show, when I keep thinking about it, it's a great show. When I go look at it today, I go, man, they got that wrong, they got that wrong, they got that wrong. Were I to tell my kids, this show is awesome, and ask them to watch it, they would tear it apart. So I don't. I leave that in my little box. So when we have these discussions, we got to remember that when we bring our heroes, right or wrong, half right, completely right, when we bring them into the conversation today, we are exposing them to the standards of today. And then it comes with the type of scrutiny that we've been witnessing. So we either decide we're going to leave them in the closet, love them, and let them represent our development where there was, but we can't continue to refer back to them and not expect the scrutiny that we see now.
There's about 100 galaxies.
2 years ago, I told them niggas.
That was profound.
2 years ago, I told them niggas. 2 years ago, I told them niggas retire that shit. Remember, I was talking about retirement, putting niggas in the hall, retire all that shit. We was having that same conversation.
That's a fact. Yeah, you did say that. Hell yeah, that was a good point, Cedric. And y'all wasn't trying to let that man speak on it.
Now, there's about 100. There's about 100 galaxies moving away from us. All right. I mean, coming towards us. There's about 100 galaxies coming towards us.
Yeah, Andromeda.
I'm gonna jump on for half an hour, and I'm gonna jump back on.
Andromeda is one of them.
All right, said it.
Listen, I'm trying to stop the pseudoism.
Yo, hold on, man. Hold on, bro. Because I know you drinking right now.
now. Not this time.
Yeah, you
Not
ain't
this
listen.
time.
Hold on, man. I just want a minute to gather my thoughts on what Cedric just said, yo. I damn near want to cuss his motherfucking ass out because he's like a whole 2 days late with the shit. We need to ponder what
I
that
need
man
to
just
sit
said,
back
yo.
and listen to what's going
Yeah,
on. I'm watching all the shows, watching what's
No,
going
hold
on.
on, Cedric. Let me finish my point, Cedric. The shit you just said, yo, was profound. And niggas gotta hear that shit. Ain't no salt in the game with that statement, yo. It explains what the fuck is going on.
Out the tree. Oh, my
Simple
bad,
as
bro.
that, dog. It explains what's going on, dog. And I thought I was saying it, but I ain't saying it good enough. So the 2022 mind on a 1960 situation wasn't clear as what you just said. So I just wanted to let everybody ponder that, for niggas start throwing sticks and stones and rocks and hating this nigga and hating that nigga for saying it. Yo, man, that's where we at.
Listen, at the same time, I didn't want anybody to think that anybody body bagged me with, hey, what she said is right. The fact is what she said was a mistake. There's about 100 galaxies moving towards us. When it comes to galaxies,
did she specify which galaxy?
Hold on. Yo, we somewhere. We can get back to the spaceship, yo. But yo, we was arguing for 2 hours about something, and we trying to get closure on something, brother James.
Understood, but this is to my point. My point Corey's core argument was this nigga made so many mistakes. We should discount everything he said.
Nah, that's not even what we. No, man. Yeah, yo, you doing it like I'm doing it, and it's gonna make him say something. That's not the point right there. The point is what the fuck Cedric said can bring closure to the shit, yo.
Okay, all right.
You get it?
Yeah.
He's trying to start the fight up again.
Right. All right, I got you. Well, I just listen. I'm bringing facts. My shit ain't pseudo.
What's your fact, though?
When 2 and 3 niggas say that everything is moving away from us, it's incorrect.
Okay, let's get some clarity on that. What he saying?
Oh my God.
I'm saying that if qualified scientists can make these kind of mistakes, and we can excuse them. Because there's a brother in charge anyway.
What galaxy was she talking about specifically? Because that
now
matters.
You want a petty frog again. She says when it comes to galaxies.
You showed us 5 seconds of a video, bro.
Yeah, you said galaxy.
What are you talking about right now?
I played what she said. I played it. I said, watch my screen.
No, you explain.
I just wanted to address one thing that you said.
James. Break it down. Let
me address one thing he said, though. He said that there's galaxies coming towards us, and you're absolutely right, James.
That's right.
I can actually name one of the galaxies. The Andromeda galaxy is one day gonna merge with our galaxy. And the amazing part about that, when that happens, if there is human beings on the planet, it will happen seamlessly. The only thing that you're gonna start to see is different star constellations in the sky. Nothing else is gonna change. You know what I'm saying? That's how much space is in between each star and shit like that. When you look at those galaxies, it look like all those stars is clumped together and they right next door to each other. But in reality, it's millions of miles in between each and every one of those stars, right? So when that galaxy merges with us, when we have that merger with the Andromeda galaxy, we are out on one of the on the outer spirals. You know, we live in the spiral galaxy, right? And the arm that we live in, the spiral arm that we is one of the outer arms, right? So when we merger with it and fluctuate with that galaxy, it's all gonna happen seamlessly. Ain't nothing really gonna differ.
Once again, I don't want us to pivot to something. I mean, I agree with you, but my point is that white scientists with the program said when it comes to galaxies, they're all moving away.
You're not. Hold on. I'm willing to bet she wasn't talking about Andromeda Galaxy.
See, now
how much you
gonna bet? You see, you would have played some shit.
Furthermore, I can guarantee you that she never said all. No credible scientist uses words like all or every.
You see what I'm saying?
The whole,
so you didn't
or
see what
things
you want
like
me to
that.
play
They
it
don't
again?
use words
you
like
have
that.
access to it. She said it. Okay.
Let's see. Let's.
Yo,
let's
you
see.
messing up. Whoa.
She probably took it out of context. What she said.
Whoa. Hey, Corey.
Mm.
We talking to a guy that looked at a piece of paper and swore because the word mask was written before vaccine, that shit meant that the mask.
Here comes the straw man. This is what
I'm
y'all
not,
do.
that ain't no
And I'm trying to
motherfucking
take
straw
that
man.
pseudo out
I'm
there.
saying, yo, do
This
you
is
really
what
think
y'all
I'm
do.
listening to them talk about the
Nah, you
scientific
straw
shit, bro?
man it.
Corey, don't
But
do
do
it.
you know
Corey,
who that
don't do
lady
it, Corey.
You straw man it.
Do you
That's
know
not
who that
straw.
lady is, though? I'm not. And
Nah,
I may
I
be
talked
appealing
about
to authority.
prevention and mask.
Hey, James,
You anti-mask. Oh,
I'm
that's
just
like
going
you
to admit that I'm
anti-mask.
appealing to authority beforehand.
Which one is worse, anti-mask or anti-vaccine?
Listen, bro, everybody free.
Both
Hold
of
on.
them.
Whoa. Listen, it's a better conversation, one at a time. I'm going to make my statement. Me, personally, I'm not sitting here listening to James. James could determine whether a mask is more important than vaccines or what order should it be in. And the source is right in front of his face. Do you think I'm going to listen to him, listen to some high-level cosmic shit? Go ahead, Corey. I'm not doing it. Somebody else speak.
You hear that?
No, yeah. And
Strong
James,
man.
like, I'm just going to appeal to authority. Like, you got to know who that lady is.
Oh, I do. Listen, it's a PBS program. It's accessible.
Oh, that's the top notch. I like that more than NASA. I love
That's
PBS
right.
more than
this is
NASA.
one of their spokes. This is one of their scientists.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right. So now I'm gonna put it up loud.
5 seconds.
Listen.
Rewind
Listen.
that back.
Are red.
Listen.
You see the red chip?
Talking about galaxies
Listen.
in the universe, they're all moving away from us.
They're all moving away. I mean, what else? She made a mistake. God damn it. That's
Okay.
all my point is.
She said one word that you took out of context.
See
She was
what I'm
talking
saying?
about
Here come
all
the
the
pissed
galaxies
again.
that listen, James. She was talking about all the galaxies that she was talking about. Now, when it comes to the ones that's coming towards us, you're gonna tell me that she don't know that it's galaxies coming, it's a galaxy coming towards us?
Get this nigga, buddy.
No. Let me say this. Hold on, don't nobody cut me off.
Nailed.
Don't
Body
nobody cut me
bag.
off.
And
Hey, yo, hold on, bro.
You're
Hold on,
flailing
bro.
like death throes.
Hey, James, you got
James, you got to stop.
Let me come
Go
on, yo.
ahead.
I cannot yell. I can't yell through this.
Hey, make me the host.
No, come on, yo.
Nah, he does. That's what he do, bro.
Let me make
Go
my
ahead.
point, yo. Why niggas gotta yell to make their point on this motherfucker? Listen, just because everything is moving away from us, right, does not mean this shit would not crash into you. Like, this nigga is crazy at this point. You gotta know that, bro. This shit is moving at different speeds, bro.
That's not the point. But why you want to?
You gotta know there is no
digressing.
I'm
You're
not.
digressing.
There is no sense. I don't want to talk over, bro. So what I'm saying is, while I'm talking, shut up, bro. Stop it. And when you talk, I'ma shut up. We can't keep continuing to do this. I am telling you that things move at different speeds, right? And different velocities and different things do space, bro. So just because everything is moving away from you doesn't mean you're not going to crash into something moving away. You gotta know there is no direction in space, bro. But it's still it's like being on some dough that's fucking expanding, bro. That doesn't mean shit ain't gonna clash into each other. Yo, you tripping? You oversimplifying.
All right, you done. When you say tripping, you gotta be done. Now listen, you on
No,
some
I'm
straw
done.
man
I'm
shit.
done, though.
You're digressing from the point.
I'm not. The point
You're
is
digressing.
that we all know what the double effect is. So you're fucking it up somewhere.
Nah, you listen. You on some pseudo shit.
hey,
Listen,
James.
Guys, we
All
already
right.
talked about this as well. Remember, we did the presentation about the evolution of the universe, and we talked about the expansion, right? When we gave some equations, right, that sort of explain that, right? We talked about how do we know things are sort of moving away from us. We talked about the Doppler effect. We talked about how Hubble's constant, right? Mm-hmm. And we talked about the expansion of the universe, and we talked about how all things, you know, from the observer looks like they're moving away from you, right? With a caveat. The caveat that we talked about were galaxies that are gravitationally locked, right? we're talking about the galaxies that are relatively close to each other, right? Those are not going to, exhibit that phenomenon, right, of moving away because there's another force at play. There's gravity. They're gravitationally locked, right?
Like,
That's the phenomenon. Yeah, right. Exactly. That's the phenomenon that I believe you're explaining, James. Right. But when scientists, when astrophysicists talk about this, they talk about that with the caveat that they're not explaining things that are gravitationally locked. As well, they talk about things that are far away from each other at far distances as well. You don't really observe, right, what we're talking about with things that are relatively close, right? We're talking about on astronomical scales inside of the cosmos, right? That's what they're talking about. So you have to, again, just like Corey said, they don't speak in absolutes, right? And they can explain, some of the things that you're talking about now.
Yeah, and that's what and Unc always stresses this point. You have to have a trained ear to understand. You can't just start reading a scientific journal and think you're gonna understand what they're saying. Like the words that don't mean the same as the usages ain't the same as the everyday usages. You know what I mean? So you have to have you have to be trained to understand what that lady's talking about. You know what I mean? You just ain't gonna turn on the channel and grasp it.
You mean trained in things like aeronautical science, meteorology,
no, physics,
astronomy,
astrophysics,
those things,
physics,
astrophysics,
and physics.
Yeah.
Right?
Astrophysics.
Yeah, those things.
Understanding that the
so you want to go beyond
is
me.
going to remain
You want to
together
go,
because of
I'm
the
the one who's up in the
gravitational force.
stratosphere, right? And I'm
No,
there.
things are
I'm there with
relative.
physics. I'm there with you.
Did you know about general relativity? You know things are relative, right?
So you want me to get in all Einstein?
Physics,
is that how we go penny fog?
I'm gonna
let me try to bring it back in because
let me explain one thing before you explain that. You have to know this. Things are relative. So physics works on Earth one way, and they work in lower Earth orbit in another way, and then they work in interstellar space in another way, right? Sure. So you have to there's relativity here we're talking about. So you can't equate, hold on, James, you can't equate your aeronomic physics with astrophysics. That's not how things work.
That's not what anybody. That's digression. Okay. No one's trying to do that. Just hear me out one second. Sure. We weren't talking about how things work. What we were talking about is that scientists sometimes misspeak, sometimes they overstate, but we have to look at the body of work. This has nothing to do. Hold up. Y'all said you ain't gonna cut. I ain't gonna cut nobody. But here it is. Just listen closely for a second. All right. Now, if that is possible, that scientists can misspeak, and I preface this whole thing by asking you if you value these scientists over these scientists, and you said yes, and I showed you how they can misspeak. This is all this about, not how things work, but how the mind works with dealing with our people. We got a lot of shit. Like the other day, we gotta take that out. We can't throw the baby out with the bathwater.
I'm
sorry. That's one of them sayings that
I get your point.
We don't got past that. And whenever you walk into a conversation, when scientists are making things relevant to lay people, you can always catch that fine-tuned mistake because they're giving it to a lay person.
Yes.
Right? So yeah, but now if you were to dig deeper into her knowledge, then she would go further. But to just give a lay person a general understanding, then she could say that. Now, if you want to hold to the fact that they misspeak, nigga, everybody misspeak, though. Now, come on, like we ain't finna do
and
that.
Again, we haven't established that was an incorrect statement. We know that the galaxy stays together We know that our solar system stays together because of gravity, but we understand that interstellar bodies are moving away from each other. And moving away from each other means that one can crash into me. Like,
Right.
we
And
understand
so I
that's
wasn't
basic
petty
understanding.
farming. I was making a point. That's right. I wasn't discussing how things
I
work.
get your point,
Because
Danny.
your
I get
original
your-
question, no, because it's faulty. Because your original question was, do I value Dr. Ben over that lady, right? And I said yes. And the thing is, that was really an anachronism. You was comparing.
Yes, that's a false equivocation. Yeah,
Yes,
no,
it was.
you can't do the same.
It was a
When
setup.
somebody
he misspoke,
even if
James.
somebody
He misspoke and said
it
we
is
got
not
Dr.
the same
Ben. Now we
as
gonna
a
just
body
bash
of
Corey
work
now?
that
He
is in
misspoke?
error.
Now, and just to address what Ankh said, the only person I heard hint at what I'm talking about was, in fact, Cedric, when he mentioned a ventromedial nucleus. Ankh, I want to say this unequivocally. Listen, I am not talking about the vaccine. I was talking about prevention, and I put the mask with the virologist and the epidemiologist list. I'm saying they had a priority, and the mask is at the height of that priority.
No, it's
That's
not.
all.
Yo, you still
No,
doing
it's
that,
not.
yo?
No, it's not. It simply isn't. That's an invalid, incorrect statement. A mask simply
It's not a statement, brother.
reduces the risk and the risk of you catching an airborne virus. Reduces the risk means that eventually you will catch it. And it is not it does not train your body in any way to deal with the effects of the eventuality of catching the virus. We're having two different discussions. So you cannot put these two things into the same category, or even put one above the other.
Because I'm not a
They
physician.
might be.
I didn't
They
do
might
it.
be.
I
They might be
read an article.
complementary. They
I
might
read the
be
source.
and then I say there's a problem when we read something and we lack the comprehension tools required to dissect
Ankh
properly
said I
what
didn't
we're reading.
understand what I was reading.
Yes, you didn't. By that statement, I understand that. You don't put the two together. So you have hand washing, hand sanitizing, you have social distancing, you have masking. These are preventative measures in event of trying to only reduce the amount of people getting infected at one particular time. Wearing a mask isn't going to stop you from getting COVID. However, it is not within the realm of preventive medicine. Then we're talking about vaccines, which trains your body either to not become severely ill once infected, or prevent infection, or prevent symptoms from infection. So it's either one of the two. And you cannot put these two things in the same conversation at all. You're going to give everybody a mask for their life, and half of the population is going to drop dead. You're going to give everybody a vaccine, and maybe 2% are going to die. What would you choose?
Well, we can't stretch what my argument is. We're stretching it, and I don't want to stretch it. I'm just talking about the epidemiologist and the virologist list. This list is published. Ankh read the list. Ankh pulled it up, and then he went ahead and chopped it up.
You're misquoting these people. Without even reading the article, I'm going to tell you from my experience in the field, you're factually wrong. What you read, no epidemiologist would say that, and no virologist worth his salt would put the two in the same conversation, like you're doing. It just wouldn't happen. I explained the reasons why. I explained the reasons why. So again, then there must be a comprehension issue with regards to what you read and how you interpret what you read, but that's not what was being said. I can imagine they're saying vaccines and masks severely or highly reduces the infection rate. I can agree with that. Or the transmission rate.
Hey, Cedric, I read it. Hey, Cedric, we read it. Guess what this shit said when we read it? What it said was that based off of the level of vaccinations in the community will determine when or where or how or who should wear a mask, yo. That's what it said, yo.
Yeah,
So
there you go. Thank
contingent.
you.
Right, come on, yo. Like we're not gonna. It's like being on the plane, and on the plane before the motherfucker take off, they talk about the pull down vest. He trying to take the pull down vest and like that's the most important part of the flight. It's not. It's a measure. With the plane in case the motherfucker crash, dog.
So
Like, you gotta stop
in
that,
your own example, does the pilot tell the passengers differentiate which ones is vaccinated or which ones is not before they order them to put their mask on?
No. You're not talking about the same thing. We are talking about a plane and a life preserver. And oh my God, okay. The analogy was not to do with vaccines on the plane.
Because he brought the plane in and that whole plane is masked.
Just take the damn vaccine.
But the whole plane ain't vaccinated.
Make your old ass go get a vaccine and stop playing your for your pseudoscience.
Don't talk about
James.
Don't make
you commit pseudoscience. I like you, James.
James.
Hey James, you know I like you though, right, bro? Don't be hey James, I'm not trying to scare you, right? And I'm not gonna give all the names, but there's been a couple of people that argue me down that's no longer here because they died from COVID. We've had this very conversation, yo. They literally, you know what I call it? What happened to them was they caused themselves pseudocide, nigga. It's what they did. Don't be one of them people, dog. I like you, bro. I know you got family,
I ain't one of them people. I was arguing about the preventative nature of masks.
Listen,
James.
Hey James, if you don't got the vaccine, you're one of them people, James. If you're not vaccinated, you're definitely one of them people. You're one of them people. You're just living right now.
Yes,
I'm one of them people.
The BA5 variant, James. You're gonna catch it regardless. It has a half-life of 4 hours in an empty space, James. You're gonna drop your guard. Eventually, you're gonna catch it.
What it got?
It's airborne, so it has a half-life of 4 hours. So I walk into the room with COVID. 4 hours later, James walks in. James gonna take his mask off because there's no one here, and he's gonna catch COVID. With the BA5 variant, the contagion rate has even increased. So you're going to catch it, James.
Corey, you see how I take that pressure off you, right?
Oh man, now Corey was on that shit.
James, you're gonna catch COVID. Now, James, you run the same risk. You run the same risk, 100% risk of getting seriously ill or dying, James, with a mask, with 2 masks, with 3 masks, James, because you're going to catch the Omicron variant. And the BA5, which is the most prevalent in your society right now, you're going to catch it, James. And trust me, James, I have lupus. So I was scared shitless. I got my shots. I had COVID with my vaccines, fully expecting to catch COVID. I had a flu for 3 days and I was fine, James. James, you might
you're right. Most of my family members, all my family members that got vaccinated got COVID. You're right. I understand.
And they all alive and kicking, James.
No, we don't believe you.
And they're all alive and kicking, James. The difference is you might not be. Now, I am guaranteed to be okay. You are not guaranteed to be okay, James.
No, there's no guarantee. James, there's no guarantee with my life. I fly through the air, and I depend on my proper decision making. Now, about Ankh, I want you to do this. I want you to consider this, Ankh. I want you to consider befriending Sekou and organizing. You and Chef, you're in a very unique part of this country. Back in the day,
get vaccinated, James.
Listen, back in the day, it was the Maryland colonials. Not that you got to be part of that shit, because we ain't. But the American Colonization Society and the Maryland colonization, they started a little country that merged with Liberia called the Republic of Maryland, right? Now, Bridgestone is the big player over there because they've got the biggest rubber manufacturing in the world, extracting resources out of Liberia.
What are you talking about, though? I'm lost.
I'm talking about Liberia and Sekou, the man you warring with. I'm
I
talking
ain't warming
about
nobody. You mean the one living?
I'm talking about your relationship to Liberia. This is what I'm talking about.
Man,
I'm talking about
What the hell?
The Canadian Revolutionary.
Yo,
what the hell going on right now,
Chef, Chef, you heard?
James.
Chef, look it up. Chef, look it up. You know what I'm
James,
saying.
the man living. Hey, James, the man living
You
in
ain't been
Canada,
in
yo.
that cabinet. You ain't been in that cabinet.
Hey, James, I got a question. Hey, James.
If you're visionary about pseudo killers, you're gonna hear me.
They ain't been in that Jimmy
live in
Walker.
Canada, yo. The man is not in the war zone. He live in Canada. He live on the ice with more white people. Like, it's more white people in Canada.
You living in the U.S.
Hey, James, can I ask you a question, James? When you and your wife go out and you go to dinner parties, do you have the same?
Who's asking personal questions, man?
Do you have?
I'm surprised at you.
Do you have the same talent to get yourself in the center of conversations at the table?
No.
I bet his wife lecture him before they go to the show.
It's not about that. See, I like the program.
Talking.
On the strengths, y'all bullshit yesterday, and I saw at least about 6 hours of it. That's how fucked up y'all is.
It was a little of it. The reason why I said your style is a little bit reminiscent of American Dream. You guys have a talent for getting yourself somewhere in the center. You guys have a talent for getting yourself slap in the center of everything, right?
And then they all trying to beat me down. I was trying
it's
to
your fault. It's your fault.
And Reg in the situation with Corey. And I made a point, and y'all digressed all the way on tangent.
Because one thing, we all on the court on that science, on the hard sciences. Yeah.
Well, this is
everybody in one step on that.
You right, because this is what I'm on. This is what my life is all about. This is what it's all about. And sure, if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. Especially when it comes to basic fighter maneuvers, air combat maneuvers, if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. Let the other motherfucker do the math. I'm talking about preservation. I'm talking about skill. I'm talking about sometimes we got to bust move. So you got them niggas on the street, Chef, and I'm talking about some exploits. Man, if you wasn't thinking on your feet back then, I know things could have been worse. You might not even be here talking to us. So my point is this: we all got to think on the fly. That's what
now with science, science ain't thinking on the fly, yo.
No, they got a method. They got a method to
yo.
Think about
Please
that.
don't tell me
Think about
these
that
niggas thinking on
Liberian
the fly.
thing, man. I'm talking shipping. I'm talking exporting. I'm talking getting into British own pockets.
You know, it's like in a warehouse.
Hey, Jay, you know what you said, Jay? You say, yo, that lady wrong, yo. There's some things moving towards us. You didn't even think, yo, that when something explodes, yo, right, that shit go in all directions running into each other. Like, that's crazy that you ain't get that.
Listen, so what? Did I say something wrong? I mean, I proved the point, man.
Yo, that's
he clearly showed
Listen, all the galaxies ain't moving away, brother. All ain't moving away.
Hold on, Dave. You ever seen an explosion, yo? There's a center point to an explosion. And an explosion happens in all different directions. Pieces are actually running into pieces, but shit is still moving away from the central explosion point, yo.
Oh,
like
and you the central explosion,
yo,
right?
yo, you cut me off, yo. See, you being funny, yo. See, like, because you both to understand me and your mind want to laugh. Your heart won't let you understand it. Yo, the cosmos, listen, it exploded, right? We know this because we can measure all the temperatures. It's called in Kelvin in all different directions. We know it. You can look at the cosmic background radiation, shows you, it's clear. So if it's, listen, any real explosion explodes in all directions, yo.
Did you just measure temperature in Kelvin?
Yo,
Did you just measure temperature in Kelvin?
Yo, come on, man. You know what, yo? I ain't doing this, yo.
I know you ain't.
I'm on this motherfucker trying to teach somebody. You on this motherfucker trying to be right. I'm just teaching right now. I'm trying to make a clear example for the audience to understand the complicated shit that the scientists won't even talk to you about. I'm simply saying, when there is an explosion of any kind, the police department or the bomb squad can tell where the central point of the explosion was, bro. You can apply the same shit to space. But if you are agreeing that it exploded, which they all do, right? Then that means that things would actually have to cross paths at times. Things will run into each other, bro. So the fact that you're saying something's gonna run into it don't mean shit. Because it came from an explosion. And you expect that to happen. And it doesn't change the fact that at the end of the day, everything is moving away from the explosion, bro. Like, I cannot believe you don't get that. Like, you're wrong with that, bro.
Now, could somebody chime in and tell him that ain't what I'm saying? I mean,
Man, I said it's best to let it go. He's hinging on the point that the lady didn't say that, and she said all planets, and she didn't break down that aspect that he's explained. Therefore, he gonna hang his hat on that. So that's what I'm saying. We might as well just move on past that.
She misspoke. She made a mistake. I agree with, like you told Corey, I agree with all that shit you said. But the scientists made a mistake. How about the shit that's going in the same direction at the same speed in that explosion? What you're saying, and what it sounds, I mean, you may not be saying it, but what it sounds like you the center of that goddamn explosion. And everything is moving away from you. That's what she sound like. That's their ideology, is what my point is. And they misspoke on it.
Now you slip it into a good.
Nah, they used to remember. They used to think the sun is what moving. The sun is moving over our head, not that we are rotating. Remember that? Come on, man.
Yo, they got the James Webb telescope, yo.
You don't know what I'm saying.
Yo, they got the James Webb telescope, yo. You gotta stop, yo. There's gotta be a point where you stop, yo. Yo, they got 100 years of vaccine science, so you gotta stop, yo. Like, if you don't stop, you're gonna pseudocide yourself, yo. You're gonna literally kill yourself, yo. Like I'm saying, you gotta stop that James game. I
got a sophisticated way of expressing myself. I ain't gonna do that.
No. I'm gonna help you out, James. Listen, I think your intelligence in flying planes or teaching people how to fly, right, I know it's far beyond anybody on this motherfucker. So I'm telling you, stick to flying planes, because anything else, you gonna kill your damn self, bro.
I ain't scared. I ain't scared about that. The presentation is good. Normally, sometimes y'all got a tendency of digressing and then staying in that digression for a long time. You got good points. I'm down with it.
Hey, you got two other guests on, man. They might want to have a word. You got Stu Peas and Moses Jefferson.
Yeah, I definitely want to say something, man. I heard James go to hell off right quick. I gotta be able to talk for a minute. If James could take me way the hell out there, and there was nobody bring his ass back, I ought to be able to fly just as fast as James through the air. Fuck the whole lot.
James gonna commit pseudocide, yo. Dang. Jesus Christ.
Don't do it, James.
I got a question.
Don't do it.
All right, look. Let's talk. Corey, I'm actually asking you this question right here. You familiar with Dr. Francis Quest Welston?
Yeah, I'm familiar with her.
We ain't gonna beat on Francis, is he?
He's gonna beat the life out of Pseudo. Y'all keep thinking y'all could get these old Hall of Fame niggas and put them on the court with Steph Curry, LeBron James. They gonna get dunked on, nigga. They gonna get their ankles broke, all type of shit.
Hey, when the Pseudo Killers is on the panel, please don't bring your feelings. Please don't bring no feelings. But
go ahead, let them go.
Continue on.
Okay,
Continue on.
I'm gonna try to clear it up, though. But I actually understand it and I actually respect it, right? So like I think I'm actually gonna put a tank on the field, right? You can shoot that motherfucker up all you want. I don't think you're gonna do anything. That's what I'm thinking.
No,
So
I ain't gonna. I'm just fucking with you.
Look, I get you. So look, James went on for a second. Hold up a second. So anyway, do you wouldn't say? I mean, look, I'm not gonna call her a liar, but would you be able to say that, of course, her objective is slanted towards a psychology more than a fact.
Damn.
Well, I say this: her colleagues. Let's look at how their colleagues look at them in the field, right? We got to start measuring these people by the field by the field that they're in, not by our standards, right?
Okay.
Of course they're smarter than us, right?
Right.
Of course. You know what I mean? Of course we can get misled by, of course it sounds super good when they're that educated talking to lay people like us, right? But you gotta check their work against the field that they're in. And that's how you see how they hold up, right? Other than that, we'd just be kicking these old people down steps, yo.
No,
Yeah,
okay,
man.
well, look, that is not what I'm trying to do. So I don't know if I should have just let you keep going right there. But would you flat out say, like, these niggas, like some of the early Scientology niggas, Egyptologists niggas, were just straight up lying? Like, were they lying to be able to create an idea to the white community about their superiority? Is it more about, is it something to creating the image of superiority happening in their culture also?
Yeah, but we jumped
they
into
flat
it
out
looking for our identity, right? So I honestly understand, you know what I mean, but I don't want it to continue. That's why I fight against what he's saying. But I definitely understand the sentiment that he's coming from. You dig what I'm saying? But if it continues, it only leads to pseudoism. You know what I mean? Okay. Where they came from or the environment that they was in, you know, not having your history taught to you, right, in a proper way, you know, getting a false history or your people not being looked at positively in history. A lot of these people came into the academic world trying to prove something, trying to put their people on an even playing field, at least. And they overextended a lot of shit. You know what I mean? Not to academia itself, but to us. To make us feel good. I mean, a lot of them ain't take their show on the road to the academic community. I think Diop did for the most part. He was the only one that really jumped out there and thought he could put forth his shit with the field. Go ahead.
I actually don't think I don't think that they.
No, Van Sertima was attacked, so he responded.
I don't even think that they need a pass for my actual point here, right? So yeah, we will all describe it, you know, politely in our own way because we all understand the objective behind what they're actually talking about, right? So I'm actually sailing off from the pseudo land myself. I'm throwing something out there and I'm trying to see how far out there I am actually in, right? Because I believe, look, I'm believing, like I'm saying it out there, that the priests, like Narmer is from the Amun Ra community or priesthood, if I'm not mistaken. He has some affiliation with it. So Amun Ra, the Amun Ra. I might even be saying it wrong, but so what I'm saying
Moses.
is they're the ones responsible for the Osiris being on the throne, right? So what I'm saying ultimately is, even I'm hoping I'm not getting that wrong.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Right,
hey,
okay,
Moses,
so
before you veer off there, no, I wanted to say something right before you veer off there, because there's an important caveat I wanted to make, right? When we're talking about, you know, people in academia, people, you know, professional people, like when you ask, hey, are these people incorrect or are they lying?
No, it's
right?
not.
Right. No. But you were asking a question. You were saying about Francis Cress Wilson.
I'm telling you, just by
but let me. But just a moment. Hold on. I'm gonna give it back to you. Right. In terms of when you're talking about, you know, and this is just as a point, a data point. right? When you're talking about lying, right, on an academic level, right? Right. I think we have to compartmentalize, right, between what these people are doing in their personal lives and what they're doing in their professional lives. Right. Mm-hmm. When you're talking about, from an academic perspective, a person lying, right, that doesn't mean that they put forth an incorrect theory or an incorrect on a hypothesis that was proven incorrect or a hypothesis that's completely batshit crazy, right, so to speak. Right. When you're talking about lying, right, in the academic field, you're talking about falsifying data. Right. Yeah. That's a bar, right, that's very difficult to climb for a reason. Right. You have to prove that people are falsifying data. And then you can say, OK, well, yes, this person lied about something. Right. Now, anything beyond that, it's like, OK, well, the interpretation of the data could have been incorrect. Right. That's not lying. Right. They're just being incorrect. You're just wrong. Right. There's no crime against being wrong. Right. But again, we're talking about falsifying data. That has to be done before you can say somebody is lying academically. I mean, that's all I wanted to kind of throw in.
I thought I did a really good job of dancing around the term lying. And I could have sworn I did not say anybody was lying. So what I'm trying to say is I wouldn't take it as far as to say that they're lying, but say that what they are saying is slanted towards a psychology, right? That they are actually trying to capture our imagination in a particular way. That's the point that I am trying to make here. So when I'm trying to relate it to the priesthood of Amun-Ra, whether that's right or wrong, what I'm actually saying is the idea of Osiris ruling on the throne for 2,300 years is let's say that's a lie, right? But the effect of it psychologically apparently had some it had some serious merit to it, right? And the way my mind works, to me, the priesthood may have went from, hey nigga, hey, get your ass from off the top of that motherfucking pyramid, or I'm gonna come get your ass to, hey nigga, if you go up that pyramid, Osiris gonna come get you. You feel me? So, and then when he threw the Osiris in it, he had community stability for thousands of years because he was able to capture the imagination in a particular way. So that's actually the point
you're trying to make.
That's actually what my point
is. So let me wait.
Yeah, he had political motives.
So let me get this straight. So you basically saying when Frances Cress Wellesley talked about melanin in her book, right? She was basically trying to capture the minds and the hearts of Black people to make them feel or understand that they were special, right? Dealing with the color of their skin, because in that environment, having Black skin was a dirty, filthy thing, and something was, wrong with you, and that's how we felt about our skin. So saying the melanin made it special, you're basically saying it wasn't a scientific thing, right? But basically, the doctor that they got it from, he fucked it all up. He fucked the whole melanin shit up, and everybody ran with it though. See, I know the whole story on that whole melanin shit, right? But you're basically saying that they wasn't lying. So I like that Brendan said what he said, because no, it's not that they was lying. It's that they was dealing with the information they was given, on melanin. So no, I wouldn't say they was lying. They just got that shit wrong, yo. And that's the point I was always trying to make. That a lot of shit that the elders was saying, like they didn't have the shit that we got. And Jesus Christ, yo, if you trying to judge them with us, then you can say they was lying about everything, but they wasn't actually lying. And I like what Richard said. I like what you said, though, brother. I do. Like what you said makes sense. I got you. Yeah.
So this is why I feel like I'm putting Tank on the field, right? I'm gonna take it a little step further, right? I'm gonna actually say that, if I had to, I'm not gonna say that the white scientists are lying, but I think that they got to a point where they understood the importance or possibly just the impact of creating the idea of their own superiority inside their community. And they didn't allow us to be able to use it, obviously, because they knew the impact it had in their community, of them walking around feeling that they're superior for some whatever made up ass reason that they had. I think that the Egyptians may have used that in some of their culture, right? That's a part of the reason why they make so
Humans
much
did
of a
it.
point to distinguish themselves.
Humans did it. Yeah, all over the globe they did that.
Everybody did it. Yeah, and you know they tried that. They did that. You know what you're speaking about. The scientists actually did that in science, and that's called scientific racism. They and they applied the scientific racism to studying an African culture called Egypt, right? And some of the ones that actually did it, like Noel and Morton, these niggas considered the fathers of scientific racism. So they actually did it already. So you're right. But guess what? Science, right, was actually fit to self-correct itself. So yes, you can do it in science. We got clear examples of Piltdown Man, excavations in Egypt early on with the skulls and putting niggas stupid because the size of the skull. Yeah, that's you can enslave these people based off of their skull size. You know, they come from monkeys. Yeah, they did it off. They did that. And how did that work out? Yeah,
just because you do it, even if you didn't do it for that mode, you can still see the benefits and then capitalize on the negative benefits that.
The reason why I brought up Frances Quest Wilson is because she is a psychiatrist, right? So I'm saying that she is personifying the benefit of the ideology of supremacy. That's what I'm.
That's a fact.
Actually, that's
what?
actually what I'm really trying to say.
You said what now?
I'm saying is that the whole reason why what she's saying is slanted in that particular direction is because she is trying to point your thinking
superiority of black people.
Yeah, I mean, I guess,
and
but
she understands the physiology behind.
I get that, but how do you prove that? You see what I'm saying? Like, yeah, we can surmise
You know,
that.
work though, Sosa.
No,
you prove it by reading no work.
Yeah, but that don't mean that she could have believed it. It wouldn't necessarily. That's what I'm saying. Like, she could truly believe it and then also see the benefits from it and then capitalize on the benefit. But that don't mean that she don't truly believe the shit that she's saying.
Yeah,
right, and that's the bar. And that's that high bar.
See what you just said. She don't believe
don't believe in the shit that they saying.
And that's that high bar.
Yeah, I'm saying they believe in it.
And she don't
believe in it. That's what I'm saying. Frances Cress Wilson could have did it because I see this shit is going to uplift black people, but that don't mean she didn't believe in that shit. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So
that's impugning motives, right? Yeah. It's very hard to impugn
she
motives.
believed that stuff.
Right.
She
right. How do you impugn someone motives?
Yeah.
Right. We're saying that Frances Cress Welsing's work was driven by a political ideology or was motivated politically. Right. She was trying to make a political statement as opposed to a scientific one.
Yeah. Like, she didn't believe that shit.
Right. But then we have to be able to prove. To be able to prove it. Right.
It can't be purely data.
Hold on. Let Chef get it out. Chef's struggling to get it. Go ahead, Chef.
I was saying that we don't know. Well, we can assume that her theory is not purely data driven, right?
I would assume
because of some of the things that she asserted in her theory, it couldn't have been clearly data driven. You feel me?
Yeah, I would assume.
If the data drove that, then other scientists would have been able to come up with the same shit. You feel me?
Yeah. And that's the criticism that her peers gave her.
Right.
Right. Exactly.
But we know her work when she talks about the golf ball, right? The white ball going in the black and all the black and all the last ball. Like, we know it was a psychological attempt, right, to big up black people and put them in a more stable, like give them feeling good about who they is, yo. Like for instance, man, everything in this country that's based around God is in white, right? We know in African civilization that white was associated with death, right? They wear that in the voodoo ceremonies, okay, and burial, white, right? So it's two different things there. We know that the devil is always shown in dark and black clothes, right? We like it's right there. So that does take a psychological, what I want to say, a psychological shit builds up over time, yo, when you start to see all that. You know what I mean? So I see that. So I don't think she was going for the scientific shit no more than a myth. Same thing in religion. So they was in real time telling myths. All of them was. I think we once again, right? 2022, put yourself in a situation, y'all. I don't know what it's like to walk up to a bathroom and say, well, this is a white-only bathroom, and I got to piss like a motherfucker, and I got to run 3 buildings to use a black-only. Like, dude, like, that was psychologically to me, yo. Like, and we can realize that. Like we
right. So you're saying,
So basically, she lied.
Hold on,
basically,
Moses.
she lied.
Hold on, Moses. So you're saying, hold on. So you're saying, disregard the intellectual property. They weren't trying to be intellectual. They were trying to be motivators. That's what you're saying. So we need to. So we need to do that with Umar Johnson too.
I think it did.
Because he's also agreed.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
No, he's misusing
And
he's using it to motivate you, Unc. You don't believe that.
And Philip Valentine.
Okay, basically, at the end of the day, y'all just called her a liar, yo. She didn't believe in none of the shit she was saying. Right?
I feel like she knew what direction we was going in, which would negate her completely from being a liar. Because
your mic low right now.
Because her intention took us right.
Yeah, you're talking low.
That's Moses. That's Moses.
Sound low.
Can you hear me Moses and shit is low.
Yeah, I get it, y'all.
No, I hear clearly. But I don't know. Maybe it is low. I don't know. I hear him good though.
I hear him pretty good.
Uncle want me to talk over him, so he turned his mic down.
I'm trying to say that you can't call her a liar because you can understand her intentions. Like you can't call her a liar. Like it's her.
If you're wrong about something, and you know you're wrong.
No, that don't make you a liar though. Yo, y'all crazy. Just because you're wrong don't make you a liar.
No. I'm not saying because you're wrong you make you a liar. But if you're saying that she didn't believe in her intellectual property, she knew the shit was incorrect. She didn't give a damn. She was trying to motivate you because she knew the time.
Right.
So now you're saying it's incorrect. So now you're saying it was correct.
An argument around that, right? And you may not be able to pull out of it what's actually there. Is that a part of it? Would you say that's true social? Like, would you actually? How would you?
What?
That so yeah, you can focus on the facts, right? I thought we already established that her whole premise is not based on facts. It's totally based on the result of her telling her story. Right?
If you go into the world of psychology, bro, there's a lot of premises based. There's a lot of niggas with some weird premises, bro. And you say the same shit. In the contemporaries, they say the same thing about that person. That's not.
Man, how many of y'all read the ISIS papers though?
Everybody read that. That was
I don't
read it before I brought all that up.
I got some of her arguments, and just once I heard a few arguments, like I'm good. I don't once a nigga say some shit. Once a nigga say some shit that's that shit crazy, I don't go get
y'all niggas.
Like who does that?
Dang y'all niggas.
Like I'm saying, who hears some shit that you don't agree with that sounds that shit crazy and be like, you know what? I need to read. I want to read her whole body of work.
Right. Yeah. You
can't. Where my man at, yo? Where my man at? Yo, help me out, Moses. Don't let them niggas get me, man. That's some bullshit.
That's like, okay, so did you read all of Fukuyama?
See what we doing now, yo?
Yeah, nigga. Yeah.
No. Hold on. Okay. All right. Good point. No, I like that. Good point. So actually, if you read Fukuyama shit, it's just an attempt, right, at mythology. That's all it is. It's when other people make that mythology more than what it is. So if you take the melanin shit that Francis Cress Welsing was saying, and the white ball going into the green hole and the black ball, if you take that as scientific, now you have pseudorized that lady work and have destroyed her intentions of what she was doing, bro.
That was the pseudo. Now I'm about to pull a Corey.
I'm telling you, I got the tank.
Now I'm about to pull a Corey.
I got the
Fukuyama tried to present that as science.
Just switched up.
That was my
No, I don't got to yell about that. Yo, Fukuyama actually tried to say that niggas knew the formation of the planet Earth. Yo, that's different. Francis Cress Welsing.
Come on, man.
I'm done. I'm not going to. You know what? I'm
She
not going
put PhD. She put PhD.
Yo, you got
right?
me. Yo, I'm done. I quit. I can't do it. I ain't going to beat up
No,
Francis.
no. She put PhD on the front of that fucking book.
Corey, don't say the Corey.
Start talking to.
Hey, we know what
Corey.
they say.
Don't get in the Corey.
You know what they
You
say
can't
about
take Dr.
putting
Benny Francis
PhD
down.
Hold on,
in
let
the
me make his
same
point. Let him make his point. Too many talking. Too many
You
talking. Too many talking.
That's why. You know what
Let
they
him make his point.
you know. Hold up. You know what they say about putting
Let him make his
PhD
point,
on
Chef.
the book?
Try to hear you. The PhD shit in the book.
We're not doing it.
Automatically a red flag.
Corey, don't do it. Corey,
You know
call me.
what they
Corey,
say?
get off the show. Corey, pull me up.
Look, she put
Don't get sucked
PhD
in,
on
Corey.
there.
Corey.
She was an MD.
You
And
know
she
what they
talked about
say?
her clip.
Stop it.
Huh?
Treason. Stop it. It's Francis, yo.
Hey, you know what, Chef? Though, when I went and actually looked that shit up, I was like, hell no. Like all these PhDs, they didn't put P. I'm like, you got to read a bio. I'm like, what the fuck?
Right.
You joking? You joking?
Man.
It's
Tell
rarely
me the
stated.
motherfucking truth, dog. I think I'm on to something, man.
It's
Tell me.
rarely stated.
And it was nothing. It was nothing in that book that eluded me to think that she was writing fiction
Right.
or
Hey,
mythology.
Corey, don't say nothing. Corey, stay out of this, Corey. We cannot take.
You feel me?
Please,
So
Corey.
now, so
Corey, listen
now
to me,
we're
Corey.
gonna revise it, right?
You think
We're gonna do the same
Corey,
thing
Corey,
that we did with Dr. Ben.
if we
And say
lose
she
5
really
listeners,
didn't
if we lose
mean
5 listeners on Dr. Ben, we're gonna lose 1,000.
We all
Don't
get
fuck with
one
Francis.
pass. We all
Don't mess
get
with
one
Francis.
pseudo pass.
No,
And
no,
I'm
not
gonna
nothing.
I'm gonna play mine on Francis, right? I'm out of this one. I'm playing my pseudo card. I'm out of this one, Chef. You on
Get
your
out of
own.
it, Chef.
All right.
I heard that melanin spill. I'm like,
we just gotta admit.
Chef, we do not go after the ladies in the pseudo killers. You're trampling on sacred ground.
Yeah,
Leave
we
it
went
alone.
on Zinga. You
Leave
gotta
it
respect.
alone.
I thought anybody could get it. I thought anybody could get it.
Oh
So
man.
go ahead, you do it, Kent. You be the one to take the bullet, yo. We're not doing it. Chef, stay out of
I'm
this.
tired of
You already-
Corey do all that heavy around this.
Chef, you killed. Hey, Chef, you killed the Zinger. Chef, you killed the Zinger. Corey killed Dr. Ben. I'm not to get out of that, yo. You can't get 2 legends, yo.
Santa
Don't do
Claus and the Tooth Fairy all in 1 week. Don't do it, Chef. Don't do it, Chef.
Chef
don't
said
do it.
women are the cause of everything
Hey,
yesterday.
I'm playing my pseudo. I
Let
get
me-
one pseudo card and I'm
Let me
playing.
take the heat
I'm
off.
playing that motherfucker right now.
Yeah, I'm not doing
Let me
it, yo.
take the heat off.
Listen,
Let me
we
take the
are
heat
not
off.
we are not watching 1970s action movies and gonna critique them based on today's CGI. We're
Nah,
not
she was
doing
a hidden
Chef.
colors. She was a
Okay, I
hidden
built
colors
it up.
one, nigga.
Hold up, man. Hold up.
She was a
I
hidden
got it.
colors.
Chef had to pull over.
That's
Yo, you
close
pulled
enough.
over,
That's
right?
arm reach right there. That's
Keep
arm
your
reach.
eye on the
Somebody
road.
stop. I want to get out of the car. Somebody stop. I want to get out of the car.
Pull this motherfucker over, yo. I'm getting out. Pull it over.
Jump off the bridge, man.
Hey, she was on hidden,
People jump
hidden
off the
colors
bridge,
one, man.
Chef.
She was a hidden colors one with Tyra the Sheed, man.
What's
Come
up?
on.
Hold on. I got it. Listen. Is that what Dr. Ben meant? Is that what Dr. Ben meant when he titled the book Black Man of the Nile?
Oh, now we gonna.
Nah, we back on Ben
I'm
now.
trying to bring
Just
it
can't
back.
stay away from Ben.
Oh, we
That's
off
what
the
it is.
sacred ground now. Is that what he meant when he tried to call the book black?
But they ain't gonna never talk about the Vatican.
Car with Dr. Ben when he said
Vatican.
2,000 years before Columbus. I'm good. I'm not talking Dr. Ben.
Nope, I'm done.
Cedric, if there's a lesion, a mere fissure on the ventral medial nucleus of the hypothalamus, this can throw off your whole homeostasis. My question is this: how does the spike protein
Hey, James, he's a
obliterate?
dedicated pseudo. James, we're not even listening to you. You're a dedicated pseudo at this point, using
You
big
see how
words
he
all out of
cuts?
place. All
He
wrong.
cuts deep.
He
Cuts
banana
deep
head.
without order.
Hypothalamus.
It's like a gut shot. It's like a gut
You
shot.
a bad boy, James. You a bad boy with that.
James cold, dog.
You
James
cold.
No, man.
You need to
Cedric,
call polite.
No. The only person I heard mention those words like the hypothalamus or the ventral medial nucleus might have been Cedric. And I'm saying the the point I'm making is when there's just a lesion, it can affect your homeostasis. I mean, your regularity, your weight gain and loss, all of that it can affect. My question is, if the spike protein obliterates nuclei that it comes in contact with, is it actually overkill?
James, stop. James, let's do this. Since you want to do this, let's do this.
Obliterating the
You're referring to the spike protein, right? And which spike protein are you specifically referring to? The spike protein that is innate vaccine to the virus, or the spike protein that is produced by the vaccine? What are we talking about?
That's the one. The spike protein that's produced by the vaccine.
Okay. So now you're asking what this specific spike protein will do if it comes into contact with your thyroid gland?
No, I was asking if the fact that spike protein obliterates nuclei that it comes in contact with, that it's programmed to, is that overkill?
Stop. You stated a fact that we don't know and can't quantify. So let's go back to what the spike protein actually is. The spike protein is your body gets a code, an mRNA. That mRNA is designed by means of fatty acids to penetrate the cell. It doesn't penetrate the nucleus of the cell because the transcriptor for mRNA doesn't live in the nucleus. It just floats around in the cell. It's called a ribosome. So those ribosomes, they encounter this piece of protein called messenger RNA, and it does a translation. What that translation is produce this specific molecule, which we quote unquote call the spike protein, which mimics or which is the exact replica of the spike protein on the original virus. This spike protein is then expressed by the cells, the specific amount of cells that were infected. Once these spike proteins are expressed by those cells, your body's process of immune response takes place, where you get first an IgG response, which says, hey, I detect something strange here. You get the CD4 and a CD8 response, which is a grouping around these cells with macrophages so that they don't move or go anywhere. And then you get a specific reaction with an IgM, which is now specifically tailored to deal with this spike protein. And because of the way the mRNA works, it also activates and triggers a cytokine reaction, which automatically kills those infected cells. What has taken place now is that your body, by means of producing these immunoglobulins, IgM, IgG, now recognizes the real spike protein and is able to react faster in dealing and limiting the amount of cells that would get infected, because it can identify the spike protein attack on point, and thus reducing the illness effects once you get infected. So it doesn't enter into any nuclei, it doesn't obliterate anything. There is a specific amount of cells that by being infected, they produce the necessary spike protein, which triggers your body's natural immune response, and thereby training your system to deal with subsequent infections.
I must say, some of my doctor clients, I was saying that some of my doctor clients could not even explain that any better than you did, young man. I really appreciate that.
Go get the damn vaccine and knock it off for you pseudoscientists.
Yeah, so just get a vaccine, James.
I really appreciate that. No,
Here's
here's the thing. Yes, in my particular field of study, the physiology that I got to know, it limits me to certain, medical things. And one of them was, dealing with lesions in nucleus and what happens, on a cellular level, So, and that's not thorough at all because it's on 101 and 201 level that's required for, for pilots, in that type of degree. So, so it would be a question that I would have, because not many people in society is really even prepared to answer the question. You'll have to be dealing with a physician of some sort, or someone in the field.
For pilots, point, yo. People get vaccinated and fly jet planes all the time.
Yes, and what you're talking about is how to pretty much stop bleeding and prevent infections from wounds and how the skin reacts to being infected. I can understand that. Yes, there is some biochemistry there, but we're not talking about the same process in the body.
I know. What is he
can
talking
cross
about?
reference it to.
Yo, you gotta stop there, yo. Knock it off.
I can't believe this guy.
Yeah, I can't believe. You talk about something you halfway know about. Sound real intelligent.
No, I ask questions on things I halfway know about.
You don't got no questions. You just an anti-vaxxer. Yo, you don't got no questions. You just not doing it.
And don't ask me any questions about aviation because I'm a professional and this shit costs money. So don't try that shit. Don't try to learn how to fly on this motherfucking channel. I hope you heard. You laughing? Unbelievable.
Oh, wow.
Fly on this motherfucker.
You ain't asking for no damn. You ain't asking. You've been in 2 years now.
I'm just nipping it at the bud.
Nah, you wouldn't come through, fuck up a Roger and be like, hey, you want to take some flight lessons? Like, nah, straight. I think you misinterpreted information. I don't know if I can trust you.
But on purpose.
If you want to keep making that airline money, I suggest you stop talking about vaccines on the Pseudo Killa. Don't do that.
I'm retiring this year, man. I can say what the fuck.
Thank God.
Why you don't pay me?
Thank God. Yo, he was up that bitch. Yo, he was up that bitch with the Wright brothers playing. Yo,
hey, but I would, yo, stupid. I would say this. That just goes to show you that human beings, group of people with all type of, ways of thinking, right? And people can be, pseudo about certain information, but still be proficient at their jobs. You dig what I'm saying? So the level of intelligence that he has, it far outweighs the shit that we joke about him on the pseudoism, because the nigga fly planes, yo.
But even if we talk to Dr. Ben Carson.
So look, ain't nothing wrong with the nigga. Trust me.
Listen, Dr. Ben Carson is a neurosurgeon. But that boy is an excellent mechanic, but he has no clue how to engineer a car.
Right.
So he can fix
that's
your
only
brain.
the level of information on certain subjects that he take in. That's all that is.
Right.
Right.
He's clueless
about evolution and everything else.
Hell no, he ain't clueless about evolution. Are you crazy? The nigga is a top brain surgeon in the United States. He know everything about. He will run you under the table with evolution. Now, his religious belief or what the fuck, or what the fuck he put forward. I'm saying he understands evolution, right? On a technical level, better than most of us. Like,
I don't think he I would have to see him argue that.
He will pass a test. Listen, he will pass a biology test quicker than all of us.
I am not going to make no assumptions for him. Biology is not anthropology, is not genetics, and he is completely clueless because I've heard it out of his own mouth. So if he is saying something that he doesn't believe and talking some nonsense when he knows better, then so be it. But what came out of his mouth was, oh shit. No, he didn't just say that.
His religion came out of his mouth. That's what came out of his mouth.
Yeah, he do understand the body because he couldn't be a heart surgeon without that.
Yeah, you can understand the body, but that don't mean you can really go in depth.
He's a mechanic, don't mean he's an engineer.
Yeah, even a guy, remember the guy you talked to?
Don't mean he could design one.
Yeah, even a guy you was talking to at the damn vaccine shit that was a scientist. When you ask him about shit outside his field, he tell you what he think he know, but he be like, don't hold me to that. You know what I'm saying? Because like,
Doc Ben Carson ain't just a doc. He's a teacher also, yo.
He's a funny guy.
He teaches at Johns Hopkins, yo. Like he develops the curriculum to teach other surgeons. Like, come.
Yeah, no, I get it.
Y'all
I get it, but like,
it runs circles around.
I get it, but like,
that's why I use him as a perfect example.
Yeah, but even in medicine and even in that type of field, you have a different brand. It's called evolutionary medicine. So, but that don't mean every practicing doctor, even if they're PhD or neuroscientist, is proficient in evolution. Now, that don't mean that we might not be able to.
I'm saying we're not proficient.
And he doesn't.
I guarantee you, he better. I guarantee you, he's better at it than we are.
He doesn't need to study it. He doesn't need to know it.
Set it up, Chef. Fuck that. I'm ready.
Become a doctor.
Set that shit up, Chef. Let's get that shit up,
nigga. That nigga have all the terms right, nigga, but he'll fuck it up, though. Trust me.
You think that nigga be talking about goddamn Australopithecus and shit? He know the dates and shit for that shit?
No.
Hell no. That nigga concentrating on the brain, bro. He ain't got time to drift off into goddamn Lucy and shit, nigga.
Yeah, he'll mess it up.
He'd be better at it than us. That's just my belief.
Ain't
no way in the world.
He promotes irreducible design. Did you know that? Yeah, I was listening to a lecture the other day, and they was talking about he actually irreducible design. He thinks that, like, for instance, like a mouse trap. He thinks that if a mouse trap can only be used, he thinks that a mouse trap can only be used to trap mice, right? Meaning God designed it to be this way. But the truth is, you can take the different parts off a mouse trap and use all kind of other shit. Right?
That's his religious belief, though.
But it seeps into his intellectual in translation. You can't.
His intellectual, it shows in the work that he do, yo.
Yeah, and the brain, dealing with the brain.
No.
Brain surgeon doesn't mean he understands evolution or needs to, Chef. You're confusing two things.
He had all of the courses, my nigga. Y'all gotta stop, yo.
No, you can't. No, I'm not saying that he don't got the words. What I'm telling you is that evolutionary medicine is new, right? And everybody don't have that shit incorporated into their shit. But the people coming behind them will have evolutionary medicine, brain surgery. Yeah. But then he fucks it up, dog. Like, he's gonna have to, like, I'm telling you, evolutionary medicine is new.
He talks about creationism, irreducible complexity, and that craziness.
Yep.
That's his religion. Oh, man.
No. I'm not saying that he's not gonna beat me, but that's not. I'm trying to tell you that in the evolutionary conversation, he has to fuck it up. He might got all the terms, biology, mutations, but he gonna always say it's God though, no matter what. So I'm not saying he's not gonna be able to run in circles around.
No, I guarantee you, he's not bringing up God when he in the boardroom discussing their next surgery that they about to do. I guarantee you, he not talking about that, yo.
Yeah,
I guarantee you.
You know what a man said? Chef,
man, if
you
y'all
know
think
what he said?
Nigga is in there
we ain't saying
talking about fucking God.
No, you're right, yo.
I'm not saying that. I ain't saying that.
But nobody making that argument, Chef. You're not listening, Chef. You're assuming because he's proficient in one area of study means that he's proficient in the other. He doesn't need to be. He doesn't need to know nothing about evolution to become an auto mechanic. He fixes the human body.
This nigga is
Doesn't
not an
mean he
auto
understands
mechanic,
the
yo.
origins of it.
Yo, you ain't listening to the book War on Science show they
You
talk
don't need
about
to know the
War on
origin of
Science?
humanity to know how to do brain surgery.
He has to know. He has to know how these
he
things.
doesn't.
No. He don't have to know how these things came to be. He only know. He only needs to know how they work.
He doesn't.
He only needs to know how they work, how they respond. You don't have to know the origin of the brain.
No, what Chef is talking about is that he must have required in his curriculum. He
whoever
was
side you
required
on, we know they wrong.
some
Whoever
study
side
on
you on.
evolution in his
Of course
field.
he did. Of course he did, but that don't mean he's that don't mean he had to keep going further because he gonna get
No,
an
he had to
introductory.
pass that shit. He had to pass that shit.
He had to meet a standard.
He had to meet a fucking standard, yo. Once y'all show me that y'all met those requirements, then I say, yeah,
What?
y'all got a fucking leg.
Which requirement of evolutionary biology or anthropology did he have to pass?
Let's look up the requirements that you got to go through to become an MD, right? And to teach that shit, right? And then to go on to higher and become a neuroscientist.
A neurosurgeon, you know you do that?
A
You do that in the
neurosurgeon.
field.
And then the top one at the major university in the fucking country. And to teach that shit.
Your argument is water in a bucket full of holes. He doesn't have to have no knowledge of evolution, abiogenesis, cosmology to be a neurosurgeon. You could whatever me all you want. You can't make that argument hard.
His religion don't stop that nigga from doing nothing.
You're
His religion ain't
and we
stopping
are
from
telling you what the man says.
His religion did not
You're
stop him from passing those fucking classes.
what he knows, and we're telling you what he says. You're operating on the realm of belief right now.
Yes. They didn't let him get through medical school with the fucking Bible, Cedric. They didn't let him get through medical school with the Bible.
Did I say so? Did I say
so?
Wait,
you're assuming he don't know the basics that we know.
Let me slow it down in English for you. Let me slow it down in English for you. When you go to DeVry to learn to fix an engine, didn't mean you go to MIT to learn how to build them. There's two different things. Okay, so now you could be a damn good mechanic, but you still don't understand how to build an engine. Chef, slow down, because you're making a bunch of rhetoric. To be a medical doctor, he does not have to know nothing about cosmos, abiogenesis, or about
Chef, what he's saying is that
he
just because he knows how the brain works doesn't mean he know how. He would know the origin of the brain because you don't need to know the origin of the brain to know how the brain works.
I'm saying the nigga had prerequisites. He had
what? And what?
What was the prerequisite?
Greater.
And you're assuming that evolution,
not on evolution. Let's get a
geology and all these factors of evolution, but he had to be proficient and grounded in them to become a medical doctor. You're wrong, Chef. You're simply wrong.
One at a time.
I had biology and fucking high school.
I'm a biochemist. I'm a biochemist, and no point in time in the study did evolution came up other than humans evolved. It's not necessary to be proficient in what I do. So that side study and that understanding is a choice that I made. So I telling you, it's not part of his training.
I said he's more proficient than us.
It's not part of his training.
Y'all will not lose that nigga in the argument talking about y'all half-cocked understanding the evolution.
From the time he brings up irreducible complexity, I'm a school that boy like
Chef, do you think that Dr. Ben Carson, on the way to becoming a neuroscience, he had to learn about Lucy, Australopithecus, Neanderthal, and all that shit? Do you think he had to learn that?
Nope.
And that, you know what I'm saying, and how skin change and variations? You think he had to learn all that to become a brain surgeon? Nah. He gonna get some of the basic shit.
Yeah,
he gonna get the basic shit, and then he gonna go on to focus on his major.
I mean, can I just jump in? Come on, Chef. Hold on. Let me jump in. Don't nobody yellow. I'm trying to tell you that the new wave is evolutionary medicine, yo. And Ben Carson ass is on his way out the fucking door because the new brain surgeons are now having to really understand evolution, right? I'm not saying he doesn't have a basic, but he doesn't apply this shit. No one is saying that when the man do brain surgery, he can't do his job. What we're saying is that the students today are far more proficient at what that nigga doing because now they incorporate evolution. His old ass is on the way out the door. Telling y'all now, understanding evolution, understanding how pathogens work is essential in modern medicine now, bro. So, but wait a minute.
He understands that.
He doesn't. No.
He understands that shit. The new medicines and shit that's coming out.
No, yo.
The new medicine. He know how to.
So he's a liar. So then he's a liar.
And everything.
He's a liar. Then that means he's a liar. He's lying.
Yo, his religion. Y'all
Hold on, Chef. So you're saying that Dr. Ben don't really believe the information he putting out. He's just saying it because his I'm saying you're saying that the incorrect scientific information he's putting out, he don't believe it. Yeah. He's just saying it because that's what religion telling us that.
Yeah.
People do that shit all day. Oh my God!
I can't prove you wrong.
Y'all atheism. Y'all got an atheist block in your.
Nah, I don't think like what they thinking. I'm just saying like
block in your
I'm just saying I can't. How can I disprove that? I can't disprove
and you were
that.
telling me what you believe.
I gotta take
he
him on
should
his
know.
word. I gotta take what he says.
You telling me what you believe he should know, and we are telling you what he says, and we are the one that got atheist block. Your believing brain on the map right now, Jeff. I'm gonna deal with how do you defend what you think he believes compared to what he actually said.
Smarter than religious people.
Listen to my
because
question,
they believe
Chef.
in God and y'all
Chef.
don't.
Nah, never
Y'all
said
fucking
that.
smarter than
I
religious
said
people.
that.
You a simple question.
That man proved he's smarter than y'all.
What I'm saying is that
you a simple question.
Every day he get up, he proves that he's smarter than all you motherfuckers.
No, we're not talking about we're not talking about if he's smarter. We're saying
y'all
that
can't do shit. Y'all can't do shit better than that man.
Chef,
Thinking
you sound like a rambling idiot. Let me ask you a question. We are
You
telling you what comes out of
can't
his
even tie your
mouth.
shoes.
You're telling us what you believe.
Everybody freeze. Everybody stop.
You can't even tie your shoes better than
Hold on for a minute. Hold on for a minute. All I'm gonna tell you. Hold on. Let me say this. Hold on. This is what I'm gonna say. All I gotta tell y'all niggas is Dr. Ben Carson said that the pyramids are granaries. I'm done.
So Chef, now
we found Chef Dr. Ben.
Hold on one second. Said it. Yeah, because his name Ben Carson. You know what I'm saying? That shit right on the tongue. But listen, so
he's definitely Dr. Ben.
So Dr. Ben Carson, right? Does he know more about history than you do?
No, but that's not science. He's a damn doctor, yo.
That don't mean he's a scientist.
A surgeon. Yes, it means he's all of that.
Chef, that's impressive to you. It don't impress me. Chef, you're impressed by that. I'm not impressed by it, Chef. So why not? You're impressed that he's a doctor.
The doctor ain't a scientist.
So what's your point? You are talking about how impressed you are. Deal with the subject.
We shouldn't even be having a conversation.
You're telling me what you believe.
If you're not impressed by Dr.
We're
Ben
telling
Carson,
you what comes out of his mouth. Chef,
I'm impressed.
how are you defending your Jesus? And you're telling us what you believe.
You're not impressed by
telling
Dr.
you
Ben Carson,
what comes out of his mouth.
And you are a scientist.
Chef, I'm not impressed with none of these people. I don't need to be.
I don't even want to talk to you.
Chef, we have established that that's your hero, okay? So now I'm going to do the same shit to you that you've been doing to Dr. Ben. Because I know this clown, I know this fucking clown is a big fraud too.
Okay, so we got questions about his degrees, all of that shit, but we ain't going there right now. We are giving you, Dr. Ben Carson is what he is. But I'm telling you, we are telling you what comes out of his mouth, and you're telling me what you think he should know and what you believe. How do we have this conversation based on what you think you should believe and what he says, what comes out of his mouth? Stick right here.
How is he
Stick
a fraud,
right here.
though?
We're not going down that red rabbit hole right now. Stick right here.
But you just
I'm asking the question. No, I'm asking the question. I'm asking the question.
All right, ask your question.
The question is very specific. We are talking about what comes out of his mouth. He's obviously a creationist. He uses terms that indicate his creationist stance. And you're telling us what you think. Religion. You telling us what you think he should believe, he should know. How is this conversation even equal? Because you can't prove nothing you say.
Yes, we can prove.
Wrong.
You're factually, the proof is in the pudding, my nigga.
About what you believe.
I ain't taste
You're
that pudding
factually wrong about what you believe he's
Listen,
supposed to know. Okay,
the proof
you're
is in the
factually
fucking
wrong
pudding,
about that.
yo.
You could argue that shit.
Let him make a response. So you gotta let him make a response.
I don't have no response. Y'all can go ahead. If y'all think y'all smarter than Dr. Ben
Nobody
Carson,
said
you niggas keep on with that shit.
So what they say is
certain
he got a
areas,
white
bro,
assistant that has been doing all
brain
his
surgery,
surgery.
no, but that don't mean he know that's still. I'm just saying in terms of evolution, bro. I'm not saying that
I can't argue with y'all if y'all think y'all smarter than Dr.
I'm
Ben
not
Carson.
saying I can go. No way can I go out and do what he do. If I did, I just go do what he did. I just go do what he do. Shit, you know what I'm saying? But I'm just saying, like, the information and knowledge in terms of evolution is going to be limited because he's a surgeon, bro. He's going to focus on his major.
You don't know to know none of that.
It's not critical to his craft.
All right.
And you're assuming that it is and defending the man when he's coming out of his mouth saying, I don't know shit about evolution. I'm a creationist. God, this could
He's not
happen
saying he
naturally.
don't know nothing about it. He chooses to believe in creationism. That's his religious belief. What the fuck? Like,
again,
yeah,
you're telling me
but
what
there's
you
a
think
science
he does.
behind it,
if
though.
He's telling you what come out of his mouth.
Evolutionary test, that I guarantee you he will be able to pass the motherfucker, yo.
No,
I guarantee you he won't refer. I guarantee you
complexity,
with the
chef.
correct. Come on, Cedric.
Chef.
Look,
Let him make his
come on,
point.
yo.
Cedric, let him make his point. Let him make his
It's
point.
checkmate.
Cedric, let him make his point.
Listen, if the test is on evolution, yo, he will pass it on the curriculum that he was given. Now, he's not going to bring his creationism in the classroom with him to pass a fucking test about evolution. He will
kind of
study
evolution
the
test would he have to take?
curriculum, obviously, and pass the fucking test, yo.
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't have to agree.
Test would he have to take about evolution?
It doesn't have to agree with his religious position, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm saying, but you would have to show him
what type of test he would have to take.
I can only take it for his word, bro. I don't take it for his word.
You telling us what you believe and you hypothesizing.
Yo, that's a
you
fact,
on the
yo. That's a
religious tip
fact,
right
yo.
now. You so
that's
no
a fucking fact, yo.
No fact, chef.
That's
Again,
a fucking fact, yo.
To be a neurosurgeon, a baby neurosurgeon, doesn't mean you're required to understand evolution, orthophysicus, and the evolution of man and the DNA. You don't require to know none of that. You know what you are? You're a fixer.
Passed all his tests.
You're a fixer.
I guarantee you, when that shit was on his test, I guarantee you he passed that shit.
Chef,
I don't think he got that much of it. How old is
I
he?
guarantee you he ain't writing Adam and Eve on his fucking
Nah, that nigga was born, chef. That nigga was born in 1970.
Do that shit, yo.
That nigga was 40 years ago.
You made these kindergarten
He's
arguments.
70 years old, chef.
You made these kindergarten
That nigga
arguments.
evolutionary understanding is not up to par, bro. Nah.
Yo, this nigga's in the top university. He's in the top university.
He got
with motherfuckers studying motherfucking evolution and everything. You think he walking around that bitch as a complete fucking idiot, man?
Not a complete idiot. He knows some of the basics, but he's not gonna know. Now, when it comes to brain, then yeah. When it comes to the brain,
think he don't sit in on? You think that if evolutionary neurology and shit is
You
the
keep
next wave.
thinking.
You
You're
think
assuming.
him working at Johns Hopkins that he's not sitting in lectures, motherfucking going over that information like everybody fucking else? Y'all think y'all more privy to the information and more engulfed in it than he is?
Yeah,
you're begging the question, Chef.
I think that if he talked, if he would have sit and talked to Richard Dawkins,
John Hopkins, yo.
I said if he
Chef,
would
you're
have sit
begging
and
the
talk,
question.
would have
Stop
sit
the
down and talk.
logical fallacies.
All right, hold on. If he would have sit down and have a conversation with Richard Dawkins would think he batshit crazy. That's my point.
Yo, that's because Richard Dawkins gonna argue the religion with him, yo.
Nah, he's gonna argue evolution. He's gonna argue evolution with him. Fuck the brain. He will destroy him with evolution. Forget about the brain.
That's because of his belief. That's because of his belief.
And now you can't. I can't even. How I can argue with that? I can't disprove that.
Yeah.
I gotta take it for his word.
Dawkins beat the brakes off that nigga about evolution.
Yes, because that's because
okay,
that's
that's
because what's the name is gonna argue his belief system, He's gonna he's a religious minded person. He's gonna argue his religions. He believed that God created the world.
No, he's gonna argue he's gonna try to argue Dawkins with the shit you claim he know. He's not gonna bring his religion to the conversation, and he's gonna get beat the fuck up.
He's gonna argue that whole intelligent
creationism. Creationism is a religious argument.
Intelligent design is masked with it's science, but it's also religious.
Yes, but it's religious.
Science jargon in it that just doesn't hold up to scientific criteria. And it's but listen, in that field, there's actual scientists in there that are putting together these science.
Right. So they're really masking their religious argument. That's what they're doing.
What?
They're masking their religious argument using scientific terms. That's all the fuck they doing.
I think some of them are, but I think some of them think that shit is right and exact.
Yes, they do believe. A religious person believe their religion, yo.
Nah, I'm talking about, why would they believe the science? Why would they believe their religion if they're scientists and the science is saying something else? You're saying that they're fudging the science. They see the science and then they fudge the science to make it fit their paradigm. They make up shit.
And we know when the practicality comes down to it, they perform like they supposed to perform, right? The knowledge and the understanding of real science take over when it's time for them to fucking perform, yo.
Yeah.
They're not taking a Bible, right?
Yeah, right.
Into
in terms
the
of that guy,
with them, yo.
Right. In terms of Scientology, because those people in that field, they're definitely entrenched in evolution. They're not wasting any time on brain surgery, neurosurgery. So yeah, them niggas. Oh yeah. Now I would agree that those niggas will destroy. That they know all the shit that we know and more. I would agree to that. Them niggas, yeah, but I wouldn't put Ben Carson on. No.
That's crazy. You talking about the top motherfucking sir? He, for some reason, his brain stopped working, and he be the best at the shit. But the other motherfuckers somehow they got a way around it. Because
so you think I'm saying just Ben Carson? I'm saying all the brain surgery. Like I'm not just being. You think I'm talking about just Ben? I'm saying any brain surgery, anybody that's in the field of neuroscience is not going to be may not be as profound as your layman that you come across on these platforms on evolution. That's my argument. It ain't just religious.
Yes, and I don't understand
atheist.
where you
I'm saying an atheist. Make him an atheist.
My belief comes in right now. I don't believe it.
Well, we've been dealing with your belief from the start of this
conversation.
I
don't believe
it. We're telling you what the man
Cedric,
said,
I don't
you
think you're
telling
smarter
us
than
what
Dr.
you
Ben
think
Carson,
he knows.
Cedric. You're not going to convince me.
When it comes
you're
to
not
virology,
smarter than Ben
what about?
Carson,
So you think that even in terms of virology? Because when you say smarter, you're specifically talking about neurosurgery. You can't. That's not just you're saying in all facets. Virology, chemistry, physics.
He don't know nothing about these subjects.
I'm saying when it comes to the body and medical science, yeah, he better than us, yo.
When it comes to the body,
he's a mechanic. Yes, he fixes the body, and he's
better
a
than
surgeon,
us when it comes to those
which is indicative of being a mechanic.
He's gonna understand.
He's not an internist. He's not an internist. He doesn't deal with the chemicals of the body. He's a mechanic. He
He's
deals
not no
with the
fucking mechanic.
physiology.
He
So he
understands the
doesn't need to
immune
know nothing
system
about
way
evolution.
better than you, yo. Hey, Cedric, he understands the immune
Wow.
system better than you.
Wow. Chef, you're
Guarantee.
arguing, you're making.
So, hey, line them up, Chef. I got money on Cedric.
And watch the point. Yes, he does.
He understands the immune system better than you, yo.
He would run circles around me when it comes to neurosurgery.
He'll
But when
run
we
circles
go
around you, period.
and when we go into the lab and I ask him to do basic biochemistry, he can't. Dude, you don't know shit about this field, and you're talking based on what you believe.
Listen, he knows.
You listen. You listen. You listen. Now I can tell you, listen.
Let it go back and forth.
You bring Dr. Carson in my lab, he won't know how to touch a
come to your
pipette.
lab?
He wouldn't know how to run a basic test in there. He wouldn't know what he's looking at. He wouldn't know.
Set it up,
because he's a neurosurgeon.
Pseudo
and
Killa
he's
versus
not a
Dr. Ben
biochemist.
Carson, nigga. Set it up.
Guarantee he know the immune system better than you, Cedric. He deals with it on a day-to-day basis.
Is he still at Johns Hopkins?
Yeah. Chef,
Yep.
you just
He
illustrating your
teaches at
ignorance,
Johns
and we already know
Well,
we in
at
the
the
realm
Bayview,
of what
at the
we
Bayview
believe.
Medical,
Where you at, man? Where's Brendan at,
I
man?
mean, the one
Brendan,
that's
come on, man.
been around for a while, the big one.
I need to know what Brendan's falling is. Brendan, where you at? Come on.
Oh, he back there after his political career. I'm more worried about the institution. I mean, that John Hopkins, man, that got some history, boy. Shit. They must, for it to be the John Hopkins it is today, it must have done some fucked up shit to both to the poor and the mentally ill, right? That's when it's in its present location. That's what it was. Because it wasn't a hospital until 1925. But it's been around since 17.
It was a research.
Right, it's been around since what, 1773. That's a long fucking time.
Yeah, it's the oldest research center
on the East Coast,
university
probably
in America.
Yeah, gotta be.
No, it is. It's the oldest research university in America.
And that's what I'm saying. That research, because I noticed it was dealing with the impoverished and the mentally ill back in the day. So that means if it's in Baltimore and it's dealing with the impoverished and the mentally ill, that means they're doing some groundbreaking research.
No, not Dr. Ben. They say he's just a fucking mechanic. Like, what the fuck? What is wrong with us, yo?
It's probably his social perception. That's all it is. Because he out there. Now, I ain't talking professional and his medical acumen. I'm talking about the man that's out there. You know, but mostly with the religious belief and the political.
Most of his religious shit, in all actuality, comes from him trying to run for office.
The New Yorker is questioning Dr. Ben's scientific ignorance. The New Yorker is questioning Dr. Ben's scientific ignorance because you assuming being a neuroscientist means means you're oh shit, no, we're pulling the race car. Oh shit, we got Chef all the way pseudo.
Cedric knew where I was going.
I'm done. You Mediterranean niggas on that and pulling that race card because it's in the New York. Now I'm done.
Cedric knew where I was going.
So a motherfucking reporter, right, is going to question the top motherfucking neuroscientist, neurosurgeon, and motherfucking John Hopkins. And you think that shit, that's like a motherfucker questioning. Hold on.
You watch a Ben Carson movie, and you was moved by the Ben Carson movie, right?
The same periodical.
You were moved by the Ben Carson movie.
The same periodical. Hold on. The New Yorker is the same periodical that questioned motherfucking Barack Obama's motherfucking degrees. What the fuck? That shit racist as a motherfucker. If a nigga is doing this fucking
man, you crying like a little girl with your nonsense right now. First of all, you can't quantify nothing you're saying because we keep saying he could be a top neuroscientist. Neurosurgeon doesn't mean you're a qualified scientist in other fields. You try to keep making that point hard, and you can't make it hard. We have statement after statement after statement proving his scientific ignorance overall, and you telling us what you believe we should know. How the hell can you want to have these arguments? You sound like you believe this shit, Doctor.
Tell me.
Dr.
Let's
Wilson
look
was
at it this
writing.
way. Is
Now we start with it. Now we start with racist. And this one is racist, and that one is racist. You pulling them same cards when you feel like, and you got some superficial argument to try to substantiate it. You are pseudo. I got your pseudo card today, Chef. It's been pulled.
Smarter than Dr. Ben Carson. I got it.
I'm smarter than you.
You and Uncle them smarter than Dr. Ben Carson.
I'm not falling for your straw man arguments. I'm not falling for your consistent logical fallacies, begging the question and all this nonsense. And you plead to emotion that makes no sense whatsoever. You are full of shit. He is scientifically illiterate. He's a great mechanic. He could fix the human body. Yes, he could fix it. Doesn't mean he understands where it comes from, how it's put together, or any part of evolution, and he proves it over and over. Again, in a discussion with me, from the time he says irreducible complexity, it's game over. You and Dr. Ben Carson.
You don't listen to yourself,
Is this accurate? Is Dr. Ben Carson to neurosurgery as Skip Gates is to historians?
Oh shit! Hold on.
Am I right, Cedric?
I got one for you. Listen. is Dr. Ben right? I'm trying to get it back where we're supposed to.
Dr. Ben Carson?
No. Dr. Ben Joseph Joe-Cannon.
All right.
Right. Does he understand the psychology of calling the book The Black Man of the Nile?
No, I don't know what you're asking on that one.
So what I'm asking is he participating in the movement the same way Dr. Cress Wilson is? I mean, not necessarily trying to draw us to a particular conclusion on purpose.
I mean, it's subjective. I can't. It's a matter of opinion.
I can't attest to that. And again, Dr. Ben, in a time of, I keep saying, in a time of complete ignorance to certain aspects of knowledge, whatever he did that created or started a movement to where we is today, that we're having these discussions on this level, we cannot pull him into the equation today, because if we do that, he is subject to scrutiny. We can analyze what he said. Like, I jumped on the bus when the man said 2,000 years before Columbus. I completely understand what you're saying by that. I'm done.
Right.
So,
That's your point. Cedric is a valid point. I agree.
Hold on. Give me 1 second to finish my thought. So what I'm saying is the reason I keep bringing it back up is because it's circulating right now, right? So eventually I can get to Dr. Leonard Jeffries having conversations about imagery. Right, I can get to a partner of Dr. Lynn Jeffries of Dr. Wade Nobles, who's having conversations about imagery, and it's saying that that's a big part of what they are actually trying to personify, to make bigger than what we are making bigger inside of the argument. And then, like, on the back end of that argument, these white scientists had some idea of being able to blow up the image of superiority. So let's think of the black side of it for now, but that's what I'm saying, right? So
yeah, that's not it's not illogical. You know what I'm saying? That's all I can say. Yeah. It's not illogical. And like I said before, they could start off actually believing it and then see the benefits of it and apply it. So it still be applying the shit. You know what I'm saying?
Right. So
it goes backwards and forwards. So it's backwards and forwards, bro. Like, that's the best answer you're gonna get. Backwards and forwards.
Yeah, we can't determine what somebody believes. What we can do is only analyze the information that he provided and what they actually tell you the intent was. It had an effect.
The effect is not indicative of what the effect does not mean the motive, bro. Like I can punch you in your eye and that shit turn to something else, but you can't just because the effect of what by punching the eye doesn't mean that my motive was to fucking make you go learn goddamn kung fu.
So
Nah.
I just mentioned 2 psychiatrists, is what I'm saying, right? Like so if I'm talking about motive, I'm talking about people that's supposed to know the motive behind whatever the hell that they're supposed to be saying. Whether I might call it a lie, not because it's not factual, is what I'm trying. That's what I'm trying to.
What I'm saying. Did she say that though? Did she say?
No, she didn't say that.
Then how we going?
When it comes to Dr. Cress Wilson, like I've heard of her theories and her philosophy.
I'm trying to not use her, right? That's what I'm saying.
That's like Red the other day when Reddy said Check Out the Joe was an atheist, but the man didn't say that. So he looked at some of the shit he did and say, based on what he did, he's an atheist. Like you just can't do that.
I'm saying, but she's a sociologist. She's looking at how things are, and she was her presentations was all in the realm of sociology. She wasn't I don't know about pretending.
That's
These conversations wasn't about medical science or it wasn't about brain states or anything. She is an observation, a sociological observation, and her view or her opinion of what the development that she's seeing. That shit don't have no credibility to me one way or the next. Like I don't put too much emphasis on what them sociologists think.
It doesn't now in 2022, but it has slanted the funnel into, how far can we get away from scientific racism? That's kind of exactly, I can't say kind of what I'm saying, but yes, that's a little bit of actually what I'm saying. So yes, I do understand.
I think these things are just reverse racism. Oh, the whites think they're superior. We're gonna show you that actually the blacks are superior. Our melanin is this, and we did this first, and we did that first, and we came before Columbus. It is simply reverse racism. It is not being scientifically literate, and sometimes it seems as if we, especially in this group, we are always the one who is trying to knock down our own black thing. So we're just being scientifically accurate, and these things are not quantifiable
and not factual. But did it do something like ridiculously big, like almost unquantifiable for like the Hebrews or people who say that they're Jewish in real life? Like it has some sort of impact.
Yeah, I don't think nobody's arguing that what she did didn't have some type of motivational impact on people.
Yes.
Nobody's arguing. That's not what we're saying.
But when we take the information and we start to critically analyze it, when we especially when we pull these sociological discussions into the realm of science, and we reach to the point that we fundamentally understand, there's no race, right? So a lot of these things, we're constructing.
When she is trying to explain that if I tell you this story, right, and you come up with this outcome, like what are the fundamentals of that?
You're asking the same question, but we keep rephrasing it. They're asking kind of the same question. Like you're saying,
what I'm trying to tell you is
there is a psychological benefit to white people telling other white people that they are superior. Yeah, it will impact them in particular ways, and doing the reverse to black people also will impact them in positive ways. Like, yeah. She probably did witness that. I'm sure she's realized that to some degree. Yeah.
Okay.
So when James Brown threw his hand up in the air and said Black Power.
I get that. I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure what you're saying, Cedric. Like I'm not trying to put Dr. Cress Wilson stuff like under a microscope. It's not what I'm trying to do. I'm actually trying to maybe even say that there's some untapped potential there. That's I'm not sure if you're hearing me say it that way, but that's actually what I'm trying to say. So what I'm
I'm not.
what I would lead into after I said that is say that is in pseudo land for me, right? Like I'm gonna sail way out there back in Egypt and say when they say Osiris was sitting on the throne for 2,300 years, is that they could see that there was some sort of community impact that it had on the people, some kind of way into some unexplored potential inside of propaganda. And calling it a lie may not allow us to look at the potential.
Yeah, mythos is not a lie; it's a belief. It's a mythology.
Yeah, I wouldn't
What she was
quantify
doing is
mythos
she
as a
wasn't
lie.
writing. She wasn't writing mythology. You know what I'm saying? That's religious. You know what I'm saying? Deifying shit.
Yeah, like I wouldn't call the stories of Hercules and
So
Zeus lies.
blackology wasn't
They're
like kind
mythology.
of a religious attack or propaganda on white racism.
So
Like
what?
I said blackology isn't like a deliberate attack of propaganda, like just stuff ideas we actually throwing at white racism.
Yeah, but we're living in 2022, and we're really, when we talk about the black dollar, we're addressing the information. You know what I'm saying? Slanted towards blackness to mislead and misinform people about actual science. You know what I'm saying? So that's the type of shit that we be arguing, that we're arguing for. You know what I'm saying? So and even though her method may have been for a particular thing, but you can see the effects of it and how it's holding
Take me
people
off
back.
Dr. Francis. Put me back on Black Men of the Nile. Put me back there.
Yeah, but some of the shit,
And
hold people
I feel
back.
like you're trying to take me in the sacred ground so you can have to tiptoe, right? So I'm trying to take it back to Black Men of the Nile, right?
I didn't read the Black Man and Now. The Black Man and Now was a response to, he's trying to show that Africans founded that Black Africans founded that now about Egypt, bro. Like that's what his goal was. You know what I'm saying? Now, in top of that, would that motivate black people? Of course.
It's okay. So I'm charging Dr. Ben with knowing psychology behind calling it the black man. He knew that I'm not gonna say he didn't know there was a race. I ain't gonna go into all of that. But he understood the effect it would have on the community.
I'm sure they did. They talk about that, bro. Yeah. They talk about it. If people know their own history, the black people stand. If they knew we was kings and queens, we already know that. They did that shit, bro. Yeah, we know that. I'm saying, but that don't mean. But his work was based on what I'm saying, what he thought was accurate.
Right. You just spent a nice amount of time minimizing my thing to just agree with you. All right, big brother.
No, I'm just explaining this. So, like, I'm trying to show you that, I agree. It's obvious because they spoke about it. That's not up for debate. You know what I'm saying? You're debating his motive. That's what I'm telling you. You're debating the motive behind it. Saying basically, he didn't, what he's doing, he didn't think it was factual.
I'm also
trying to motivate.
Like we're not even quantifying the effect that it actually had on us, right? Like I'm almost like, so now I'm back in what Unc said earlier, right? Like he actually did do a lot, even though he didn't have a lot of things that was accurate. But the stuff that he like the fact that he mentally brought us to a place is genius. Like it has its own way of genius. Like, and I'm saying, like,
I ain't finna even do that. You're gonna bring Corey back up, and Corey gonna cut you out. But I'm not getting into his quantifiable.
I'm gonna say this.
I don't care. I'll be honest with you, bro. Like I never read a shit.
Like I never did know anything about any Dr. Ben or anything, and I don't have any reference for these individuals because I only knew about them since I found the conscious community. So I don't have a reference like what Reggie have or anything like that. So I gonna look at the information, and I can simply appreciate for that he served his purpose in a day and age. But we cannot, like Sosa said, we need to retire these people so that they don't get passed through the scrutiny of modern day rigors. Because what's going to happen, we're going to start dissecting and then the half truth, and we're going to justify that he faked this degree. And it's not necessary. We have way more information today. We've grown. We appreciate what they've done, but they are not relevant to any discussion today. They're simply not.
Okay, cool.
Nobody under goddamn 30 should be
Hold
should know
on a
anything about that. Like that shit should be a cutoff
with
point.
you that I don't like religion, right? I actually don't like it, right? So, but I feel like on the same topic that it's a part of the pre-coding of being a human being. Like the whole idea of believing in this process or having an Osiris on the throne or some kind of shrine or something that I look up to and it gives me some sort of order, and that works to my environment in a way that maybe nothing else really does, right? Like I'm trying to not minimize the whole religion part, even though I know it's a lie. Like I know it's something. I know that the dude who said Osiris was on the throne for 2,300 years for the first time. I know he didn't believe that shit.
You don't know that he didn't believe that shit.
How could he believe that he was there?
Niggas believe God does shit from the goddamn sky.
He
He's
looked
still
at
there.
the throne.
You think he ever
way
seen God do the
that
shit? You think a nigga ever saw God put a goddamn deer on the planet? They believe he did it though. Come on, man. You don't gotta see that shit to believe it.
With my belief right there.
I said niggas don't just believe what they can see with their eyes. Like niggas.
That was I wanted to be real back in. I wanted to be real back in, but I'm just saying, like all the
Michael Air Jordan. That dude literally flew. That dude literally flew. He defied gravity.
Look,
that man hang in the air for almost 4 seconds. And man, Michael Jordan is he flew. The man was.
Hold on, let him do that.
What I'm trying to do is understand that it is human nature.
Oh, just let him make the statement one at a time, bro. Let him make the statement. Then you get
it's human nature to grandiose and make things big. And we're talking about ancient civilization. If they understood propaganda, these people had governments and power. And to make a statement like that, especially to an ignorant people who would actually, quote unquote, believe that statement, right? We can't deny the power of belief. So yes, Osiris reigned for 2,300 years, and we are going to reign for 2,300 more. Let's go to war. But the people actually, for some degree, believed it. Studies going to tell you the majority of the humans on the planet up to today is going to tell you God did it. It is part of who we are. So to deny that there is some aspect of belief that goes hand in hand with that propaganda is to deny an aspect of humanity that exists. We cannot, the amount of stuff that they did, they actually believed in an afterlife.
Cedric, what I'm trying to say, okay, so I understand, I like how you put that. So what I'm saying is, what I would add to that is, okay, right, like, so how long did it take them to get to Osiris? I feel like I started off with something that might have been difficult to like understand the way I'm trying to put it. What I said was, hey nigga, get your ass down from off the top of that motherfucking pyramid.
How long if you want to know how long it took to get to Osiris, as long as from the beginning of humanity.
So that would have took a very long time.
When we first popped up, they got there, that's when they got there.
I mean, they created what we might actually accurately be able to call in our vocabulary a lie that stopped them from having to say, hey, nigga, get your ass down from off that motherfucking pyramid for thousands of years. Thousands of years.
Guess what,
You know what we are doing?
Go ahead, sir.
I was just going to say,
let's Chef respond.
I'm trying to get brought back in, but
let's Chef respond real quick. Go ahead, Chef. Chef, you got that.
No, go ahead, Zach. Go ahead, Zach.
Go ahead, Chef.
I was just going to say, look, our modern day stuff that we marvel at, right, is like Marvel movies. Like take a Marvel movie and the amount of money that was put to make such an epic series or epic film. Like, we are working with different tools of creative of expression. We have far more at our fingertips that cost much more and are just as grandiose that comes out of the human imagination. Take this back 5,000, 6,000 years, and these people are expressing the same level of imagination with the tools that they have at their disposal. Like, I don't understand why we are mystifying human behavior. It's just in each time people do things with what they have. That's creative expression. We have Jurassic Park. We have name it. We have roller coasters that would blow away anybody in ancient Egypt mind as to the marvel that they see today. We look back and we marvel at them. They would look forward and marvel at us. But it's just humans being humans. And they just use the tools and the technology they have at the time to express themselves. And just like one country can make low budget movies because their finances are limited, and Hollywood makes $1 million blockbusters, so too in the Asian world. Egypt was a pinnacle, it was rich, it had power, it had leisure, so it created monuments that weren't equal in other places. And then you come to South America and you look at what the Aztecs and the Incas did, and we see that these people have done miraculous things same way. You know what I mean? It's just humans humaning. We put too much spookyism and too much emphasis on what they did as if we are less. We got James Webb, dude. They got a 2,300-year-old story of Osiris. We got James Webb. Who's the big shot around here?
Nat the Plier.
No, hell no. Not the Plier served its purpose, but if we're gonna put them next to each other, James Webb, baby. Like, we ain't having that argument. You know what I'm saying? So we shouldn't do that. Like, it was what it was at that time. They had Nata Plier, and we got James Webb. Like, it's just product of the times.
I'm thinking the significance is more in the fact that it some kind of way led to government. Like it led to a organization of multiple groups of people, right? Like an idea. Like, yeah, I am fascinated with that. Like, that actually is incredible to me. So I'm trying to again. I mean, I definitely want to hear what Chef has to say though. I'm trying to. I think he really understands my argument. So I really want to hear what he's saying.
I'm lost. Y'all
You lost
keep
now?
talking about Osiris.
Where did I lose? Okay, so I'm trying to say,
I'm just saying, like,
go sit down.
In areas that we can't, you know what I mean? The proof is no longer applicable. We can only.
I'm that far in the
so
field land.
like,
I'm to where I done just got like.
I'm on the phone with
BG. Too many things to unpack.
Yeah, we can't even. You know what I mean? That's why I keep saying, like.
Y'all can hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, like I said, I understand the point you're making. I'm trying to find as many ways to say I agree with.
I think I understand.
Why would you grab my nipple?
I'm gonna give you a
Chef, mute your mic.
Hit the mute button, Jeff.
Oh, my bad.
That's not BG. You little liar.
Yeah, hit the mute button.
All right, my bad. There I go. You go in the house.
Mute out, Jeff.
Oh shit!
You think it's I don't know what?
I can mute that.
Somebody.
Oh no, I was ready.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah. You hear that Dr. Ben? Kick that Dr. Ben.
I want that
shit,
Dr. Ben card. Y'all that disrespected the black man. You feel me? And I can't take it. I can't take it.
I'm trying to find evolutionary biology somewhere in this mix right here.
Listen, it's all in here. Watch. You dig what I'm saying?
Yeah,
says
Kick that shit.
Carson became the director of pediatric neurosurgery at the Johns Hopkins Children's Center in 1984 at the age of 33. Then the youngest chief of pediatric neurosurgery in the United States. In 1987, he gained significant fame after leading a team of surgeons in the first known separation of conjoined twins joined at the back of the head. Although surgically a success, the twins continued to experience neurological and medical complications. His additional accomplishments include performing the first successful neurosurgical procedure on a fetus inside the womb, developing new methods to treat brainstem tumors, and revitalizing hemispherictomy techniques for controlling seizures. He wrote over 100 neurosurgical publications. He retired from medicine in 2013. At the time, he was professor of neurosurgery, oncology, plastic surgery, pediatrics at the Johns Hopkins School of Medicine. Carson gained national fame among political conservatives. No, I don't want that. That's wild.
Yeah,
Carson,
you know what you know what you didn't find there? And nobody ever argued anything that you said there.
No, we ain't finished. We ain't finished.
We ain't
no,
finished.
we ain't finished.
So you're gonna
I'm not gonna let you
evolutionary
railroad
biology somewhere in there.
I'm not gonna let you railroad.
What is this presentation?
Right. Carson has received numerous honors for his neurosurgery work, including more than 60 honorary doctorate degrees and numerous national merit citations. In 2001, he was named by CNN and Times Magazine as one of the nation's 20 foremost physicians and scientists, and was selected by the Library of Congress as one of 89 living legends in its 200th anniversary. In 2008, Carson was bestowed the Presidential Medal of Freedom, the highest civilian award in the United States. In 2010, he was elected into the National Academy of Medicine. He was the subject of the 2009 TV film Gifted Hands. If any of you niggas.
So now I gonna ask the same question. Stop. We're not gonna let you straw man your way through this conversation. You know what we didn't read there?
I'll watch that nigga, Chef.
You know what we didn't read there? Anything
like
about evolutionary biology, knowing anything about that. Yes, Chef. In this
that nigga sound like
subject.
A superhero, yo. Do that sound like a dumb motherfucker to you?
Chef.
Do that sound like a motherfucker that you smarter than?
Why are you continuously creating a straw man which nobody is arguing? You arguing against yourself.
Every day. Y'all let create straw men every day.
Who said?
Now
who
y'all
disagreed?
got a problem with straw men.
Wait a minute.
Now y'all got a problem with straw men.
You read. No, I got a problem. I got a problem with your bullshit because you are making like false dichotomy and a bunch of nonsense. Because what you read there, everybody here knows. I read the Dr. Ben book about 20 years ago. So like you telling everybody shit that we know. We saw the Cuba Gooding Jr. movie and we understand that he's a hero. But see, you don't understand a simple thing about medical school, that he didn't have to study a goddamn thing about evolutionary biology or understand anything about evolution or understand anything about evolution to become a neuroscientist or neurosurgeon. You simply don't understand that. I'm telling you, I'm a biochemist and I had no need to learn anything about human evolution. This is what the body is and this is how it functions. Done.
no abiogenesis, no cosmology. And so on those subjects, I could be completely and totally wrong. But your simple ass mind and your hero and man worship got you to the point that you don't understand the difference. All of you are commit the same fallacies. At some point in time, you have some hero. My dad's my hero. And nobody ain't gonna say nothing about him because you can't look him up. So I don't have those issues, Chef. I understand and respect the man for what he did, but I also know what he's not capable of and what he makes himself look like a fool as. A man that has that distinction and go have the audacity to talk about irreducible complexity, putting him dead smack in the creationist realm. He could go into a surgery,
That's his religious belief.
Operate on your damn brain, fix it, and think that it's irreducibly complex because God did it. That's my point, Chef.
Do you think he think that when he fixed your motherfucking brain, or when he created new ways,
you can talk no forever.
When
you beg the question,
when he figured
every
out
question
ways,
you beg, answer it yourself, because I ain't responding to you no more, because you can't respond to my last statement. So what you do, you just continue on by begging the question. Respond to what I said, because what I said was factual. So if you can't address that, don't start by begging the question, assuming your arguments from incredulity because you don't know. You just talking about what you believe.
Cedric, you cannot convince me that you're stronger than Spider-Man, yo. I just read a fucking superhero biography on a motherfucking scientist and surgeon.
Everything what you just said.
You talking a bunch of bullshit.
I'm gonna go get a saw bio, nigga.
Everything you said.
Destroy that shit.
Spider-Man, and so it illustrates where your thinking is on the subject. I'm good.
We just read a superhero
the more one speaks, the more one speaks, the more one compromises itself. What you didn't read, you didn't read anything about his expertise in evolution. You didn't read anything about that. I know you preaching to the choir, and then begging the question because you don't know.
Are you showing us a mirror? Are you showing us a mirror, Chef?
Yeah. Look, I'm showing that these niggas then propped up Dr. Ben, right? Because he was an atheist, right? When you got a motherfucking real doctor, a superhero, and because he a Christian, these niggas think that they smarter than him.
Nah, that's not an argument. Brendan, he's saying that, and I want your opinion on this. Because of his works and his understanding in as a neurosurgeon, that his understanding of evolution is on par. That it makes his evolutionary understanding.
Classical cross-domain violation, right?
Yeah.
No, I'm saying
classical. Right? But here it is, right? When we talk about that classical cross-domain violation, we're doing it on both fronts. We do it with Dr. Ben as well. Dr. Ben, we're talking about him having some type of expertise in evolution, but what warrants his expertise there?
Good point, man. Good point.
That's why I asked, are you showing us a mirror? Are you showing us a mirror here?
That's what I'm saying, because I hold a position, the same position on both.
He's doing the same thing. He's doing the same thing people do with Dr. Ben. Right.
Yep.
I have a
this guy
makes complete sense. He makes complete sense. He does open heart surgery. He's a medical scientist. How can he be wrong?
Begging the question, how can he not know? He must know. He didn't get that in school. There's a difference between being a trained mechanic and being an engineer.
And
Dr. Ben is the best mechanic on the planet. Doesn't mean he knows how to build the car.
And here are some of the problems I think we end up running into. We run into these logical fallacies, right? We're committing a bunch of them, right? We've got cross-domain expertise violation. Right? We're doing ad hominems, right?
In the question.
We're saying, oh, Dr. Ben lied on his resume. How can anything else he's talking about be correct?
There you go.
Right? Oh, this person doesn't have a particular a degree in this particular subject. Anything that you say in this particular subject, how can I take it seriously? I got to throw that out. And all of these ad hoc, all these logical fallacies that we're committing here, right?
And which we're not doing. We're giving him his due with regards to his expertise. Nobody is questioning that. What we're saying is on the subject of evolution, which he does not need to know to be proficient in his area of study, he is proven to be anti-science. He is proven to be a creationist. He used terms like irreducible complexity. In a debate with me about evolution, he'll lose.
Right. Yeah, so Chef, it's 4th and 25. You on your own 30, brother. Go ahead, punt and play defense, bro.
And again, I want to go back to the whole idea, because I was just listening in about this idea that you have these psychological benefits of things that is like, was there some merit? Was there some merit in terms of these psychological benefits? Be careful, right? Because I always say, and I think Corey he blasts me for saying this. If people want psychological benefits for things in terms of this conversation about Egypt and all this, you know what you should do? You should go join a shrine. Yep. The reason why I say it, because they will give you all the mythology, all the psychological benefits, all the feel-good shit that you need. Yep. Right. Yep. And they won't propose anything scientific behind it. The problem is as soon as you start trying to substantiate that with archaeology, right? Or genetics,
yep, you get a problem.
Or anthropology, don't get mad at us. Don't get mad at us when we point out it, because now you're not rooted in feel-goodism and all of this stuff. You jumped in the scientific realm. I would say if you want the psychological benefits, all of religion, Christianity, Islam, they have all those psychological benefits. It's a huge psychological benefit for somebody telling me that I'm the chosen people and the apple of God's eye. It's a huge psychological benefit for that, right? Mm-hmm. But there's just not much truth in it.
Correct.
You know, so
right.
Yeah. So that's sort of my point there. Mm-hmm.
I would never get mad at y'all, right? Like if anything, I don't see a real reason to get mad at them, because I understand what they're actually trying to do is that's all I'm really saying, right? And so you by that, I'm actually agreeing with you. So I mean, I appreciate you actually addressing the question, but it doesn't leave me with a solution. Obviously, there is nothing scientific that I can really point to that actually helps my point, right? Other than, all I'm trying to do, I can point to other times in history where I feel like the same quote unquote principle was applied, right? So we're sitting up here saying that it does absolutely positively nothing, but I can show that Abraham did it. I can show that Osiris did it. I mean, I can.
Nobody's saying that. Nobody's saying that. That's why I keep saying
again.
That.
Right. So there's a big benefit.
Right?
Yeah,
right.
nobody's saying
we're not
that.
disagreeing.
Right.
We're not disagreeing on that.
Yeah, my point was that Sheikh Antajo know the benefits that it would have with his Black Egypt argument. He actually thought that the science behind him backed his conclusion. You know what I'm saying? So his reasoning for doing it, you know what I'm saying, was based on what he understood to be true. You know what I'm saying? So, but
in specific, he may not have.
That's a big.
He may not have. So I'm getting into. So did Dr. Ben think that when he was saying black man is now, right? Or his close colleague, Dr. Jeffrey,
following the footsteps of Sheikh Antajo. They was following the footsteps of other people that taught that, and that's what they thought was the real deal, bro.
But I'm saying it worked. I'm saying it worked. It did work. You said it didn't do nothing. So that might be part of it that we might be disagreeing on.
You have to define when you say it worked. It worked. What did it do when you say it worked? What did it do?
Did it help them? Did it move them from nigga, get your ass down from up top of that pyramid? So now
stick to Dr. Ben. Let's just stick specific to Dr. Ben.
When you go up the pyramid.
No, stick to Dr. Ben.
I'm trying to get in the government involved.
No, but I want you to
helped
stay
them-
right on
it
the
helped
pocket
them
of Dr.
produce the ideas that got them into how to regulate their community based on law.
No.
So,
What was the
yeah.
benefit? Like, when you said that what he did worked, what do you mean by it worked? What did it do for? What do you say it did for Black people? Is what he's asking.
Right.
I'm saying that it makes you look at the accomplishments of ancient Egypt as something that you yourself can possess as a human being, right? It doesn't put the accomplishments of African people beyond your own accomplishments, and what it does is it personifies the accomplishments of Africa as some of the greatest accomplishments ever known to humanity, right? Because of they began all of these different things, writing, archaeology. So it does span into bigger ideas, but to call it a lie kind of maybe doesn't allow you to arrive at how it discovers these other ideas.
No, but when we challenge Dr. Ben, we don't challenge him on any of the things that you're talking about. We challenge him on the accuracy of the information produced. We're not talking about the psychological benefits of his
by
work.
focusing on accuracy, it doesn't allow us to
no, we focus on that because that's the type of group that we are. Like we try to remove false information, correct false information. So that's what we do.
He definitely knew he was fragile, right? You would agree on that part.
He definitely knew his what?
He definitely knew that he was talking to a fragile people, right?
But
he knew that.
Once again, we're not.
You wouldn't agree on that.
We're not disputing. We're not disputing if Dr. Ben
knew
he was talking to fragmented people. We're not disputing that.
Right.
We're disputing, was the pyramid built 2500 BC or 15,000 BC? That's what we're talking about. Did he understand evolution? That's what the conversation we had about. We're talking about. We talked about his qualifications and shit like. That's what we talk about, but we're not talking about we.
And that's a great point. So that's why I tried to draw a line in the sand there, right, so to speak, right. There needs to be a line in the sand drawn in terms of what someone tells you from a mythological perspective and a feel-good perspective than what is scientific and historically accurate and true, right? Those are the types of things. That's why we keep saying, right, in terms of what is the benefit of religion. I don't necessarily, come out and say that I think that all religion should be thrown in the trash can. It's no good or any of these things that. If you listen to what Jabari talks about religion and mythos, when he says that myth sometimes can be as true or as real as reality, right? Because of its effects, right? So, and I think that's a bit of what you're saying, Brother Moses, is that the effects are real in terms of what they were saying. They had it had real psychological benefits and real effects. Again, that's somewhat like a psychological or religious sort of perspective there, right? As opposed to defining what is scientifically accurate and what's scientifically true. Because the reason why that's important is because we have. I'm sorry. Still business hours, brothers.
Yeah, for sure.
Hell yeah. Let me see if I can do this. It's like a telemarketer call. You guys go ahead. I'll handle that. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah. So look, to reverberate what he's saying, you gotta judge us on
I understand
the critique that we're doing. Like, like what
I do understand your critique. I really, really do. So the distance between not having organization, not having rules, laws, and just a society that is making, like, they kind of doing business, like they involved in all kind of other societies and making trades, like how the process of how Osiris helped them move to that point.
Yeah. Once again, I don't argue that. That's evolutionary psychology.
Right. I'm not trying. Maybe I'm not trying to argue.
No, but I'm saying like that. What you're talking about is
maybe I'm actually asking if you guys have more details on how that how that actually helped them move from not having laws, not having like how did my like what was it before my eye and what did like my
Shit,
eye
you
actually
can't. You
help
can
them?
only go back to writing. You can't go back past writing and really interpret what a person's motive was. But in terms of religion, is most fundamental impact that is that it binds the people together based on a particular ideology. You know what I'm saying? And what they will say is that any time that you did not have police, gods and belief act as modifiers of behavior. So if you believe that if you act out a character or you did something against the laws of the country, you're not just going against the laws of the country, you're going against the laws of God. And even if we're not watching you, God is watching. You understand me? So those are some of the psychological components that a role that religion would play in pushing the nation forward.
Yeah, you had like for us, Egypt, we had a mixture of concepts too. Like, of course, most of that the base common Afro-Asiatic Wapar type of religion. You know what I'm saying? But they had an infusion with like certain knowledge Aryan concepts, cosmologies, and other other people that was coming in there. Even you know what I'm saying, for us Afro-Asian groups, you have even commonalities between them and Berbers, you know what I'm saying, having the same deities, you know what I'm saying? But not necessarily Egyptian, Hebrews, and Berbers just have a common thing from when they split up.
So right, I actually feel like we're not having a conversation about the commonalities. I really think that they did a lot of that stuff to distinguish themselves, right? Like, so what is Egypt?
Of course they did. Of course.
Right.
Of
So
course.
what is Egypt if it's not Nubia?
Because Egypt and Nubia did
the fact that they did so much to distinguish themselves, whether it be true or not, is what makes them Egypt.
I mean, Nubia wasn't Nubia. You had different people in Nubia. It wasn't really Nubia wasn't no country. That's just a area term that was around the Roman period. You know what I'm saying? You had the Kerma culture. You got the Nubian A groups. They hold the Nubian C group. Them totally different people. Like you had some Afro-Asiatic groups in them Sudanic groups that were more similar to the northern people, like the Egyptian types that are more close related to them. And then you had Nilo-Saharan groups, you know what I'm saying, that mixed in with some of these Afro-Asian people and made these hybridized groups. You know what I'm saying? It's real complex. It ain't just this Nubia. Nubia, you had motherfuckers in that area, then they fuck with each other. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Totally different cultures.
Yeah. And as to how these things come about, it is the behavior is when we write, we describe the behaviors. So Ma'at, when we read Ma'at, it's a description of the behaviors and the patterns that the people were already expressing. And that too is just evolutionary biology. This works for society, that doesn't work. Well, this is beneficial, well, that isn't. And so, and over time, these things are just codified.
No doubt. I feel like personally, like the way that y'all are describing it makes me feel like you do understand what I'm saying, but you may not be putting as much emphasis as I am on the distance between when they didn't have it and when they did, and then when they got it, that lasts for 4,000 or 5,000 years.
What you saying, Moses? You saying what, Moses?
So what I'm saying is, that I don't feel like they're putting enough emphasis on the distance between when they didn't have it to when they actually got it, and then when they got
hold on, what distance of what? Distance of what?
The distance between how long it took them to actually develop Osiris. Like I'm saying, Osiris is representing almost the whole damn culture. I'm trying to represent the story that allowed them to create law and
oh no, you gonna get beat up, yo. It ain't. You gonna get beat up.
I'm messing it up. Help me out then. Like I'm trying to bring
He's on the trail though, Unc. He's on the trail. He's talking.
Don't
I think so.
Like, come on.
It's close.
Nah, you gonna get beat up. It didn't take long, yo. They did it in less than 800 years, yo. Whereas though Mesopotamia took them these 7,000 years.
It lasted almost 4,000 to 5,000 years. Like I feel like you maybe
what lasted 4,000 to 5,000 years? What are you talking about?
Are we talking about a lie? Or are we talking about the culture, the story of Osiris is represents the throne?
But Osiris wasn't. I mean, you got more than those. You got a lot of different deities.
I'm not trying to dilute the conversation talking about religion, but I'm trying to talk about the psychology.
I'm not saying division. I'm saying yeah. So yeah, Osiris is dead, yo. So yeah, the whole shit was based around death. The whole Egyptian shit, Nubian shit was based around death and dying, yo. If you get that point, you get it. They built pyramids dead, nigga. Call it dead.
Y'all will get over your ass.
Because he don't know what he talking about. Simple. I don't got to argue with that. You don't know what the fuck they talking about.
That's the European way of interpreting it.
Nah, man. What was the most mysterious thing in your life is when you die?
The Hegelites, come on now. Come on. Hegelites?
Who?
The Hegelites?
What the fuck is that? Oh, what the fuck is that?
The racist white boy and how they was interpreted.
Wait a second.
Oh, man. You don't know. Oh, hold on. If you don't know the history of the racism that goes into Egyptian,
no,
bro,
we talking
we can't
about,
even talk,
we don't
bro.
gotta.
Wait a second. Wait a second. So
y'all,
you saying
y'all
that,
joking? Y'all joking now, yo? You can't.
I'm not joking.
You didn't know it was best about Osiris is the resurrected nigga that had to die first?
Yeah, I do know that.
Yeah, so I know you ain't look at it like that, but what's the most important thing, yo? It's the ancestors. You gotta die to be an ancestor, don't you?
I mean, why wouldn't it be happy that make the crops grow? Like, why are you saying this? So, like, because
they ain't give a fuck about no happy. They cared about the dying and you coming back and doing the right ritual to my grave site. That's why niggas ain't want to leave and didn't want to die somewhere, because if you died too far away from your family, they couldn't do the proper rituals for your graves on a regular basis. That's why we poured out libation and different shit. It was to maintain you know what I'm saying? It's about the afterlife, but you gotta die to go to the afterlife. Why would you build a structure, yo? Some of the largest structures and the largest structures in the ancient world, and it's about the king dying. Well, watch this. Why would the whole family die with the king, yo? Like, you know, they had children and those they call them retainer sacrifices, right? You know, they had children and the queens and shit in there too. I just want y'all to know that. It's all based around death. Like, we might not understand it. Like, I don't understand just because I died.
So
my kids gotta go too.
now I'm actually not arguing with you that it's about death, right? I'm gonna accept it as a new fact. So what I'm saying is then. So how am I distinguishing that from, why it has to, like, no, not Mesopotamia. What I'm trying to say is like how is it, like, what are they trying to symbolize by it only being the king? Like, what's the message, or like how does that not even how does it like collide with spirituality, but what is the actual symbolism behind it being
the king is the in between? Because the king is the one in between. The king is like to bring the message to you. Like he in between you and whatever they praying to. Like, that's the king. Like he the in between, the go between. He like, okay, let me give you like
God on earth himself.
Yeah, he like that type of
He's
shit.
the image of the divine, the what they call the concept of the divine king, right? That's
divine king. Mm-hmm.
Right.
So right. You I think you're giving me the short version when I'm kind of almost talking about like how is that distributed amongst the community, right? Like how does that fact interact with the priesthood?
I got you. Let me help you out. So
farmers.
I think I got you. What we never should do. Egypt didn't have a national identity. People always fuck that up across the board. Like in the United States, we got a national identity. In Egypt, yo, the shit was regional. Family to family, yo. Then they would get together. Matter of fact, I don't even think they had a standing army. Now, don't really tell us why they had to get niggas, different people. Like the Magi and them, they ain't have like the Roman Empire had a standing army, yo. Right? You mean, somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but they definitely didn't have a national identity like we thinking. The shit was regional, so they had they had family deities, right? They had thousands of gods. You know, regional differences, right? You know what I'm saying? What bring you together is you speaking Egyptian, and you know what I'm saying, you adhere to the pharaoh, yo, to the king, right? You listen to some of that shit, but at the end of the day, it was about dying near my family, so my family could do the rituals. Please don't let me just die. Y'all niggas don't come back and visit my shit and take care of my rituals on a regular basis. Don't do that. Yeah, they got texts where niggas died in battle, and they would literally have to bring them back. Right? Bring them. I don't want to die in this foreign land. Bring me back. And we do it in the United States when the niggas got died in Vietnam. They brought the bodies back because you want to be able to go visit, you know, your loved ones, yo. But they was on 100 with that. So imagine us wanting to go see the grave site, but they shit was like, you be doing something wrong. You're like, man, I can't recall last time I went to see my father's grave site. Like I be thinking like he ain't there, he in my head. But they wouldn't think that. They was on some whole different level because first of all, the level, I'm gonna tell you what the level is. The level is when the king died, nigga, then everybody around me gotta die. That is the level, right? And Jesus Christ is the king, right? Right? He's the king and he's the sacrifice king. It's the same thing. Death, dying, mystery around it. All that shit is that. Yo, like that's the ancient shit. I'm gonna kill you. Right? Then the Nubians went from the animals to the men, to the humans. The Egyptians was like, okay, the old kingdom is more closely related to the southerners. Simple as that. And they did the retainer sacrifices. Then they stopped. Right? And you can see shit changing. Yeah, but I'm saying, yo, that old kingdom and all that shit is tightly related, yo. Nakata, all that shit is tightly related, yo. I mean, over time, shit gets a little loose, and then you get to the, you know, different periods. But yeah, it's deep. But I don't know actually what your question was because I went there early on. But I don't know. It's all based around your ass dying, though. That's why right now in Africa, they killing animals. It's death, right? Like, how could you kill an animal, spilling his blood, you know, do anything? That because you was in the Stone Age with the shit. Actually, killing somebody and spilling their blood don't do nothing. But you would have to know that. And it took time for us to realize it was dumb. And Christianity definitely realized it was dumb. Judaism didn't realize it. They realized it later on because Moses and them was sacrificing shit. The shit to us is dumb. You know, I say this in earnest. It's dumb. But to them, it wasn't. It really meant something. It meant something to the Vikings, right? It meant something. But to us, we're like, come on, dog. Yeah, come on, I'm not going to sacrifice no chicken. It's not going to give me no power. But they really thought that. Yeah, they really thought. The Mayans really thought that. Like, man, when they built their pyramids, some of their pyramids, yo, they not pyramids, they structures. The people miscalled pyramids. Yo, they got the grade, 20,000 people had to go. It's crazy, yo, but that's what we was in our stage of development as humans. But that's why Christianity spread so rapidly. Because now we don't gotta pay the priest to do a sacrifice. Why did Christianity go so quick through Egypt like that? Wouldn't they know they was there? Like you an indigenous person, why you switching? Because it's easy, it's cheaper. Now the king gets sacrificed, I don't gotta go, or I don't gotta buy no goats, or I don't gotta bludgeon the fucking cow. I don't gotta do that. I can just say Jesus sacrificed for all humanity now. That is the sacrifice. But that's ancient ways, modernized. That's why Christianity is so slick. It's slick. I can get everlasting life. See, the afterlife.
That
right?
was the part of your answer I really appreciated right there.
Mm-hmm.
Can you hear me? I did want to cut you off right there. So like what story is tied into that? What story, like where, like what is the time period and when you can actually see the indigenous or resident Egyptians seeing the advantage to converting to Christianity because it's cheaper, or like see, I'm looking for like some kind of legality, something that's actually like within the government.
I gotta get the book, yo, when they start coming in, and so Mark Renault actually talks about that.
Is that in the Black Athena?
Yeah, it sure is, yo. And I think it's book 2, yo. If a book 2 or book 1, look up. Look in we can go online right now and look at the table of contents. And the question is, why did Christianity spread so fast in Egypt? Most people that fuck with Egypt is not gonna like that chapter. You're gonna be mad. You're gonna be heartbroken.
So what are the contentions within the expert community against Martin Bernal's work? Because I actually own the books, which is sad. I'm gonna just be honest with you.
I'm confused, nigga.
I got all 3 volumes of the motherfucker and left them at home.
Too.
I'm not asking. It's 2 now. I could have sworn it was 3 of them.
It's 3. No, it's 3. No, I said it's 3. I said me too.
Okay.
I'm confused too, yo. I swear I'm confused.
Brother Moses, keep in mind, we don't impugn people that don't read reference text cover to cover, right? They were never meant to read like that. You know what I mean? So we don't impugn people for that.
Sure. That wouldn't make sense. But I'm definitely confused why they call it pseudo work, because he never said that Black people made Greece. It's in the title. It said the Afro-Asiatic roots to classical civilization. So he talking about the Afro-Asiatic peoples, right? And he interpreting myths like the Greeks themselves was talking about them being a colony of the Egyptians. In the myth say this. I didn't sit there and listen to the book on Audible, and he's reading the actual Greek myth saying that they, is a colony. So I mean, but they fighting back saying no, they ain't mean that. They said they ain't mean that. It's just a myth. Right? See, most people don't even listen to the books or read the books and got something to say. Like I'm saying, out of all the shit that people call pseudo books and shit, I never understood why they did Black Athena like that. And then Black people then fucked it up, because the Black people think that Bonnell's saying that Black people, like the whole Black community, dove at the book because it said Black Athena, but you ain't read the subtitle. It said the Afro-Asiatic roots. I don't know, yo, but I know the Asiatic.
Dude, that Afro-Asiatic is a trigger word.
Yeah,
they saw that.
It
sure I don't know, yo.
It comes with a lot of baggage by itself.
I tell you,
it does.
Now Gullah can tell you though. No, Gullah got a profound understanding of that statement, though. Yeah, Gullah and Gozi and them, they got a profound understanding. Like I read this shit, so I sit there and read that shit. Right, I know, but see, I know the different models though. Like you got the ancient model, right? And then you got the model that was purported by the Germans, right? Okay, they called the Aryan model. These niggas went and overturned what the ancient people were saying. They was like, nah, that's not it. We looking at this, it was this, it was that. Fuck what the Greeks said about their own shit. That's the difference. So you can read it, you read both models. Most people haven't taken the time to do that. Nobody reads both models. Don't nobody know what the fucking ancient model is. Talking about the ancient world. It's what the Greeks were saying, where they came from, what they was doing. And the modern model or the Aryan model is when the Germans go in and start changing all that shit and say, no, the Greeks ain't know what they was talking about where they came from. It's basically that. Yeah, and so you got to have book 1, book 2, book 3. Then you got to have Black Athena writes back, right? And then you got to look at Lekowicz work, right? And the nigga couldn't have had a pseudo work, because why would she waste her time fighting back and forth with this man? These niggas had like 2-3 books fighting back and forth with each other. Scholarly conversations. Nobody on this panel could get around that shit. You couldn't get around. None of y'all. The nigga put the shit, you got the sources after each chapter. What's that? Orbis,
what you doing there, Moses?
I'm asking a question, Mr. Brennan, sir.
Roll value. Let me see.
What's that?
This is Mary Lefkowitz, Morals and Values in Ancient Egypt.
Okay, I don't have that. So what she said?
It's not. If it's not that one, it's this one.
Oh, that's different.
I'm
yeah,
actually just having some fun with
you. You got all three volumes of that, yo?
Is,
you got the blue one and the green one, nigga? I hope you got the blue
I
one
did.
and the green.
That's the only one I brought with me. I got it. I put it on the road and I didn't bring all my little stuff. But yeah, I do feel like I'm on the right track, sir. I actually do feel like I'm actually on the right track.
So what track you think you're on? What's your track? Talk to me about your track. What's your track? What you trying to get to?
So my track is I'm trying to get to this psychological conversation. And these people understood the impact of that. So where are you taking me? So
Everybody
if I'm in the wrong
saying,
direction, take me somewhere. Take me where I need.
No. Psychologically, they Homo sapiens sapiens. So they was making evaluations of the world. But so was people in Greece, right? And in Rome. Yeah, they was all making psychological evaluations. Nobody's system was better than nobody's, yo. Like we all got knocked that off. Your system is based off of you being able to gather resources and keeping the population healthy. Yeah, the rest of that shit is out the door, yo. It's subjective.
Okay.
You gotta be able to feed the population.
Only reason I'm actually bringing up the subjective because I feel like the word analysis comes up a lot with people like Dr. Ben and maybe some other names that I don't want to create other minefields for, but I thought the analysis was a part of the bigger picture.
You know what I like? What you were talking about as well. When I say I think you're on the trail, you started talking about the royal motifs that we talked about as well. You were talking about Narmer and the mythology and how could that actually galvanize the people along that continuity of culture, right? I think we hit on it a bit, right, on some earlier conversations that we had on the channel, right? But there's some other things that we think that may take precedence in terms of the royal motifs, some things that are deeper inside of the culture, right?
Okay.
I won't get into those.
The symbols.
Yeah, right, exactly. The symbolism, the royal symbolisms, the royal motifs. Exactly. And I think that's what the brother was talking about, right? In terms of the mythology, that's why I say I think you're on the scent, right? When you talk about the mythos in Narmer, the symbolism, those royal motifs that you see in the South, into Middle Egypt, right? That begins to put you on that right path, I think, when you're talking about that cultural continuity there. Okay. Exactly. But you're on the right path.
So you saying though, what I'm trying to feel, what's your issue or what's your issue? What are you trying to issue?
Okay. So if
psychologically, how they think? You think like the two cradle theory?
Right. So I think I probably used the word psychologically too many times. And what I am trying to say is how it actually led to this structure that is way more important than all this shit that we talk about.
How it led to structure?
Yeah,
how it led to the structure of civilization?
Right. Like how did the king specifically being deified lead to structure? Like
exactly.
I think there's something inside of that
the emergence
emphasis on, and then it lasted for thousands of years. So you even if you try to tell me it's not important. So that's why I feel like it's a difficult point to move because it
why
like,
I say that? Wait, I didn't say that.
Hey Moses.
No, remember, you came in on the back end of it when he was just hitting on it. But that's why I say the brother Moses, he's on to it. He's on to it.
Crazy, but right. Y'all actually agreed on it, and then so now this is
but understand, bro. How Unc style is, he's not giving you the entire package at one time. Okay. So I'll do that. I'll just say that.
Okay,
you gotta earn that shit.
Yeah, he's not gonna give you that entire package.
Oh, I'm actually
that divine king stuff.
Like regardless of what you think I'm gonna wind up in at the end of the day.
Hold on,
I'm actually a really big fan, but I already told you that. You helped me take that back soon. So.
Hold on, listen. And the divine king thing, most people had divine kings. That's not the was what's going to keep your civilization around for thousands of years. It's goddamn technology, the means of maintaining surplus,
food,
you know what I'm saying? Trade, like all those. So if they wasn't on par with that shit, that divine king shit wouldn't mean a damn thing. They got ran through.
Yeah, that's just the slick shit.
Right.
That ain't the shit.
That's the icing. That's the icing
Now,
on the cake.
how much
right?
of that was straight up goddamn luck?
Right.
No, there ain't no luck in the world, you nigga.
No luck in you just in the right environment to have agriculture. That's no luck.
You gotta you gotta be able to figure this shit
in the
out.
soil.
Okay, I ain't gonna take it nowhere.
What the Bible say? You will not eat without the sweat of your brow.
Yeah, and then that luck. No, you don't get luck, yo. You die, nigga.
I think
You're not.
there's a bunch of people standing on fertile land not growing that big.
No. That's not luck, yo. It's no. You might happenstance some shit and notice it and keep fucking with it, but that ain't even luck because you got to be in that spot. There's no luck, yo. It's when preparation meets opportunity, yo. That I do know.
Yeah, I think I went into like the
wild
two cradle civilization theory when I said that. So don't
Oh yeah, get off that.
I know where I went. I'm trying to figure out where I'm at. So. Okay, I'm
sand
off
as wild as that ice, yo.
I'm off
Sand
that.
as wild as the ice. 150 degrees is just as wild as below. The shit is yeah. Why you kill people? Why that and all that, yo, can't be explained by the fact that your skin is pale and you living on the ice, which nobody really was living on no damn ice. That's crazy.
Yeah, and they say that when humans migrated into the icy weather, following game, they came across big game, bro.
Big game.
So it was not like that shit was barren. It was animals that hadn't even evolved to run from them when they showed up. So a lot of them big prey was sitting ducks. That's why when they got over there, you see man run through extinct niggas. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, the elephant. Yeah.
So that environment, you got to compartmentalize that shit, bro. It ain't like you thinking like a white nigga in the cave, he just still shaking his boots and he got a little bit of water. Now, thinking niggas with boots on, insulated boots that done carve up a goddamn sea lion. Then you got the spears and shit. Nigga, they set traps. Man, come on, bro. Nigga making graves with tusk horns and all type of shit, bro.
Hey, so you know what one of the craziest things I read in terms of like with food, they were talking about the advancement. They could measure the advancement of that particular civilization in terms of like the population, right, in the area. If they could actually see hippopotamus bones, right, because they know no one person is not going to take down a hippopotamus.
Yeah.
So if they know. So if they know that these particular people were like eating or like using hippopotamus as a food source on larger scales, that they had to have some coordination and a larger sort of society there, right? So right off the bat, right, if you're eating a hippopotamus, okay, well, we'll put you in a certain group outside of this other group.
Yeah, and
that alone.
And if you're a big ass, what's that shit, a mammoth, and a little couple puny humans walk up to you, you ain't never seen them, you ain't gonna know to be afraid of them, bro. Like animals, what you see with animals is evolved, bro. Some animals that run, they evolve this behavior. So those first few years over there, the nigga was eating lovely, bro. Eating lovely.
How you know that?
We underestimate the coordination it takes to be a hunter-gatherer society. If you look at the killer whales and how we rate their intelligence because of their ability to coordinate their hunts. So to be successful as a hunter-gatherer, you had a cohesive community with a high degree of hierarchy and communication to successfully hunt. These are all the basic elements required to develop the societies that we saw developed eventually in the Asian world. So it's a dynamic process. It's not a switch that was hit at any given point in time.
Yeah,
The more successful humans were at hunting, the more the brain developed, the more we started to understand, the more successful we got, the bigger the groups got. And so we developed these things as we, in a dynamic process. And these type of development happened isolated from each other at different areas on this planet. So we are focusing this attention as if there is something distinctly unique about the developments in Northeastern Africa when we can look all over the planet and see similar developments.
Yeah, that's good. That's good too, because most all the hunter gatherers they end up forming, or you know, what I'm saying consistent farming. They end up forming and cultivate their favorite wild crops in the first place. You know, some shit that they were already gathered. You know what I'm saying? This when the climate and shit changed, they have to you know what I'm saying, cultivate this stuff to keep hold on to it for the, you know what I'm saying, for you know, for a better day. You know, so they won't be starving and shit during the dry season and shit like that. But yeah, but even like being hunter gatherers have forms of farming too. They call it fire stick farming, a form of farming, like where they used to burn down parts of the forests and shit just to have like grassland opening so they can have more animals to hunt down.
Right. And you just to kind of piggyback on what you're saying, I'll be very brief, Gullah. And why we always talking about food production, right? How did we talk about pastoralism? We're talking about early farming. The reason why it's important, right? And we're talking about early civilizations is that you had to have a way to feed large populations. Without having that early form or that capability to feed large populations, you're not going to be able to have the emergence of large civilizations or significantly populous areas, or what they call urbanization, right? Yeah. That's a prerequisite. That's a capability that you have to develop first. How are you going to feed these people? So when we talk about the early Neolithic, about the pastoralism, when we talk about the hunting and gathering, the fishing, the farming, the planting, the harvesting of wild grains, all of those, and I'm just putting this as a backdrop for our listening audience, right? That has to be in place before we can talk about building pyramids or any of that stuff, because you got to be able to feed these people.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Got to be able to feed them because shit, some people got to go. You got people that's gonna go out and trade for the state. So that's a whole field of people that need to go travel around. Like, yeah, man, you gotta be able to sustain yourself without all your individuals working on goddamn food.
Okay.
Yeah, well, hold on. Let me just say something. Right, let me just say something real quick. I just came through.
There's more nuance to the process of them actually having law and all that kind of stuff. Like there's far more nuance to it than just.
No, I mean we just started with farming, but we understand some of the development factors that led to it, and then we know about there was some situation that they had where hunter gatherers were able to sustain without law. You know what I'm saying? But they did it through other means. You know what I'm saying? But you know, when we talk about a large urban population, you're gonna start losing. They're gonna start falling out. I mean, you know what I mean?
No, for sure. I mean, I definitely have no way to disagree with your answer, but I feel like the topic and the idea is interesting enough where I would like to be able to get some more information.
Hold on, Moses. What I came in here for, because yesterday, this is Brother James. I came in yesterday to can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I came in yesterday. We had a conversation, and I had dropped a bad link with bad audio of the Dr. Timothy Kendall. So I dropped another link in the back chat, and I think it'd be probably a good link for y'all to check out and study, and so we could have a better conversation later on about the origins of these civilizations and so forth. But anyway, that's what I really just wanted to say.
I'm gonna check it out and see what you got going on. When you played it yesterday, I was in a car. I could barely hear that shit.
Yeah, I think that was a good video. Yeah,
this audio. I mean, he does an hour and a half presentation, and he pretty much gives a different hypothesis. You know, it's been a lot of prejudice with the Nubian civilization. So he actually is a specialist on Nubia and Sudan and all of that. And he's given a different take on the origins of the civilization. And he actually says, he gives some valid arguments as far as the civilization starting in Nubia.
Yeah, there's quite a few different takes. That's for sure.
Yeah, but this, I mean, I would love to hear what everyone says. So maybe we can revisit this in
Hey,
about a couple of days.
Hey, James, why don't we just wait? Because I'm going to beat them up and finish them all off.
Hold up, did you watch that video I sent you?
Man, I'm already there like 10 years ago, nigga. Well, that's a joke saying 10 years ago, but yeah, yo, like I know what you like. You're not going to sit around and take no licks like that, James. James, the only mistake you make is putting that social construct on. So they going to gig you on that, yo. They're gonna gig you on that. Like the Egyptians is indigenous Africans, the Nubians is indigenous Africans, and I'm never gonna let Gullah Geechee and Ngozi hit you with the people migrating in, because that's what humans do. We walk and we fuck and we mix. But that ain't got nothing to do with the culture that's there that you come into. You know what I'm saying? Like that's nothing. That's normal shit to do. That's not out of the range of shit. People follow big game, right? Big game take you certain places. You run into people that might be there. You fight a war, you agree, you chill, right? And you get with the program. That's normal. The problem was when people came in and mixed, right? They try to act like these niggas brought a whole new set of circumstance, some whole new spectacular shit. It's not what it is. So yeah, you're right in the sweet spot, bro. Like they ain't getting past none of that. Yeah, you on some 2022 shit. Right. Yeah, they looking at the archaeological record for what it really is now. They're not just putting it, place the shit that happened over here on that. No, I mean the real shit is we now understand, what indigenous African culture is. And a lot of the elders had a lot of that shit right, because being as though niggas was from West Africa, right? And you understand Africa, you'll never understand Africa not unless you study Africa. Yeah, they was studying from a Mesopotamian, Asian, roots, and they developed schools of thought around that, like the Oriental school. That's a school of thought, right? And you know what I'm saying? Like they was giving a lot of credence to, a lot of artifacts that you was finding from Mesopotamia in Africa. They was giving a lot of credence to that. You know what I'm saying? And so they never wasn't giving credence. They say, well, they don't got a whole lot of African shit in Mesopotamia. Well, African people, yo, like we like shit. We like a lot of different shit. Like, well, I like that, right? I'm fucking with that. That's not a deal. That don't mean you started my civilization, because I like different stuff and I like to keep it. That don't mean you started my shit. So a lot of the archaeological record was misinterpreted, yo. Like the shit is bananas. Like when you really dig into it and really study, yo, you understand the statement made by the museums these days when they talk about the deep roots, DEEP roots, ROOT of Egyptian civilization, yo. That statement right there, it means something. And we run over that shit every day when we have these conversations. They run away from that shit like it's the flu. And they never will talk about that. You don't hear them saying the deep roots of Egypt and Mesopotamia. What they'll say is, we're not denying that there was trade going on, right? We're not denying that certain things was picked up. We're not denying that. But we're saying there's a deep roots to understanding Egypt and they deep roots in Africa. Yo, that means something, yo. I know what it means. You know what it means, James, but you use certain terms that's off code. Like you can't say they black, because now you off code.
You know what I'm saying? What code? Who made this code up that we can't say that they black? I want to know who made the code up.
I'm gonna give it to you. Because people in India have black skin color.
Yeah, but they're
Native Americans in Mesoamerica have black skin color, and it's gonna get all confused.
Hold on. Now we in 2022. We now know that they're not African. That's based on the UV rays in the area, right?
Yeah. That's slick.
So that's just
I'm with you.
We revised that. First, we thought everybody with melanin was
right there with you.
So bam, now that we've been able to get DNA Now and find out about the southern regions, we know that that's not true. These people just have this pigmentation based on the area that they're in. So that has to be revived. It's just simple. Just throw it out.
Fucking with you.
But
You
if
see
we
what I'm saying?
African, if we
Don't say
African,
black
we
people.
black.
It's technical.
I'm with you, Jimmy.
Yeah,
All of
I'm
us
with
black. West African, South African, East African, we all black.
North
Doesn't mean we're the same.
North African. If you
North
say that, if you
Africans,
say North,
yeah, North
if you say
Africans
North
too, I'm sorry.
Africans and all of them is black, if that's what you're gonna say, then you know. But then they're gonna say, nah, nigga.
Yeah, but I don't care what people say
It's a
because
social
see,
construct, but it's
I
confusing.
understand in science this is
Yeah,
a working
but
hypothesis.
let's
They
be
don't use that
honest.
word.
Let's be honest.
They don't use
You could be born and raised on the continent. We can go down to South Africa and look at everybody, right? And say, no, you're black, you're African, but you're definitely European. So I know that you're born and raised here. You've been here for the last 400 years. I'm not allowed to say you're not African. However, you ain't black. I can say that in South Africa. So when we play these semantic games, like in Idi Amin country, there's a large Indian population that came over from India. They owned all of the land. They were the farmers. They've been there for generations. These Indians call themselves native to the country. However, they're Indians. They are not Africans. They're not black, but they're from there. So we can play this game both ways, but we know when we're having this conversation exactly what we're talking about. But it's those who want to fit that Mediterranean nigger narrative in there that is going to use that argument again.
Cedric, hold on for a minute. No, Cedric, it's confusing, yo. Because now we can get technical. So Dr. Benham couldn't get technical. They wasn't technical, right? So if you're talking about the Khoisan, that's a population of people that's on the continent of Africa that lives in a geographical region that will have the light brown skin with peppercorn hair based off their environment, right? But there's a population of Africans that live in West Africa, right? And so these are different populations, different diverse forms of people who their ancestors, you know what I'm saying, stayed on the continent of Africa, yo, right? And so as an African American, and a lot of us come from West Africa, maybe Nigeria and all that, but most of them, you can look at the map, come from West Africa. Now they're gonna gig us on that. They're gonna say, yeah, but I mean, just ain't got nothing to do with you. But that never was the point. The point was, yo, we was loving all the Africa, nigga. You took us from the motherland, nigga. It's the motherland, nigga. But they gig us on that. They say, nah, but y'all niggas not just. Wait a minute. As an African American, now I am clear. I'm clear to understand that the people, the Nile Valley, you know what I'm saying, coming out of the motherfucking Sahara, you know what I'm saying, at dates that clearly showed there are people in West Africa too. You know what I'm saying? Of course, that would not be me. But if I want to play the game and get slick with niggas, right, I can always drop the timeline back to 9,000. I can always talk about the poverty that went from West all the way to the Nile Valley, and ain't nothing they can do about it but howl and scream. I could do all of that. But nope, I'm going to say, yeah, you're right. That my direct ancestors, no, they do not come from Egypt. I agree with that. There's no argument. But you ain't gonna make them niggas not African, right? And still have niggas that they call the Native Americans, nigga. And so I'm less closely related to the fucking Native Americans than I am to them niggas in Egypt. How we wanna play the game, nigga? So they closer to me than niggas in Europe. How you really wanna play the game? So don't fuck with me by a couple thousand years, nigga. I have a fractured consciousness, nigga, and I'm loving Africa, nigga. I was trying all my life to love Africa. I'm not listening to y'all crazy niggas act like I can't love everything on Africa. I can draw a fucking line, nigga. Understanding evolution, that African Americans clearly draw the line. That we have more in common with the population in Nubian Egypt than we do with the population in Europe, Mesoamerica, fucking Asia, and Africa. They know what we be talking about, dog, but they muddy the waters. And they do this shit on purpose, yo. We all know what the fuck's going on around this motherfucker. I hear you, James.
Yeah.
You might not use the right words. You know what I'm saying? You might not get it all right, but bro, That's an indigenous African civilization, yo. And my people, you know what I'm saying, one line is definitely indigenous West Africans. So I don't know. Yeah. And then don't let no more shit come out where they show niggas really doing what they do. But I'm gonna sit back though, yo. Yeah, nigga, we holding the golden motherfucking, what they say, the Highlander, nigga. Trust me, Highlander.
We holding the high ground with a big sword. You gotta come up this hill.
And I purposely sent some shit to Sofa on purpose. Cause I know he gonna read it. Yeah, he's skipping through the tulips right now. He's skipping.
No, I read the book, like I said, like
yeah, you good, yo. That's why
I'm already familiar with everything that's in the book, even the arguments, man. Jean-Jacques Rousseau and Hobbes the Hobbesian thing, like, yeah, like I'm already familiar with everything they're talking about. I'm just looking at how they framing it. You know what I'm saying?
I feel you. And that's why I gave it to you, because I know that shit. I know that's what you do, nigga. And so I'm gonna ask you, when we really start breaking it down, yo, what make the most sense? Now me and you gotta say, yo, but really what makes the most sense? Based off the archaeological record. Was it villages in motherfucking Africa? Or was it mobile shit? What does the evidence say? Fuck what they said, right? Because we know it's a lot of different, like you said, because you understand the arguments, right? I know Brendan understand the arguments. You know what I'm saying? I know based off of what James gave me, right? He's coming into the argument for real now. You know what I'm saying? Gull and them, they've been understood the argument. Yeah, like that book that you showed Brendan, the 10,000 year joint. Man, Goes and them had that book. Goes be like, yo, get this book. That was like 7-8 years ago. Yeah. So then I want to ask Gullah, nigga, y'all playing then? Y'all playing? Because now when I looked at the book, Brendan read the chapter to me, right? I was like, Brendan, what you read? I ain't have no choice but to give up all my shit after that. Damn, you read that? Then I got a little salty, mad at Gullah and Goes. He got like, wow, that shit was right there, yo, and they ain't say nothing. All right.
Again, you sent me on the trail when you sent me the video of Christopher Ehret talking about the pastoralism, right?
Yeah, that shit. Yeah, that shit.
Because
right
I'm
there,
listening.
yo,
I'm listening for breadcrumbs. I'm listening for breadcrumbs.
Hey, listen, man. Christopher Ehret got issues with people in the field on his timeline, bro. I assure you. Like he gets a lot of
that's cool. No,
archaeologists, bro. Like,
and that's why you're important, yo. But that's why you're important, though. That's why you're important. But it's some shit y'all can't get around the archaeological record. Yo, find me the villages, nigga. And don't play with me, because I'm serious with this one. Find me the villages, yo.
What time?
I want to see them saying no. I'm saying in Neolithic time, during the Neolithic Revolution, 6,000 BC. Find me the villages.
Only thing you're showing is that Mesopotamia developed faster than Egypt.
Well, no, and I expect you to say no.
Yeah,
Chef.
that's all that is, yo.
No, Chef, I like that though, Chef. No, Chef, I'm saying, listen, bro, like what you're saying is on code for what and how they have been interpreting the archaeological record. What I'm saying is, in 2022, you sound like a nut saying that. That's what I'm saying. Now, maybe I'm drastic, but Sosa knows that what I'm saying ain't crazy. That there's a lot of shit that we're gonna bring out. Then, because I'm gonna tell you, yo, you say, well, the reason they don't got no villages is because they was more developed. I'm saying you're wrong. And watch this. I'm gonna give up the ghost on this part right here. This how we know that they wasn't more developed, because at Nabta Playa, right? Let me get it right. At 6,000 BCE, right? They had an astronomical observatory. So how could you be more developed than me? And we don't find that in Europe, right? Until 3000 BCE, and it's called Stonehenge. So how is it that mobile communities could take the time to develop that? See, I beat you right there. I won right there.
So
Can
now
I ask?
no, you didn't, because Göbekli Tepe was a mobile.
No, we're not talking about that.
Group of people that built megalithic things too. So that's not unique to that's not
what we're saying.
sedentary and shit.
Right.
So
that's not what we're saying though, yo.
Here's what
I just blew that up.
I don't want to do it.
Brendan,
I blew that up.
Hold on, Brendan. No, Brendan, hold on, Brendan.
Do it.
No, what
do
you
it,
did
Brendan.
was, no, you talked about temples. I'm talking about an astronomy. I'm talking about astronomy, bro, man. Show me at Jabal Tepe where they had astronomical observations at 7,000 BCE. That's what I'm looking for. I don't want to hear about you building a fucking temple. If you build a temple, the shit need to be aligned to the stars, then you got me beat.
But you're doing the same. This is what you're
essential.
doing. You're doing the same type of reverse.
No, I'm not, nigga.
Because
No,
like,
I'm
okay,
not.
because
No, I'm not.
they did what they did.
You just cut this nigga off.
No, listen, hold on. They did what they did, but because they didn't have a damn observatory, one is more advanced.
Yeah, nigga,
But
if you
they
don't got
did-
the James Webb, you're
It's
not
all
advanced.
about, but were they able to
Yeah.
feed themselves, bro? Were they able to?
No,
so it
that's
has
not the
nothing to do with the
conversation.
mold that they use.
That's not the conversation, and you know it, and you're doing it on purpose, yo. You doing what y'all always do. Y'all come up with some out of the air point like Chef did, and you
Let's
follow
be
that
clear.
mold.
Well, let me make sure. I
Okay,
understand what
let's
you're
be
saying.
clear.
You're
I
saying
want to
that
say that I'm saying that mobile villages had the ability to develop astronomical calendars.
That's a fact.
So when Chef made the statement that the fact that they had villages made them more motherfucking advanced, I said that's the bullshit. And I proved my point. Then this nigga throwing a whole nother part of the world, which niggas do, and start talking about that part of the world. I'm not talking about that part of the world, bro. Then we can throw this into the conversation if you so please. We could actually do that. But for this conversation, we're talking about Western Asia and we're talking about the Nile Valley. We're not talking about Turkey. Now, if you want to throw them into the dance,
Yeah,
nigga, throw them into the dance.
Let
Don't
me
confuse the
let me
audience
ask this
with that
question,
dance.
Art.
Yeah, go ahead.
The way they did it, they did it mobile and built the whole shit in that supply region. In Egypt, when they engaged in pyramid building, were they farming?
But yeah, they were. Of course it was.
Right.
Brendan, what was you going to say, Brendan?
Right. So you can't. Just because one is correct and one doesn't you can't just say, well, that's true for this here too. But when the evidence says, when you can clearly see how they got to there.
Yeah, but y'all don't got the evidence of them niggas heavy farming and I'm gonna tell y'all right now,
7,000.
y'all do not have the evidence of people heavy farming in the Carter period. Now,
I'm talking about
better $2 on.
I'm talking about 7,000 BC or so, like pre-dynastic. You know what I'm saying? That goes into.
I said in the Carter is pre-dynastic.
Carter 1, 2, 3. Yeah,
they don't have no evidence. Yeah, they don't got it.
Pre-dynastic.
That's 3,400 BC. Listen, that's 3,400 BC. They was farming hard as shit in 3,400 BC.
Okay, nigga, we're gonna bring it out. I'm writing it down.
You're
I'm writing it down. Hey, Brendan, I'm writing it down.
Yeah, the point that I wanted to make. The point that I wanted to make is that there's an area around 6,000 BCE, right? That I think there's sort of like a recurring theme. You bring it up, right? And it's like, hey, what is the archaeological evidence around the northern area, right, of Egypt, 6,000 BCE, 6,000, right? We know that 6,000 BCE, that's sort of like a blind spot archaeologically for us, right? That's the period when you're talking about that 1,000 years between 7,000, 6,000, or in about 5,000. Actually, it's about 2,000. There's somewhat of a blind spot there, right? Where we know the least amount. We have the least amount of archaeological evidence, right? So
in the north, Brendan.
In the north. Right. In the
ain't
north.
no blind spot, nigga. It ain't dead, nigga. Now maybe it got washed away. You're not playing this game.
No,
I don't want to talk about.
No. When I say, but you guys can make jokes, right, about it. You can joke about it.
I'm saying it's not dead, Brendan.
So you saying that's no?
I just told you. I said that there are some blind spots in terms of the archaeological evidence.
What do you
want me to do? You want me to make bricks without straw? right?
No, I want you to stop talking about some shit you don't got. Go talk to me about
no. But what we do have, right?
What you got?
Right. But what we do have is those settlements. We may not have the bones of the people. We don't have the bones of our fathers. We can't stand on those bones.
I told Uncle.
Right? Right. Just
y'all ain't told me shit. I know what y'all don't got. No cemeteries.
But what we have those hearths. We have those buried. We have the hearths. Right? Those are fire hearths. We have those. We have the settlements where we can look at the pottery. Some of the pottery is there, right? We have. Hold on. You jumping on me. We have those areas where the grain baskets where we can actually see and the residues of it. Well, we know those particular crops. And then again, all of this is around those areas.
Just give me a time for it. This is
the late Holocene. The same period you're talking about. The late Holocene. When was the late Holocene?
From 6,000 BCE, 7,000.
That's what I'm saying. Exactly.
Yeah, 6,000 to 7,000.
So we have that.
All right, put it on the
we have that in the north already.
But
all right, so let's put that on the tape.
No. You're gonna let me say something. Yeah. We're talking about the late Holocene, right?
Calm down, yo.
Yeah. I'm just saying.
It's your time to shine. Go ahead. You're right. Go ahead. You don't talk over nobody. Go ahead.
Yeah. Right. But what we do have though, because without nobody didn't a basket weaver a basket didn't just come up out of the blue, right? Somebody didn't a feral rabbit didn't weave that basket. We already know that. So we know some people were there, right? So again,
yeah, I'm not fighting that.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, so we know.
So we know.
Talk about you ain't got no bones, nigga. You ain't got no bones.
And plus, we have tools. We have tools. The tools, the sickles, those sickles, right? The sickles that they use to harvest those grains, right? Those agriculturally, those weren't wild grains, right? Because we can tell.
Don't lose your mind now.
No, don't. Again, we know those aren't wild grains because we can. They have some biological evidence from the grains came out of those baskets that they came.
No, you're right.
That they came from some from non-indigenous sort of crops, right? And the handle. That handle on that sickle, what we can do, we can do a radiocarbon date on the handle of that sickle is around 6,000 BCE.
You jamming, nigga.
Right?
So that
tool, no. Now that tool, we know if that tool was created around 6,000 BCE, we know who else does it. Homo sapiens sapiens.
No, you're right. You're not. I don't deny that. But let me make this statement. They were definitely, watch this, mobile communities that was traveling back and forth to the Sahara, back and forth to the Nile. I'm not denying that, right? That's an indigenous African culture. I'm not denying that, bro. See, I'm not denying that. I like that. I like the fact that they was going to Sahara because we can find those same grinding stones. Oh, I'm good with that. I ain't tripping. See, I ain't tripping. But we're gonna talk about how that particular thing they was doing actually got replaced. See, we can have that conversation, and I can show you replacements. I can show you how shit got replaced. Whatever they was doing, the shit got replaced, and we can see the different culture moved in. They don't know if it was a war or not. They don't know, but it replaced it over time, and that replacement was definitely coming from the South. Now, you might have talked about some farming. They wasn't just settle farming. They would farm, they would leave, they would come back. We know there was a cattle culture, right? And we know they had some farming, right? And that farming may have occurred definitely before they was farming in the South. I'm not arguing with that, bro. But it was still mobile. It wasn't aligning itself with Mesopotamia. And that's my goddamn point.
When you say it wasn't aligning itself with Mesopotamia, but
it wasn't because Mesopotamia, not the mobile. Chef already said it. See, Chef said it. Chef said that them niggas had villages.
settled villages, settled farming community villages.
Again, what we're saying, we already know this. We know that Mesopotamia had settlements earlier, right? We talked about
No. They had no.
Mesopotamia had settlements earlier.
No, they didn't. No, they didn't.
They didn't have a village. Well, they had villages earlier, right? But they didn't have a city state earlier. But they had villages. They had sedentary communities earlier than Egypt. They had those, and well, I would say in the north, because I'm making a distinction. When I say that,
no, in the south too, they got us beating the south too, bro. I'm not. See, go ahead, keep talking though, because you make a good point.
You're the expert down, in terms of Middle Egypt and down into I guess we say Upper Egypt and Nubia.
Yeah, Upper Egypt.
You know a lot of. But my particular area of study right now has been more towards Lower Egypt and the Delta, right? That's where I'm actually looking at, right?
Yeah,
but again, right? Those when you talk about the movement of those cultures, yes, of course, right? Because think about it, right? These people didn't say, okay, well, they began as like hunter-gatherers, they were mobile communities, and then once they learned how to harvest crops, they say, okay, well, we're just gonna stop doing this, stop moving. No, it was a gradual thing, what they did, right? What they did, right? I think it was in the summer when the Nile, the inundation came, right? When the flood waters receded, they planted those seeds, they got their harvest crops planted in the ground. And after that, they moved with the herds. They said, we'll come back to this area, right? Towards the winter when it's ready to harvest.
Yeah, you cooking, bro. You cooking, bro.
Exactly. So they moved, they kept moving, right? But that was very early, because this is that what you call that middle. It wasn't a completely sedentary. It wasn't completely what you would call hunter-gatherer or a mobile community. It was a gradual thing north. And that's why when we talk about making that distinction between what was going on in the south and what was going on towards the north, right? In the Neolithic, when we talk about the Neolithic, we're talking about food production. That was a distinction that was happening there. You didn't have the type of pastoralism that was happening down south there, right? Because that was a bit different, right? They were doing the cattle herding and all this stuff. I think Gullah mentioned it earlier. He talked about the animal husbandry, right? That was happening towards the north, right? They had domesticated goats, domesticated cows, pigs, those things. They were doing that towards the north, as well as planting those early crops, right? But again, they were mobile. That happened for a while. And that's why and plus some of the things that you say, that's why I adhere to the multicultural regions or the multi-regional sort of emergence of that Egyptian culture, right? Because it came out of multiple regions from the south, and it came out of multiple regions from the north.
You got your shot, yo. Name the shit you talking about.
The regions?
And see how many things you got. Yeah, name the shit that was later used in Pharaonic Egypt, yo. You got your shot at the big B's on this one, yo. Go ahead. I got a pen in my hand. Look, I'm gonna show you. Look, I got a pen, yo. I got a pen. I'm gonna mark down everything you say that we can later on find in Pharaonic Egypt, and then we're gonna see what I got, and we're gonna see how many things you got.
The type of farming that they was doing.
Check your one.
They made a religion around farming.
Check. So one of the religions. One of the religions. One of the cults. No, one of the cults.
Don't fall into that. Don't fall into it.
No, I'm not saying only, but I'm saying they. No. I'm not saying. I didn't say only.
Don't put all your cards on the table, because he's not gonna put his on the table.
No, I didn't say only.
This was a narrative.
But Osiris, the green Osiris,
the only reason.
I just want to know the things we learned.
The only reason why I gave that narrative is to kind of illustrate why it's important, right? Why it's important to draw a distinction, right? Why is it important to talk about food production? Why is it important to talk about these particular cultures up north that seem to have no particular relationship? They, in terms of the Narmer palette and all this thing, they seem somewhat foreign, right? But there's just as much Egyptian as some of those cultures down south, right? and we can show it.
Facts. And we
Right.
can name them. We can name them because we know them, and they all
nigga?
predate. Come on, I've been quiet all this damn time.
I say, but who won though?
We let you and James rock.
No, go ahead. You right.
Like, what the hell? You have Fayum A, right? You have Marimbi, you have the Badari. All of that shit was happening in the north, and y'all trying to make us think that didn't go into dynastic culture. That's fucking crazy.
And
that's
all
fucking crazy.
And
because
all
it
of that.
was known.
Now hold on, Brennan.
Go ahead, rock, Chef.
Yeah.
Rock.
That's like, yeah, that's like saying that because before you got on, Brendan, early when we first started, this nigga making all these suckers. He getting his ass
Let get it out. You gotta shake it.
He's trying to throw us off.
He nervous,
that
He
train.
nervous. He nervous.
I fucks with Unc, yo. That's why I fuck with Unc,
He
yo. I'm
nervous,
telling
bro.
y'all.
He nervous. He try to break you off. He try to break you off.
Hey, you gotta drown him. You gotta drown him in the Delta.
Yeah. Psychological warfare. Trust me. About that shit. About that shit. Psychological
The
warfare.
whole time I'm talking, this nigga humming a old Negro spiritual, yo.
Hey, Chef, stay up.
Go ahead, Chef. Go ahead.
Anything below the first cataract, he's gonna kill you. Stay above that.
Yeah, I'm good because like you said, we fully entrenched in a multi-regional Egypt. It took all of the, you know what I mean, shit to bring that culture together. You know what I mean? The area is so fucking big. There's not a dominant culture. That the South has its own culture. In the North and Middle Egypt had a culture damn near separate. But all of that was Egypt. All of that was Egypt. And then if we call Egypt, like to try to say that Egypt wasn't known for farming, like that was one of the most essential things that brought, you know what I mean, Egypt gave it its sedentary ship. Was the fucking farming. So to act like that wasn't essential, because that's what area that Unc was pretty much teasing me and Sosa on earlier, like we ain't have a leg to stand on with the agriculture. And we just I know he was just fucking around, but it's like trying to act like we don't have something with that. It's crazy, but go ahead.
Nah, so let's do this. So y'all gonna play. So the Nama palette proves that the niggas in the South defeated the niggas in the North. So at that point, that the unification was won by the South, yo. And so the South became the dominant culture, dog. Like that's on some basic shit. We ain't even getting into technicality. So y'all lost the war, nigga. Don't hate me.
It
Hate
became
the game,
the political
nigga.
power.
Yeah, all right, well, right. They lost, but they lost. They lost
Hold
control of
on,
resource.
hold
Right.
on,
Time you get to the Norman Palette, you like 3,100, 3,100.
Hold on.
Nah, no. Yep. Brendan, hold on, Brendan. You just rocked it. I'm saying we know that the shit changed. We know that the shit coming from the South, it leads itself. The shit in the South is a little bit older. We know the cattle culture spread from the South to the North. So we know that the cult itself spread. Cattle cult spread, right? So y'all can't have that. Y'all can have the farming, but you can't have Badarian and Nakata. Nakata, Badarian, and that shit coalesce. That shit coalesce with the fourth cataract, the second cataract, third cataract, and the first cataract. And I stand on that. I just stand on that, bro. Now I'm not saying
how much of Nakata
so you
was
saying the culture came out of Nubia?
How much Nakata?
No,
how much?
I'm saying no. I'm saying
ridiculous.
That Nakata, the Badarian,
That shit is
What they
Egyptian.
miscalling Nubia, I'm saying Khartoum. Listen, Khartoum.
That's way down in the south. That's Central Sudan, right?
Look, yo, can I talk? I'm
I'm
gonna let
sorry.
you
I
out because you
apologize.
barely talk. You barely
I
talk, Brennan.
apologize.
So you definitely get a chance to really talk.
I apologize.
And then the shit you saying is profound. Both of y'all niggas right now. But I'm laying my cards on the table.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead and give me the first. I want the first cataract, the second, the third, and the fourth. I want Upper Egypt, and I want Nakada and Badurian. Y'all can have the rest of
You
that.
can't have all Nakada.
Right, Nakada is in the middle of Egypt.
Yeah, you got to look at the very southern tip.
What we doing?
I'll give you
How
the tip.
How much you gonna give me?
I'll give you the tip of Nakada near the first cataract.
I want that. No, I want
you
that.
want all of Nakada? Then you're encroaching.
Because they don't got the farming.
That's war. And I think that's a war.
That's war. Okay, well watch this. Okay, so Nakada, y'all got the wrong name.
We'll fight in Nakada.
Let's do this. Ladies and gentlemen, look up the Nubian. Look up the.
Wait, slow it down. Why he can't have that, Brennan? Slow it down. Why he can't have that, Brennan? Oh, I don't fucking show up, man. Man, I want to know why he can't have that, Brennan.
Why he can't have all of Nakada?
He know.
Yeah, why he can't have all that?
Look at where it's at geographically. I'm sorry. Look at where it's at geographically. Now, in terms of, do you see cultural sort of continuity bleeding? Yes, you're going to see some of that. Right, but you're gonna see that both ways. That's the battleground is in Nakada. He knows that. Unc knows that. That's why he wants Nakada.
I'm taking it.
Right.
Here's my statement. I'm gonna make a statement. I'm gonna prove it. Here's my statement, and I'm gonna shut up. Nakada, Badurian, and Upper Egypt coalesce, meaning they group together with Khartoum culture. That's where I'm at now. Try me. That's what I'm planting my flag right there.
Yeah, there is some bleed. There's some bleed.
I'm planting my flag. I'm planting my no. I don't want. I'm not planning to bleed over game. Nope. I'm saying that right there, they coalesce with each other distinctly. And if we was if we was anywhere else in the world, and we seen that type of culture anywhere else in Asia, North America, we would say it all belonged to the same shit. Somebody drew a line, and I'm not gonna let y'all draw that line in 2022. Now, hold on. Now, y'all can have it after they do the whole Egyptian shit and do all that. Then we can start doing the border fights and all that.
Now, when we talk about borders,
I'm gonna give y'all that.
When we talk about borders,
that game, I don't mind.
Right?
Go ahead.
Right. But again, you know what I would press when you say that, I would press you to say, okay, well, in terms of those Nubian borders, right? Where were those Nubian borders throughout history? Right, in that Nakada area, I would have to press it because at that point, right, I know that those Nubian borders were very, very to the very southern tip of Nakada down that first cataract, with exceptions. You know, with exceptions, those very short periods of exceptions when those borders were porous, moving towards the north, right? So that's what I would say. But
no, y'all got us. When that time they start talking about this shit, no, I'm not. I'm saying by time you get Pharaonic Egypt,
right?
You know what I mean? And that old kingdom nigga go out, then it's y'all turn to play the game. Then I don't mind.
It's later, right?
Yeah,
exactly.
Nigga, then
it
y'all
becomes later.
straight. But that old kingdom niggas, them niggas that was killing niggas, like you gotta go.
Right.
You gotta go, nigga. The
that's
king
why
died, you gotta go.
That's why timelines.
You talking about the old kingdom? You talking about
the
first down? You talking about as soon as Pharaonic Egypt started around 3100 something?
I'm talking about the old kingdom. The old kingdom, nigga. Don't fuck with it. I want the old kingdom. I'm not listening. I'm taking that.
Pre-dynastic and old kingdom.
I'm taking it. I'm taking the old
what
kingdom.
do you think was happening, yo?
I look. You know what the battleground is set.
You think the people wasn't the same or something? Like what the fuck happened down there? It's Nakada and shit is still Egypt, yo. Like,
man, I just said it, but I said
just because Nakada. Listen, we always saying Upper Egypt culture bleed into Lower Nubia. That's
we ain't doing that. No, I'm not doing that.
But it's always been a situation.
But I said I'm not doing that though.
But that's always been the situation.
But I'm not doing that. What I say I'm not doing. So you know my conversation. But go ahead though. I want you to talk. I'm saying I'm not doing that.
and I'm gonna blood you with that.
What the hell?
So go ahead. You're gonna get beat up with that.
Like I said, pre-dynastically and dynastically, we see that Upper Egypt had cultural diffusion into Lower Nubia, if I'm saying that correctly. Well, let me put it in the way that I understand it better. Southern Egypt, the Southern Egyptian culture had cultural diffusion over Northern Nubia, that area. And we know it because by the time they get the writing, we see Lower Southern Egypt and its dominance over Lower Nubia, and all of the cultural diffusion and the colonization from Southern Egypt into Northern Nubia. So that shit happened pre-dynastic. Come on, yo. That shit happened pre-dynastically and dynastically. We can see it in both time periods. So that's my stance.
All right.
So I don't think Nakata was. I think that Nakata was Egyptian, and its influence stretched into Nubia. Go ahead.
Yeah, but I think this is when Gullah jump in and start talking about the admixtures of people and all that shit. That's a different conversation.
I'm not talking about people. I'm talking about culture.
Culture, bro.
Yeah,
I'm not talking about
So y'all
how
do know
the people
that.
look through.
So are you familiar? Y'all do know that Upper and Lower Egypt, yo. Now it's not. They use it for reference point when they say Upper and Lower Egypt, right? And I'm saying that first of all, those two cultures right there. I'm simply saying that Upper Egypt will coalesce with Khartoum, right? In the time periods we talked about, and Upper Egypt, Lower Egypt is what Brendan was talking about. Thank goodness for Brendan, because then it'd be a route. He saved y'all. He pointed y'all in some directions, right? So that's the happy balance. I'm just saying, I'm just glad to be able to present cartoon culture, right? And in understanding cartoon culture, you will understand Upper Egypt. That's my point. I'm saying I'm not separating that. Now, archaeological record pans that out. Y'all not gonna get past that.
Yeah, you know, Unc is a general, right? He's putting the capital squarely in Khartoum, right? I'm putting it. I'm planting it in Thebes, right? I'm planting it in Thebes. Right. We doing a chess game. We doing a chess game here, right?
And I know I can.
A general recognize a general, right?
I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go right now because I can definitely show Egyptian influence in fucking Nubia. Like anybody denying that shit is back.
Yeah, you're right. Nah, you're right about that. I don't want to argue that. Yo, you the 1500 BCE. Yo, what you saying?
But you know what?
Yeah, but I can show it pre-dynastic. Nakata is in Egypt. Like, what the fuck? Nakata is not fucking Nubia, yo.
Yeah, you can't yell your way through this one, nigga. This one
I'm
real.
just saying,
Now
like, it doesn't change, yo.
We're gonna see.
It doesn't change, yo.
We're gonna see when you want to do a Friday.
I'm ready now.
Oh, it's early, man. It's early. It's 9 o'clock.
I ain't doing the flyby. No, it's 9 o'clock.
Oh, you ain't ready yet? Oh, I thought you been ready.
I'm ready now.
No, I'm ready.
What's over with, bro?
9 o'clock at night, yo.
I can show the evidence. I got the books right here on my phone. I got the evidence.
He on the books on
it. It is a light fucking reading, yo.
So listen.
All he gonna tell me is he don't like my sources. That's the only thing he can say at this point.
No, I'm not. I'm gonna put it together.
That's the only thing he can say. I don't like your source. That's from 2017. I got a 2022, but he never gonna show this shit.
I'm not gonna do that. I promise you, I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna get away from
So I'm saying I'm ready
take
now.
It off the tape. No, I'm not ready now because I need pure uninterrupted time, and I need you and Brendan. I need Brendan to make his case. I need you to make his case, and then I'm gonna sweep y'all out the game. That's how we do.
Now I know you bullshitting because we got too much evidence for you to say that you just gonna do us. You just gonna take us all over. So now I know you bullshit.
Did I say something that contradicts what you're saying?
Yeah.
I'm just asking, did I say anything that contradicts what you're saying?
Believes that the mobile faction was that's what he was arguing earlier.
No, that's a different conversation. That's different.
that is mobile.
So he's making 30 different arguments, and I don't think he can fucking plant his feet on none of them securely, yo.
Can't.
Oh,
actually,
okay.
I'm not. I'm actually not. So if we
He's
talking
fighting us
about
on
the
everything,
inception,
yo.
I'm not. If we talking about the
Like we
inception,
ain't reading sources or something, yo. What the fuck is going on?
You ain't reading what I'm reading.
Yeah, exactly.
You gotta pay to get to it.
Right.
So
he
listen,
got the super.
I'm saying
he got the super source.
Sure do. Sure do. And that's what I'm saying. I'm saying if we talking about the inception, right, of Nile Valley civilization, then you got to talk about the Neolithic Revolution, right?
And
we
farming is
talk about
clearly in the Neolithic Revolution.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Farming is clearly in the Neolithic Revolution.
All right. So if we talking
You
about
already
all that,
lost.
if I'm talking about all that, right, then I'm not wrong when I make the point, when you make the wrong point in saying, because they had villages, they was more, something you said, they was more advanced.
Sedentary.
Because they said it, okay, it was more, yeah, of course. Okay, if you want to say, of course, a village make you sedentary, okay.
Right. You
That
were
don't
saying they
get you the
didn't have
kingship.
villages. You
Right,
said that they didn't have villages.
No, I made the point that the point was that
I
they
can show
both
you
get the
stone
statehood.
cities at 6,000. I can show you damn near, well, the early beginnings of stone cities in the north at 6,000.
In the north, nigga, okay. You're in the north, ain't
That's
you?
Egypt. That's Egypt. And those
Okay, but I
cities
can show you
lasted
Egypt.
all the way through. Those
Go
cities
get that.
lasted
Yeah,
all
you
the
had
way
to get-
through
yeah, you had to get
Pharaonic
that.
Egypt also.
Yeah, go
I
get
told you
go
I'm
get
ready.
the stone city.
I'm
Yeah, go
ready.
get the stone cities, nigga.
Yeah,
Go get
I'm
the stone
ready.
city. So they immediately pop up with stone cities before anybody on planet Earth.
Nah.
Yeah, nigga, if you had 6,000 with a stone city, yo, you got a lot of a stone city.
I'm saying the settlement dates back to 6,000. You know what I mean? Yeah.
A stone city, yo, built in stone, not mud. Yeah, put that on the table. You didn't put us all in the game with that.
Hey, hold on. Let's go back in our corners and then we'll figure.
I ain't running from this nigga. He don't know what he's talking about. I'm ready.
He got a stone city at 6,000.
I guarantee. And if he don't know this,
yeah, you got
listen,
me beat.
I ain't say it was
I
a
can
wall
see.
stone city.
You got me
I
beat,
didn't
nigga.
say that.
Yeah.
What you say? I heard
I'm
stone.
saying if you don't know this, you're showing a big blind fucking spot.
No, I thought
you're
you said
showing
stone
a big
city.
blind spot.
Yes, I do not know about a stone city, and I'm all willing to learn
Don't give him your trump card, Shell. Don't give him
I'm
your
willing
trump
to lay down my weapon.
I'm ready. I just want him to say, put the time on the clock.
No,
you know what I mean?
I'm willing
because I want him to say that these places don't exist in the north.
No, I can see. If you got a stone city at 6,000 BCE in the Delta, yo, I can see right now. I don't want to fight.
I'm saying it's stone structures is the beginning of these cities is popping up around 6,000 already.
So you kind of going back a little bit.
Am I having deja vu? Am I having deja vu, or have we talked about this before?
Yeah, I talked about it before because I'm confident in it.
Okay, yeah, I can swear we talked about this. Yeah,
I said it before.
No stone cities and no damn boy, y'all crazy.
I said the beginning of these cities is
what
already.
That mean? So
before the villages. I'm saying that these settlements. I'm saying that these settlements existed. You know what I mean? Way back then, 6,000, 7,000 BC. I'm saying it was already there. They found human settlements there in these areas already. That was already there, yo. That's what I'm saying.
So where does stone
so what
come
are you
from,
saying?
though, yo? I'm one about the stone part. I hate the stone disappearing. I'm at human settlements without the stone. What are you saying? I heard stone cities, and I immediately dropped my weapons. I said, the nigga got me. Now you backing away from the stone cities.
You dropped the shield. Hey,
I dropped the shield.
He took his helmet off and everything.
Yeah, I took my helmet off, nigga. I said, the nigga got me. I don't want to make a fool out of myself.
I think I do.
You won.
Let me clarify. Hold on, let me pull up my source. because I'm driving.
That's what I say. You gotta go back to our corners. Let's be careful.
And let me read it correctly.
Hey, and while he's doing that, Brother Moses, Brother Moses, you still there? He asked he asked the question. I think you asked the question. You said you wanted to know the evolution of the economic relationship between the priesthood and the community of ancient Egypt. That's a good question, bro. And you know who's the best person to answer that question? We talk about the economics of it is Brother Reggie. He talks about the cattle. We're talking about the primary, the cattle and all that. What were we just saying? I'm sorry. The pastoralism. It was based on a pastoral economy, right? And all of that. When you talk about, we're talking about. I'm sorry. We're talking about
based on pastoralism. I'm just asking.
Yeah, in terms of what Brother Moses was talking about, he says he wants to know about the evolution of the economic relationship between the priesthood, right, and the community of ancient Egypt. So when we talk about Narmer as being the bull with the tail of the bull, that's the cattle cult, right? And in terms of having that pastoral sort of community, right? The pastoralism being a very, very important part of their economy, right? That's the relationship there, right?
Where it come from, though? Where it come from?
That's squarely in your wheelhouse, bro. That's squarely there, right?
Okay,
so we know
that.
Yeah. That's why I say that's Brother Reggie and Unc's area right there. That the economy. That pastoralism, that's a part of their economy, right? But when we talk about
are we making it? Hold on, are we making a distinction between?
That's actually tight.
Hold on, are we making a distinction between?
That's actually.
Hold on one second. I'm asking. Are we making a distinction between pastoralism and animal husbandry?
No, just the priesthood. He says, what is the distinction? He's trying to draw a relationship because remember, he mentioned about, he was talking about the motifs that were there in terms of some of those cultural motifs for the early, I guess what you would call the religion is what do we call it? We call it the divine kingship. We call it the divine king, right? And we say that, are there any sort of relationships between that divine kingship, right? That early representation there and their economy. And there is a relationship there, right? Because the king, Narmer, right, inside of Egypt, he tied himself to that pastoral sort of representation because he depicted himself as the bull, right? With the bull. So it's all there in that palette, right? So I think Reggie does a better job than I do with explaining it, and I'm sure Unc does as well. But I think there is something there.
Okay, appreciate
Hopefully
that.
I didn't mess that up. Hopefully I didn't mess that up.
No. Actually, I appreciate you being able to clean up the question, right? So now it actually gives me somewhere I can like get some information, more information on the bull, better clean up the question, better present it to Brother Reggie in a way.
Yeah. You gotta get with him, with Brother Reggie and Unc. And we talk about the cattle and specifically Brother Reggie when he talks about the bull and the kings, the Nasut's representation of the bull and its representation of the cattle cult, right? Because he read it. Do you have his academic journal, his article? The syncretism. You gotta read his journal article.
I gotta check his work out.
Yeah, you got to get that. You got to get the Brother Reggie's journal article.
Right. I need to start there.
Because that's a unique question that I think his article answers or somewhat tries to answer, right? Which it was, yeah. That's why I'm kind of getting excited that you asked that, right? Because that's a unique question that a person usually wouldn't ask, right? So yeah.
Much appreciated that. Yep.
I think Brother Reggie, he would get excited about that question as well, for sure.
Yeah, so now we know where the battle line's at, though.
Oh yeah, the flags are down. Well, you already knew. You already knew. He's like you got to stay away from Mesopotamia, right? Because you
just proved it away from Mesopotamia, though. You did a great job of proving it. So I'm not. I like this. You take it away from Mesopotamia with that shit. You know it, and I know it.
Right.
Yeah, you made it homegrown African with that.
And I would have to stay away from I would have to stay away from the third cataract because I would die there.
Dying.
I would die there.
First we're going. I say you're going to die in the Killa and the Badarian.
Well, that first cataract is where it's at. That's the battleground.
Nope.
That's where it's always been. That's where it's always been.
All right. Okay. All right. I'm going for it, nigga. I know where it's at.
Yeah, Uncle argue new ideas and new ways of interpretations and the limitations of racism based in the 70s and how the lens and how they look and we should approach it.
Yeah, how we gonna look at all
that consensus? I ain't got time for new ideas. They got to work their way up the rank.
I
deal with the champion.
I like that. I like. You say you ain't gonna let me get in there, yo. You say
the contenders flail out a lot.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, Uncle beat us up on this particular concept, but again, I think you would agree with me more than you would disagree.
Yeah, because long as you got away from Mesopotamia, you wrestled it away from
Mesopotamia.
We ain't gotta.
Geographically, but I would say
the influence of Mesopotamia and Egypt is significant. We got,
but you know,
I ain't say that. I didn't say that. That's what
here's the thing. No, when we're talking about the influence of Mesopotamia, right? We're not talking about pre-dynastic, right? We have to go back to we have to fast forward that time machine, right? And go past this, right? We have to go when Egypt was already established and was an empire.
Yeah, they put it to the first dynasty.
Right. You can't do that. That's not what I'm saying. Right. When I talk about Egypt and its influence as being a Mediterranean culture, is not has nothing to do with pre-dynastic Egypt. It has nothing to do with the old kingdom. You have to go to the middle kingdom.
I know what you mean.
You guys go to the middle.
Yeah,
you gotta go to the middle kingdom.
Exactly. I think you should really talk about that more. I think you did a great job of that.
That's when
Encyclopedia Britannica on that.
Dude, that's when those pharaohs they had visions of imperialism, right? They were just they were just as imperial as you would say an Alexander of the world or a Sargon or a Sargon.
Yeah, but trade and influence would trump that because they're still trading. So trade.
Yeah, exactly. They were conquering and they were trading, right? Exactly, right. The eastern, when you talk about that eastern coast of the Mediterranean, it squarely belonged to Egypt. You know, that was theirs. You know, all the way up to Anatolia. So how can you say they weren't a Mediterranean culture at that point? Because it was theirs. You know, it was, you know, that's and when again, I say something different when I say that. I talk about from a geopolitical perspective, right? I'm not talking about from yeah.
Your mic go.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm not talking about, okay, well, do I have some Mediterranean DNA? No, I'm saying, do I have power, right, on in that region, right? So that's what I say. Geopolitically.
Yeah. No, I think you actually do a good job talking about that. Niggas ain't heard that. Anybody heard that put together? We cannot hear you. You messing up, yo.
Like in the studio.
Gullah.
Your mic, Gullah.
Gullah, it seems like you shooting at us become some kind of space race.
I muted him. Gullah, I put you on mute, bro.
Yeah, Gullah, he trying to talk.
No, what I was saying, what we perceive as Mediterranean, what it is today, Egypt helped formed that. Like they parented that shit. You know what I'm saying? Even before we ever heard of whatever Mediterranean culture was. You know what I'm saying? Them Afrasian groups that migrated up there helped form that in Egypt included. You know what I'm saying? The people that formed it,
that's what Brendan was saying.
Yeah,
It's clearly Mediterranean. How
Nah,
can
man,
anybody
nah, I
else
don't like.
claim
No, we're not
Mediterranean
doing that.
but Egypt
We're
can't?
not doing that.
That
We're
makes
not
no
doing
fucking sense, Unc.
Nah, we're not doing that.
But you had,
We're not doing that.
but they did
That
favor
shit's
favor
We're not
more
doing that.
Mediterranean crops and grains and fauna more so, especially in the dry season. You know what I'm saying? I mean not the
Nah.
dry season, but I mean during the wet season, the dry season.
Hey, Gullah,
They
don't run.
would trade. They would
Why
trade
you
and get
running,
like.
Gullah?
He got a mental block.
Let me finish, bro. Let me
Hey,
finish,
Gullah, why
man.
you running, Gullah? Why you running, Gullah?
I'm running from what?
I asked you a question and you ran,
Hello?
yo, and you disappeared. You can
I
hear
ain't
me,
even hear
Gullah?
you.
I'm not yelling. I said there's a
When
book.
when
Hold
you,
the book up, Brendan. Watch this. Hold the book up, Brendan. I want you to see the book. Brendan, hold the book up. You got it? Now Brendan gone.
Which book you talking about?
The book, the one you got in your hand, the blue book with the Stella on
I
it.
just don't. I want to caution you on David Winger. I got to at least caution you on that.
Oh yeah.
I don't understand some of the argument. I think it's credence some argument.
I just jumped back over. I ain't hear no.
It's not
I know. Stay right there. Show the book, Brendan. We can't
Yeah,
see
it's
it.
hold on. It's not. Yeah, I'm with you, Sosa. It's not like a a definitive thing. He gives his interpretation of the archaeological evidence, just like Christopher Ehret does. Right? There's some questions there, right? And
Man,
let
just
me
hold the
grab
book
it.
up.
Hold on, just a second. I'll grab it.
Hey, oh, he's somewhere else. Don't disappear, Gullah. Stay right there, bro. Let me show you something. And when you see it, you're gonna know what I'm talking about.
But this,
I hear all the caution.
This here, I'm quite sure Gullah. He's quite acquainted.
Gullah, you see it, Gullah?
Quite
Gullah, you see that,
acquainted
Gullah?
with this, right?
Gullah.
And why this is important, and why the reason why this particular work is important, and I think both Gullah and Sosa knows why it's important, because in Christopher Ehret's work, he references this when he talks about that primary pastoral community. I don't want to give away too much of it, right? In terms of that cultural continuity from south to north, right? And he hits on it very, very hard in this book, right? That's why I read it. I read it to kind of understand a lot of what Unc is saying.
Hold on.
Yeah,
Gullah,
and
you see
because
the
you
book,
gotta
right, Gullah?
to understand everything, you gotta understand
I got
all
that
the
book.
all
I
the
understand that
arguments.
the political dominance did come from the South. You know, I'm just saying
Hold on
about
for a
the
minute, Gullah. Hold on, Gullah. We've been reading that book for the last 8 years, Gullah. So I got a question to ask you, Gullah.
Yeah.
Yo, why haven't you talked about the Southern shit that's in that book, yo? Like, that's some serious shit right there. We've been arguing for 8 years over this shit. And there's a piece in that book, yo, I forget what chapter it is, that clearly distinguishes itself, yo, that y'all never bring up, yo. That's what I'm mad.
Hold on, he was saying that they didn't distinguish themselves.
Yeah, what part is it?
Yeah, but Brendan, what's the chapter, Brendan?
What is saying? I'm trying
What,
to get
What's the chapter, Brendan?
what are you asking again? I'm sorry.
What's the chapter in the book you read to me, yo?
Regarding what? I think I was jumping around a lot of it. So
Yeah,
which,
you was
are
reading
you
a
are you
serious-
are you asking a specific question?
Cattle call. No,
Oh,
I'm just
okay.
saying there's a chapter
Okay.
that we was going over.
All right. So for me,
That I hadn't even gotten into the book. I got the book. I ain't even got to
Right.
that chapter for some crazy reason.
right.
It
So
just wasn't meant to be.
Yeah, I got that book. I got it in my storage and shit.
Yeah, but
Right, y'all done had the book for 8 years, Gullah.
Right.
You and go had the book for 8 years, Gullah.
the
Y'all say get this hunk.
the particular area in the book
Mm-hmm.
that's interesting, right? Regarding what
What's
we're
the name?
talking about, it talks
What's the
about
name of the chapter?
It talks about Egypt and the outside world, right? It talks about 10,000 to 3,300 BC. That squarely falls into the category that we're talking about. It talks about from the early Holocene, right? It spans past the Holocene into pre-dynastic Egypt, right? This is the chapter, right? It's one chapter, and that's very early on in the book. Is there something particular? So I don't want to give you give away.
Stay there. No, stay there. Just stay there. I'm talking to Gullah. Gullah know what I'm talking about. Yeah, Gullah, y'all missed a good chapter right there, Gullah. Trying to figure out why I want to talk.
That's a huge swath of time. 10,000 to 33 BC, right? BC.
Yeah. That was wrong. All right, but we
but again, it covers both the early, mid, late Holocene and pre-dynastic, right? Very early on in the book, right? But that's just giving a really, I think that's a primer, right? Giving you that chronology, it gives you that timeline, it gives you a bit of it, and then later on it gives you some context, right? Later on into it. But I think this is a really, really good read if you want to learn a lot about, I guess you would say pre-dynastic, the prehistory of Egypt and all the archaeological evidence. It gives you sources for all the archaeological digs, right? And this is again, this is your man David Wingrove, right? He's a good guy in it, but again, it's all about the interpretation of the archaeological evidence, right? This is one man's interpretation of it.
Always.
Right? Yeah. So just like for instance, when you talk about Christopher Ehret and his work, right? When you go to his linguistic works, a lot of people have reservations there because there was some of a one man sort of interpretation of the evidence there. So there's you have to build consensus around these types of things.
Yeah, because everybody has a guy in a particular expertise in that they're using to build their argument. So you can't, that's why you have to know all the arguments, and then you really have to go to the guy. Okay, you're sourcing this guy, what is he saying, and what is his evidence that he's like, okay, is it also we don't have the evidence, but here's what I see. You know what I'm saying? Because Christopher Ehret will say, I have linguistic evidence, but I don't have no archaeological evidence to support this. I'm in the future, I'm thinking they'll find it.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So you got to work to the whole thing.
Yep. And then he'll point you to an archaeologist, right? He points you towards what you call David Wingrove et al., right? And David Wingrove and his team. So, but yeah, this is good. You know what? There's a free article that you can pull up. I don't know if you want to share that with them, Unc. You want to share that for the free article that you can go in and download it, because it talks about a lot, because this book I was pointed
towards. Not getting nothing, yo, till we dive out.
I'm trying to hit it with that ambush scholarship.
All right, that's not
an stuff real quick. Have us look at it. What you said? Well, let me check. All right, yo, I'm out, Joe. Yeah, it's over with.
All of us have read. I think all of us have read it. I think more than likely, I think Sosa, you've read it as well. It talks about the primary pastoralism and all this stuff. You've read it.
Yeah.
But what's the title of it?
You know what it is. I don't want to. I might as well pull it up if you're gonna do it. I know I might as well pull it up.
Now text it to me, and I'm gonna tell you if that's.
Pull that shit up, Randy.
I might as well pull it up and give it, because we've talked about it in Smash's. Actually, this we talked about in Smash Rockwell's channel.
All right, go ahead.
Right? It was the first. That was the first. That's really when I was.
Go ahead.
No, that's the second time I was exposed to it. I think you exposed me to it first. Hold on.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't want to. You guys talk about some other things while I put it up.
Just to say, in terms of that farming and agriculture, it's like, yo, I've been saying this shit. I've been telling y'all this shit for the whole time.
Telling us what? Tell us what.
Following through development, who did what, where it came from, and then y'all fight me and work me all the way back to the point where you say, okay, yeah, I ain't arguing that. I'm arguing this.
No, I don't feel like arguing about no daggone farming. That just because we get some wild grains from Asia that you suppose coming from Asia, and we incorporate our own system, they ain't going to teach them how to farm. Them Asians weren't teaching them people in the valley how to farm. They had their own type of system. It was totally different.
It wasn't wild grain, yo. It wasn't wild grain that they got. It was domesticated
Whatever grain
grain.
you think they got, just like the whole cattle. Talk about that.
No, we not.
Domesticated cattle too. So we still on the domesticated cattle too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
From Asia.
Yeah. I'm on everything I was on before.
You ain't run nobody off of nowhere.
Right.
All you
I'm
do is
just
run
checking.
around here
I'm making sure y'all
threatening
do.
everybody. All you do is
I didn't even threaten us for about a week. Nigga, I'm finna slap all y'all
all we
around.
do is run around. Like, yo, like he's going. It's basically he's gonna overturn all of our sources. That nigga, no, it don't work like that, yo.
One blow. Wow.
Man, like, boy,
What argument you got, Brandon? Lower? Got you. When you got shit farm? Got you. When you got so
what you got so got you too. Like, come on, man.
Hold on. I have a name for it. Hold on. I have a name for it. Ladies and gentlemen, it's called threatenumship. For the
it is.
Man,
that's perfect. That's perfect. Right?
Jump out there. Did he get riled up and jump out there? Because I dare you.
I dare you. Do it. I dare you.
See, Brandon neutral because it's forcing him to go look at the work. So he comes through with, he look at the information himself and then say, okay, here's what I got. You know what I'm saying? It's not, I ain't get to see this. I get it. I looked up the information.
It is multi-regional, yo.
Yeah,
it's
I know.
No way around the shit, yo.
I just like talking to Brendan.
If we try to say that the culture come from the north, you know what I mean, period, we fucking lying. If he sit there and try to say that the culture just strictly come out of the south, then he fucking lying. You know what I mean? It's multicultural. But
I just like Brendan.
Yeah, we don't
There's more
like,
balance.
You know what? We don't like nuance in this community. We want absolute.
It's either or. Yeah, I'm trying to put up
like it's gotta come from the north or it's gotta come from the south, right?
Yeah,
so hold on, just.
But it's important to. But now, where is that argument important at? You see what I'm saying?
If it come from the south, they trying to say that the Nubians brought the culture in the fucking Egypt. See, that's the motherfucking game, yo.
That's it.
That's the game.
Nah,
but
they want to call
Egypt. Southern Egypt is not fucking Nubia, and y'all never gonna get me to motherfucking
All
right.
That's why they can't accept multi-regional. That's why they can't accept.
Upper Egypt is not Nubia, yo.
Let me know if you can see before we do that. Before we do that. No. I wanna ask the brother Pan African Designs. We were talking about Egypt. I think yesterday he was saying, okay, in terms of was Nubia weak or was Egypt weak? How far did they go down in terms of the conquest? Right? Is the brother Pan African still on? I'm sorry.
This might mute. You could be listening to YouTube.
Yeah, maybe. But let's go back here. This is your source. Well, our source that we talked about, right? Says it talks about the cultural convergence and the Neolithic. Again, so it talks about this is why the Neolithic revolution of the Nile Valley, a prehistoric perspective on Egypt's place in Africa.
Yeah, but I ain't ready to go over that article right now, yo.
This is this the one you asked me to bring up? Yo. I said I didn't want to bring it up.
Yeah, but I ain't ready to go over that right now.
Not this one. Let's go back to this then.
Oh my God, yo, this guy is a mess, yo.
I asked you. I said no. Do you really want to do that?
Some 5 times,
No, that was the one. That's the linchpin. That's the linchpin.
Yeah, I got a lot more than that, but no, I ain't right. I want to talk about that right there. Go ahead. What's that? The Mediterranean, right?
The Mediterranean.
Right. But this is remember
Jesus
we always
Christ.
talk about earlier. I think it was we had a map of the Mediterranean, or it was the Egyptian conquest in the Middle Kingdom where Egypt, I think they ruled up towards Anatolia. It was around it. If you guys can see my cursor, you probably
definitely. Yeah, we can see it
here, right? And this is pretty much where it stopped, right? I think it bled over across the Mediterranean Sea to the west a bit. But when we talk about Rome, this is the Roman sort of a map of the world when Rome was at its height. Right. And the reason why this came up in my mind, this is when Pan-African was saying, okay, well, if Nubia was so weak, right? Why didn't those other civilizations come down and conquer Nubia at the time? So if you take a look at this is Rome's sort of you would say its time in the sun, right? It's right. So if you look at this, right, it goes all the way down. What we call this little elbow, the elbow of the Nile. That's what I like to call it. And it goes down past the first cataract, down into Nubian territory here, right? It's not going to go down into the in the heartland of Nubia. No, it doesn't go that far, but it's squarely in the area, right, in Nubian territory that we talk about. Right or wrong, Unc? Is it there? Right?
Yep.
Hey, and what was that major trading port area that Nubia used to connect with Egypt at? Where about was that at?
The fort Unc always talking about.
Yeah, where they brought that goddamn pygmy. What cataract was that? Where was that shit at?
Is that the first or the second, or where was that?
I think it was.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was. I'm trying to figure out what region was that in, because once they got down to an Egyptian political position, they would be able to still hit that trade without you having to even go any further.
Right, but if you actually take a look at this, see this little protrusion here of the Nile. Use that as a mental reference marker, right? Use that as a mental reference marker, and then you see there's some significant sort of a Nile Valley, I guess you would say Nile River protrusions down south, right? So I'm going to stop this. I'm going to pull up a more detailed map as well, right? That shows us the cataracts and all this stuff, right? It shows us where it's at. So hold on. All right.
Show us where Nakata at, because I'm sick of hearing.
Gonna
make you think that shit in Nubia some motherfucking way. That shit is got out of control.
All right, so let's do this. Let me know if you can see this. See that little elbow that we talked about? Do you see that?
Mm-hmm, that's
right, and it comes down. Is around that first cataract there.
Mm-hmm.
So it does span, Rome's influence spanned all the way down into the area around Elephantine and that first cataract, right?
That major trading post is that right there?
Elephantine, that first cataract. What else is close to Elephantine?
They got their head chopped off and they buried that shit underneath the ground, nigga, when they never come back after that.
Again, that's where I'm pushing my territory. This is Nakata. Yeah. You see Nakata?
Yeah,
right here.
That was Nakata.
I'm pushing my territory down to the first cataract. Give me that first cataract.
Yeah, why they name it Nakata, yo?
Here's Thebes. You see Thebes here?
Yeah.
Yeah,
we got one of questions. Here go one of
why they name it Nakata.
Go ahead, give us the
what's the etymology of Nakata, nigga?
Right.
Straight up.
No. Nope. So y'all gotta look at the Nakata Project. That's the source. It's called the Nakata Project. Yeah. And actually, Nakata is named after
an archaeological site, like a city, not even a city, but just
Yeah,
like
town.
a
It's a town.
town, right? But the truth
Mhm.
is, the shit was really in Nubed. So the question is, the shit they really talking about is Nubed, and it's called Southern Town or Gold Town. That's the real shit right there. That's what it actually should be named. I think it was I forget who did the excavation. I think it was Breasted, right? He named it Nakata when it should have been named Nubed or Gold Town.
So it's really Nubia.
No, I just knew that. Well, that word is considered that, but it should be New Gold Town. No, that's real.
Pull
I
that
ain't making
source.
that
Pull
up.
that source up.
To
Pull
answer
that
Chef's
source.
question, yes.
Guess what? So
It's
Nakata
really
should be called
Nubia.
Nubia.
Now he's got a voice.
No, I had to roll out, man. It's 108 in Texas. I'm trying to cool off.
Oh man.
Damn.
Oh, 108?
Hell yeah, bro. I'm sweating in my house. Like I got the AC on 72, but it's still showing 80.
Oh man, make sure
you gotta
you're
go 60.
make sure hey, make
So
sure
I'm saying 60.
dude, make sure
Word.
bluffing,
yo,
yo.
I'm thinking about it, like for real.
Hey, make sure the mamas and the aunties and grandmamas okay for sure.
Yeah, everybody good, bro.
Okay, for
it's
sure.
Bluffing, yo. You got at least go 70
That's
degrees,
what's up.
yo. It's go hot.
That's what's up.
You 108.
Yeah, I think I might go 70 tonight because tomorrow it's
Go
supposed to be
70,
hot.
yo.
Yeah. You
Yeah,
gotta
but it's new. Yeah.
Oh,
New
that
town.
Nub just mean gold, yo.
I know. That's the same name for the Nubians, though, right? Their name is New Gold.
I don't know if that's the same name. I don't know if that's the same.
New.
I would say Reggie could explain this a lot better.
Yeah, everybody will put it on Reggie. Reggie's
Let's put Reggie
shooter. And as soon as Reggie says something crazy, I ain't saying that. No, that's Reggie.
Nakata is a town on the west bank of the Nile in the Egyptian governorate of Kina. It is known in ancient Egypt as Nubit, and in classical antiquity as Ombos. So that's the real joint is Ombos. Its name derives from ancient Egyptian Nub, meaning gold, on account of the proximity of the gold mines in the eastern desert of the town. So, okay, you was right.
Yep. We'll keep rolling from there.
Where's Aswan?
Yo, funny as shit.
Where's
He funny.
Aswan? Where is Aswan?
Right there with the black people with the Nazwan.
Right. That's right there.
They flooded it out,
pull
though.
Let's
They
pull it
keep
up.
flooding it out.
Let's pull this. Let's pull it up. Right, because these are the right. We talk about ass. See that little red dot? Right. We see that red dot. See that little bitty red dot?
Yeah, I see it right there.
Right. You remember that elbow? The elbow of the Nile we talk about? And you come down. Look at here, the elbow that we're talking about. You coming down to that first cataract down there around Elephantine. Aswan is right down there around Elephantine, right?
Tarsetti.
That's it, right? That's when we talk about Nakata, right? This is that very southern tip of Nakata that we talk about, right? We're defining those borders that we talk about where Nakata is in that area, right? That Nakata area goes all the way down to that first cataract, and I think it bleeds a bit over past that first cataract, right?
And the Nakata period starts what? 4100 or 44? Carter culture.
Right? We're gonna have to get into that.
I think it's
right?
about 40,
when is
44
that?
or 41, no higher than 40.
Right. Exactly. That's when we see that porous border between the first cataract and down south. This is that porous border that we talk about, right? But culturally, that's a whole different story. We talk about where do we see the culture? You're gonna see that culture come all the way up into Napata, right? But where's that ancestral homeland of Egypt? Right? Where is that, or not Egypt, but of Nubia, Napata. We talk about, because I think a lot of us, we get Napata mixed up with Nakata, right? So this is just for the audience, right? We talk about Nakata.
Go to Napata, Western Desert.
What are some of the distinctions? Some of the distinction that's seen in culture in terms of the people in the area. Do we see it in burials? We could differentiate certain groups from other based on particular burial practices.
No, the burial practices in Upper Egypt and to Nakata, to Khartoum is basically the same. Y'all lose right there. I can just say that. Y'all can't get around that.
I'm not gonna fight there.
Right. So
yeah.
now we talking.
Even know what the fuck is the fight.
You said you don't even know what the fight is no more, nigga.
Yeah, I'm just talking.
So you're saying during that Nakata culture, that Nakata 4400 BC, there's no really distinct.
Remember your
Egyptian. Hold on. There's no distinct, or what they would call distinct Egyptian culture that's rising up from pre-dynastic. At that point, during the Nakata 4100, 44, everybody's doing the same. All the burials are the same. That's what y'all saying.
In Upper Egypt, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
So remember your map that showed the Nakata border that goes around this elbow all the way down. Remember, we just talked about Aswan, right? We talked about Aswan and Elephantine right there, right? And that's the bleed over. That's the bleed over into Nubia right here. That's that first cataract. Look how it bleeds over. Boom. And then here's you have Kush, you got Nabta Playa, right? All of this is Kush. This is the Nubian desert. All of this is Kush. All of this red, this is Nakata.
See how Southern Egyptian culture bleeds over into Nubia? That's
this
what
is
you're
finding.
Man, is you crazy?
This is no, you don't like to see it. You don't like to
Man,
hear it.
you reversed everything Brendan just said. He just
No. Hold on.
This is
Look at this. Look at this. Look at the red. This is Upper Egypt.
He don't see it. He don't see it, bro.
You see Upper Egypt right here? You see where it says?
Okay, let's keep it simple, Brendan.
Yep,
it ain't Egypt at that point in the Nakata period.
It
right?
says Upper Egypt.
Yeah, that's what it say now.
You're right. It's not Egypt, right? We're talking pre-dynastic.
Egypt.
We're talking
it's not
pre-dynastic.
Egypt and pre-dynastic. Listen, Shepherd.
Oh my God, Joe.
It's not Egypt at this time period that Brendan is talking about.
Right. There was no Egypt. Right. There was no Egypt.
Yes, it was, yo. Yes, it was. Do not let them take the naming convention off of it. Like the people changed and no, they were the Egyptians. It was before the state was started. So you're telling me that before Africa was named African,
there was no
people
Kush
wasn't
either.
Africans?
There was no Kush either, right? If we had to
no
say
Kush
that,
neither, bro.
yeah.
What you
So
doing?
we have to.
Why you doing that?
So
no,
yeah,
why
yeah.
you doing that?
But this is just a reference, right?
You messing
but it's still the same people.
It's not.
Did the
No,
people
it's
change?
not. Whatever, man. What
It-
people you talking about?
It's the
What
same
people you talking
people.
about, yo?
It's the
No,
same
I
people.
agree that it's the
Talking about
same
them.
people, but the names aren't there yet.
Yeah.
No,
because
they don't
there
know
is-
they. Wait, whoa.
We're calling it pre-dynastic Egypt.
Scratch
You're saying it's
upper.
Egypt just before the dynasty. If you're saying it's pre-dynastic Egypt, right? If y'all don't have no problems calling it pre-dynastic Egypt, only thing that means is it's Egypt before the dynastic period.
Right. And they're fuzzy about between before it became dynasty. So they name a particular portion Dynasty Zero.
Dynasty Zero.
Right. But that
I get it.
distinct,
I
that's
get
why
it.
when they talk about pre-dynastic Egypt, they're talking about a particular time period, and they're talking about a particular type of they're saying basically that Egypt has shit that made them distinct.
Now remember
that they can say this is Egyptian.
Remember, remember, both of these cultures, they were emerging in parallel. Kush and Nubia was emerging in parallel with Egypt, right? So we're not saying one was earlier. And I'm not saying that in terms of this map, right? I don't think this map is doing that. But this is the Nakata region, right? This is all I'm trying to sort of outline. right? Here's where that southern tip, right? We talk about Aswan and the first cataract right here, right? And they make a distinction. Of course, it was blurry, right? Of course, all of this was blurry, but this is where that distinction needs to be made. We need to have that conversation around this blurry area and not all the way up, into a different area, not all the way up here, right? We have that conversation down here as opposed to having that conversation all the way up here in terms of what was that blurry area.
Map right there.
Right. So we have to, again, geography is important. Timeline is important. Right. So we have to we have to figure out where these conversations are being had. I like this map as well.
Yeah, that map fire.
Right. It has a lot of, other stuff added to it, but it's good. I can't read the metal netter.
Where Nakata at, yo? Where Napta at, yo?
Right. Nakata is here. You want to see where Napta Playa is? Or
Right Western Desert.
Right.
See it?
So this is Nakata, but if you go all the way down, let's look.
Go to your left.
The burial homeland.
Right there, stop. You pass it, go up. Go to the left, Western Desert.
To the left.
Right there.
Napta Playa. That's Napta Playa right there. That's that ancient, holy, astronomical observatory that we talk about, right? In the Western Desert, right?
Yeah, James Webb.
Yeah. That's right there. That's it.
Not to NASA.
Yeah. That's the precursor. Right?
So listen.
But where is the burial homeland? I see Meroway is down here. I see Meroway is all the way down in the bottom. I think that
right there though.
The ancestral homeland of the Nubians is even further down than Meroway.
Nah, you made that up.
Where is it?
What is it? What is you got it? Clearly they got graves taken from there. I don't know about no ancestral nothing at that point. I'm saying that we know from not the playa.
Can I take that point? Can I show that one? Put me down for that. The ancestral homeland, the holy ancestral homeland of the Nubians, right, was down south further than Meroway.
No,
because it kept moving.
Hold on, Brandon. Where's Meroway at on this map? Do you got that?
You see it.
It's right there
at the very bottom. What we talk about?
They moved the capital several times.
Yeah,
no, we're not talking about the capital, right? We know the capital went from Thebes. It went from down south. It moved, right, for political reasons. We know that. We're talking about the burial.
The capital.
Yeah, exactly. We're talking about when a Nubian died. Where did they want to be buried? Where was their ancestral homeland?
It's called it was called fuck.
Not Nakata, but Napata. Where's Napata? Not Nakata. Where's Nakata?
They wanted
not Nakata, Napata.
Napata. I'm messing it up.
Yeah, right there.
Again.
You up there near Aswan. Near Aswan.
Hey,
not
Brandon,
Nakata.
can you zoom in on
No,
this map?
you're right.
Hold on,
Below the first cap.
I'm trying to do. I'm sorry, brother.
Hey James, I'm listening to your joint right now, yo.
With the
video, I'm on it.
Again, it's hard to find a good map of all of this stuff in one.
Right.
It's a good map.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Go back to the map. Let me show you what I'm saying. Let me get everybody straight right here.
Mm-hmm.
All right, based off your map, right?
Mm-hmm.
You see Upper Egypt. I'm saying Upper Egypt.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
You see
Lower Egypt.
Right?
Look, go down. Lower Egypt.
This is lower. This is up.
Lower Egypt. See it?
Right?
Right. Kush. What's that? What cataract we at? Let's see.
Well, you got to come down lower, right?
Yeah, keep going. Where the fourth cataract?
Here. All right. All the way down. This is the second. That's why I say this map isn't the best one to show the cataracts. The best one to show. Hold on. Let me figure out.
It's got the number on there, though, right?
No. I got my presentation sort of scattered. Hold on, bro. Hold on. Just a second. again, we kind of just doing this freestyle, right?
Yeah.
So let me find this map. All right. All right. Let me show this again. That's why I say I can find the third cataract is here, right? All the way down to the third cataract. But when you're talking about this is Nakata, but Napata
was their
Napata is very it's all the way, it's all the way down to the fifth cataract, way down, not Nakata, Napata.
Napata, right.
N-A-P, not N-A-K.
Sudan. We call it cartoon.
Yeah,
Khartoum.
exactly. We're way down in Khartoum area.
Khartoum.
Right, the Khartoum region.
Yeah,
right.
that's going. I'm gonna echo that. I'm gonna echo
the
that.
Khartoum,
in the
the
minds
Khartoum
of the
region.
people. Khartoum. We're gonna talk
Khartoum
that
region.
Khartoum shit.
Right, the
That's what
Khartoum
we
region.
fucking with. We fucking with
Let me
Khartoum.
see if I can find.
And I'm gonna let you know right now, y'all better be glad they
maybe,
flooded this shit out.
Maybe I'm
Y'all
missing
better be
it.
glad.
What's the significance to Unc's argument in terms of the Nubians want to be buried in
No,
El
he said
Qura.
that. He brought that up.
No, they wanted to be buried at El Qura. That's what it was. I don't think that's on the map, but that's deep down in fucking the Sudan. So that was their homeland. Yeah, far away from Egypt, yo.
I would even give you. I would even even if you look at this. Even if you look at this. You see this?
Call this shit off. Let's just talk about that. Let's just
see this. Look at this. You guys see where the third cataract is here? This is all this circle. This is Nubia. This is like old Nubia, or not old Nubia. This is like old Kingdom Egypt.
We're wet.
Right.
We're wet, nigga.
You go all the way down. Here's the third cataract, and then it bends back up. Here's the fourth, and here's the fifth. Right? It's even further. It's even further south than that fifth cataract. Right, because when you look,
went to Central Africa,
and here is it's way down. Yeah, exactly. This is in the heart of Egypt, or in the heart of Africa, right?
Yeah,
Nubia, their ancestral homeland is in the heart of Africa, way down. That's you know when I think.
Why you say that though?
Damn, really? So you saying that? So you saying that they was like, yo, fuck that Nakata shit, nigga. Take me way down here and bury.
No, I'm trying to say why
they
you
say
all the way
why
down.
you saying that though, Brenda? Like that's the ancestral home ground, Brenda.
That's what they
they just named
I can pull up some sources what they call it.
No, but that be the Nubians. Though. They named all the southern tribes Nubians though. They named all the southern tribes Nubians. And everybody.
We talking about the seat of the power though.
Right.
No.
We're talking about the seat of the power though.
You talking about like the 15th, you talking about 1500 BCE now, right? When you start talking that. But remember, they named all of them Nubians. Correct?
So what are you saying?
I said, y'all talking about 1500 BCE now. Y'all not talking about this time I'm talking about.
Yeah, but even Kerma is way down there, yo.
Hold on.
Even if we're not talking about Merway, we're still talking about Kerma is in that same area, yo.
I said cartoon culture. Look it up.
Man, I ain't got time to go back and forth with you over nothing, yo.
All right, we're gonna find out when we going. So we're going Thursday. When we going? When we gonna land this plane? I land the plane. Tired of playing with y'all. When we doing?
All right. Thursday. All right. Let's hold on.
I ain't got time.
Let's be a little bit more accurate, right? Because I don't want to just deal with what I'm saying. Let's get a source.
Source for what?
No, because I want to know where Napata is as opposed to Nakata.
Yeah,
Napata.
Right.
Mona Batapa.
I want to see it on the map.
Below the fourth cataract somewhere in there, area, right? You should have it right there.
Yeah. Let's get it.
And we
right
need to know what period was this thing?
Do you see this? You see this location? Remember that elbow that we talked about?
Yeah, I'm with you.
That elbow. Hold on. I want to.
Yeah, you got it.
Right. It keeps getting rid of the little dot. And
yeah,
make a mental note.
Nah, don't get rid of it. Yeah.
Make a mental note here. You see this little red dot?
Yeah.
Give yourself a mental note with this little elbow. That's why I like to give mental notes. See this elbow? See up here? And let's go into it.
Oh man, why you get off the mat?
It was way down here. Again, hold on. Let me do this. Let me copy this image. I'm gonna copy this image. I'm gonna do something. I'm gonna copy this image. I'm gonna put it on the PowerPoint.
All right, go ahead.
Hold on. Let me do that. Why you guys keep going?
You think it's gonna retain that red dot?
Hopefully. Yeah. I'm just doing some PowerPoint wizardry.
So let me ask a question while you're doing that.
James,
for sure.
Y'all even
Hold
know
on. So let me ask, does anybody know the origins of the kingship for both Nubia and Lower Kemet?
Yeah. Yeah, we know what it is. We know what it is.
So do you know that they share the same the same crown?
Yeah.
Yeah, see, so that shows that they have cultural continuity right there.
Yeah, that shows shared ideas. Yeah, we don't shared ideas, of course.
The oldest god is Khnum. Actually, that god was worshipped off in Jebel Barkal. That's the origins of that god, and that's the origins of the Egyptian god system, and that's also in Nubia. So I don't understand.
That's what they call shared ideas. They're not. They're saying certain.
But yeah, the origins. I'm talking about the origins of the god. It comes from Nubia. It doesn't come from Nubia.
Nah, they don't say that.
Yes, they do.
Okay, then go get it.
Only thing you gotta do is click that link right there, brother, and then you'll be able to catch up to where I'm at.
Not what he's saying. I mean, I guess I'm not saying that that's not his argument. Maybe that's his. I'm not disputing that. I'm saying like.
Well, no, it's not his argument. It's just the documentation that he's put together to show proof that that's the origins of the civilization.
He's making his argument. Yeah, that's what I said.
Right. And you know what, Unc you're right on point. You talk about the fourth cataract.
Yes, it's right there. Jebel is right there.
Yeah, see this fourth cataract here. This is that bend we talked about earlier, and then this is this large, and then you go back up towards the north, right? Actually, it says it right there in the pot.
Is that Napata right there? Hold up. This is where. Where's Jebel Barkal compared to right here? Where's Jebel Barkal? Because it's right there.
Right
there
here.
It is right there.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. It's here.
It's over.
It's over. But again, look where this red border is, where Nakata stops. This is Nakata, the red border. So what are you talking about? This is Napata. This is the ancestral homeland, the burial ancestral homeland, the spiritual homeland of the Nubians. This is Nakata up here towards Upper Egypt. This red. All the way down here, this is where Napata, as opposed to Nakata and Napata.
Right. Yep, and the king would have to make his procession down to Nakata or Jebel Barkal every year, or to pay reference to Khnum. So
who do that? They did that every year.
They stopped doing it once they created Thebes, because they couldn't. It took them 2 months to get down to Jebel Barkal, so they created Thebes and oriented it to the south. That's one of the only temples oriented to the south that show that that's where they come from. And guess who taught us that? Dr. Ben.
Nah, that's that Dr. Ben.
Yeah, I don't believe that.
That's exactly 100%.
Don't even make sense.
Hold on.
See, I know y'all gonna hate because the brother said it, but it's a white man that said it too.
Here we go.
Yeah, see,
that nigga's a thorn in your side.
No, he kind of right though. Hold on, wait.
He ain't kind of right.
I think this is.
No, he's right. No. Hold. Where is heaven at for the Egyptians?
This is better. This is a better.
What is their orientation though?
That's good right there.
Yeah, Napata, the Jebel Barkal.
That's where they have. That's where they take the king takes his procession right to Jebel Barkal, and right across the rivers where they bury them at. Right? Look at
the
that.
Egyptians?
This is the temple of
we're talking about the Nubian culture right here.
Right.
Look right across that river. That's where they bury themselves at. and then
Right.
and that's when they
This is, and that's why I wanted to pull up a map, because I was making a mistake in terms of like Merroway. It's up here.
Yeah.
Right. I didn't want to make that mistake.
Yeah, that's why I was disagreeing, because I knew it was.
It's here. It's the fourth cataract. And Unc was right on point. He says it's around the fourth cataract, Napata, Jebel Barkle. This is the ancestor, because again, you have that they have that temple, right? Where they have the Jebel Barkle mountain.
Yeah,
right?
hold up, check it out. Brendan, what's so cool about it? When you go through the mythology of these people, they say they come up out of the primordial waters. The reason why they made Jebel Barkle their site, because that looks like the primordial waters. It's a big mountain right there that they said that they came out of.
And what people are you talking about again?
I'm talking about, well, later the Egyptians adopt this culture as well, but the Nubians started this thing of.
Oh, it's Nubia. Okay, it's Nubians in Nubia. Okay. All right, cool.
I mean, I don't know why you mad about your own people.
No, I'm just making sure you ain't fuck.
Listen, Sheffield, this is what I want you to do. This is what I want you to do. I want you to watch the video that's in the secret in the chat, and then we can talk about this later. I want to see what you have to say as well.
Go ahead, Gullah.
And here's Kerma that that Unc was talking about earlier, right? This is the old capital, right? That old capital.
Y'all know who founded it. Y'all know who founded Napata, right?
Who?
What?
Napata was founded by Tutmosis III. He conquered the Kerman and Kushite empires in the 18th dynasty. So they
no, it's over.
So it was way. Oh, hold on.
Man,
put a point in
you
there.
Gotta stop that, bro.
Chef, you taking notes? Chef?
Yeah, I'm taking notes.
They conquered at the fourth cataract, man. Let me
that may well be true, but that does not stop the fact that it was a civilization that was already there before he got his ass.
There was something there to conquer, right? There had to be something there to conquer.
So you can miss us with that.
Yeah, I get it. You know, but
hold on, did he say
we'll take that?
Did he say he conquered it or founded it?
He just said anything and dove out like he always do.
He said conquered.
No, he gotta stay in the conversation. He just diving in and out.
He's Tutmosis the third, right?
He left us with some crazy shit. He dove.
Put a pin in that on the side, right?
Yo, how you
gonna he founded Napata when he conquered?
He said he founded Napata.
But it was some shit there. He was the Kerma culture there. But the motherfucker, when Tutmosis III came down there, he stamped down and founded the Napata area. You know what I'm saying? It was still culture there, but still they Egyptianized.
Nah, source that up.
He Egyptianized it.
Don't dive out.
Egyptianized.
Go to Napata article on Wiki right now.
Yeah, that's what we going.
I'm here right now. I'm reading it right now. Oh shit, I think you're right.
Is that why we have some Egyptian influence down there?
Hey, I keep saying it.
I mean, all the experts talk about they never denounce colonization. Like
this is that
they just want you to be careful.
It's that porous border that we talk about. That border moves back and forth, right?
What y'all jumping all over the time period? Y'all wild out.
Oh no, I think Tutmosis the who second. That's a specific time. The third, that's a specific time period. You said you're pulling that up, Chef. Pull that up.
I'm looking for the Qanun. I'm looking at Qanun. And it said the center was in middle.
I don't know what y'all talking about, so I'm learning.
I'm trying to.
Well, you know,
y'all said something about the procession. Qanun. I'm seeing he was the first.
How y'all spelling out the Nabta? That's not how you spell it, right?
Yeah, that's how you spell it.
Napata.
Napta.
Right?
That's not it.
Napata.
Napata. Yeah.
Napata. That's why I say it, not to be confused with Nakata. Napata. Right? Down near the fourth cataract, right? Adjacent to Jebel Barkle. Right? Across the river from Jebel Barkle.
Yeah, it said it was the southernmost permanent settlement in New Kingdom of Egypt.
Yeah, that's the homeland.
That's the New Kingdom,
That's the ancestral homeland right there. There's the mountain of Jebel Barkal right there.
Yeah, that's actually a marker for trading in Central Africa too. So that was like a trading area where from there it's like a stopover, like, and then you trade with Central Africa at that point from there.
Yeah, and an observation post, right? Yeah, they were using that as an observation post as well, right? Yeah, because they could actually see across their entire landscape. Yep.
The Nubians would meet them with them pygmies and stuff at that particular point, and they would trade. That's where they would go get it from the interior and bring them to that point, and that's where the trading shit took place at.
I'm gonna go to the early history because that's what me and James was talking about. I go to the early history. Okay, Jebel Barkal, Amen.
So that's the 1890s.
The chief god, but they it's a shared god between the Kata, or what you call Upper Egypt and Nubia.
Sure,
they didn't. That wasn't what I'm saying is that God wasn't. That's why you have a different crown in the north, because what we know as the north. That's why you have that red crown right up there, because that's a different culture. The Theban culture is included off in the Nubian culture. They seen themselves as akin to each other. Yes, they did. Like I said, click that link.
Right, that's why they say. This ain't me saying it. This is the expert saying. That's why they call it Amun Ra. You had Ra, right? That was in the Upper Egypt, and then you had Amun, right? The Amun, that was the temple of Amun, was in Jebel Barkal, right?
Yeah, and when I'm not sure down there because they colonized the niggas, and that's what they talk about this. Egyptian influence, and that's why they say that when you see something that you think is Egyptian, and sometimes actually Nubian, because the design that is the influence of the Egyptian, but adapted with a Nubian twist. Like they got maybe the lotus of Egypt, but coming out of the lotus, it's a frog. They take the Egyptian concept and adapt around it.
Did you hear what they're saying? They say that what they're taking your argument, they're flipping it on its head. You say in terms of this, instead of a Nubian influence, they're saying what you're seeing is an Egyptian influence
being reinterpreted by
the Nubians. It looks Egyptian.
It's a flip. They're flipping the arguments on their head.
That's what they say. That's what the say.
The same thing with the writing and all of the other shit.
Right.
The Nubians took it from Egypt, from colonization, and then they put their own twist on it, yo. That's you know what I mean?
In that video, that's what they label adaptation.
The
same shit Ready Stop Me on,
bro. Yeah, y'all talking New Kingdom. I ain't tripping.
I don't care what time it is.
Y'all talking
what does that mean?
I don't know.
You're talking about
Egypt ain't starting the New Kingdom.
You threw it out there.
3,000-4,000 years.
Y'all talking New Kingdom. Like, what does that mean? Like, what?
The New Kingdom.
What does that do for your argument?
Yeah, they got a bunch
of everything in the world. I'm not talking about no New Kingdom.
We beating down all arguments though, because James throwing shit in too, so we gotta hit him.
Yeah, I don't know why James brought the New Kingdom shit up.
It said in 1700. I mean, it says in 750 BC, Napata was a developed city, while Egypt was still suffering for political instability. Yeah. Read that. Who got that up? What's up with that?
Go ahead, James. Get away yet?
James funny as shit.
So he jumped in there with the Tutmosis the third.
Bro, listen. What's crazy about this is y'all are arguing with the expert. Y'all ain't arguing with me.
No, we down here in 5,000, 3,000.
I know y'all.
But it's showing. But look, if you read it though, it's showing Tutmosis the third, right, and how he went down there, right. And
how did he bring all the people with him though?
The state god of a moon of Karnak.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? So
the timeline is messed up.
Okay, so it's saying
we all read the Bustling City
after his conquest of Kush, so Kush was already in existence. So he went down there and conquered Kush in the 15th dynasty based on what the text said right here.
Never
So
say
that
that.
means that Kush was already established, right?
It's the 15th dynasty.
Yo, he was going to the real.
No, I'm just talking about what somebody interjected about Tutmosis
Hey,
the
James. Hey, James, he was going to the real Upper Egypt. How about that? He knew to
What?
go down
You
there.
now you just making up shit.
Yeah, that's
You
the real. That's the
pseudo.
Malachi York
You
shit, yo.
pseudo.
Malachi York shit, yo. The real Egypt.
We're talking about the
It was
time
karma.
period.
It was karma culture that he conquered. They didn't even call themselves Kushites until the Egyptians conquered them. Kushite is an Egyptian nomenclature. That's
Right,
their word. That's their term.
the time.
Tell him again. Tell him again.
Get to him. Get to him, yo. Go ahead, get to him, yo.
Because that Kush culture, that what they call Kush comes after they put the smack down on goddamn
So
Kermit.
hold on. Where
So
you at?
y'all think that Egypt is just
Where
some
you at,
bad
Gella?
motherfuckers that just went around just whooping up on Nubia, and Nubia wasn't
Yeah,
shit.
they fucking
Basically what
was.
y'all saying
They
is
was.
that Nubia was some a weak civilization.
It was
that
karma culture that they
Nubians did
conquered
what they
because them people that they conquered, the area was the Kerma culture and the Kerma region. You know what I'm saying? But when the Egyptians, you know what I'm saying, when they conquered them, that's when they start calling themselves Kushites because they been Egyptianized and shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? You start calling yourself whoever your conqueror is and shit because you know motherfuckers been born and shit. You know what I'm saying? They using them terms.
And when you conquer them there, you take your people go down there, they colonize, they take their artifacts with them, they take their scarabs down there, they take all that shit down there.
I'm gonna ask God.
Well, why the Egyptians saying that they came from there?
Hold on for a minute. Hold on, y'all.
You see this first, the fourth cataract.
Y'all know Berbers. Y'all know Berbers worship a moon too, right?
Yo, hold on for a minute, yo. Hold on, Gullah, you doing too much. I want to ask you a question. Wasn't Thutmose actually going back to his original ancestral grounds?
Oh,
yeah.
Checkmate.
Yeah. I'm talking. I'm talking to my man Gullah now.
They was Thebians.
Gullah, wasn't he going back to all the way back to the original home grounds, though?
What?
Them niggas talk. I'm a Gullah. You hear what I'm saying? Was that man going back to where that shit really started at?
Yeah, for us the pharaonic dynasties and shit with Tasseti and shit and all that, the beginning of the sacred kingdoms and shit.
Yeah, okay.
So why
I
was
just
he
wanted to
running
make
them
that
over
right.
with his
He went back.
chariots then?
He went back to where the political power came from.
Yeah.
Let me
he was
ask you
going
this,
back.
Chef. Let me ask you this, Chef. So do
Appreciate that, Gullah.
lions fight over territory, or other species fight over territory? Species
we-
fight
we-
over territory? Like,
Other-
why do you
other
think it's
species fight over
impossible for
territory.
Africans to fight over territory or something like that?
No, we're not.
Even though they Africans, they're not supposed to fight each other.
disputing. I'm not disputing that they Africans, yo.
I'm
I'm just saying
you get a
Egyptians
point.
kept-
You get a point for
I'm
that.
just saying
I
that
saw what you
Egyptians-
just did.
Yeah.
He checkmated him real quick.
I saw what you just did. I saw what you just did.
I said it to her. That was master.
All right. Okay.
Yeah,
Go
they
ahead. Go
missed
ahead.
that.
Go ahead. Go
They
ahead.
missed
Go
that.
ahead. Go ahead.
No,
Shout
I want to see
I'm taking
how
points.
Thutmose looked at Kerma as his ancestral homeland.
Yeah,
I want to see
we're
that.
gonna see it. Yeah, we're gonna see.
Yeah, you gonna
I
see.
want to see that.
Yeah, we're gonna see.
So you're saying
Where's he
that
buried?
if
Where is he
Thutmose
buried?
was
Where's
gone
his,
back home,
where is his
then y'all
burial?
just proved that
Where's
the
his
Egyptians
burial?
come from fucking Nubia.
Where's Thutmose the third buried?
No, think about what they just tried to do.
No.
If they're
Do we
saying
have
that's
his?
their homeland,
Yeah, where is he buried at?
then
Where
they
is he
saying
buried? Know where he
that the
buried.
motherfucking
Do we
Egyptians
know?
We don't know where
come
he
out of
buried at. Tell
Nubia,
us.
yo.
Do we know? Do we know where Thutmose the third is buried?
I can look that shit up.
And the nigga went.
Uh-oh. Be careful.
I'm just pulling
because
the line off, yo.
because
I'm telling you.
all right. So
I'm saying
that may be
man
a good
went-
point.
listen.
That's a good point.
Yo, if he's even buried in Thebes, he's still a part of.
No. Don't do that because Thebes
I ain't
is
say he
not
was
in
buried
Egypt.
in the pot.
Or
I
not-
didn't say
not
he
in
was
Nubia.
buried down there.
Nope,
Okay.
I said that y'all
He
should
was
know.
buried in the Valley of the King.
No. Y'all should know though, right?
He shouldn't
that
be in the Valley of the
listen,
Kings.
Listen,
Okay,
the
go ahead.
orientation, y'all being funny. See,
Go
the
ahead.
reality is that the orientation of Egypt is to the south. They're orientated to the south, yo.
I don't know what that
That's
means.
real.
Yeah, the great Dr. Ben brought that up.
No. Heaven. Listen, when you heaven is buried, is in the south. Heaven is in the south, yo. Where you get buried at. I'm saying like the orientation, like y'all got in there. Y'all know that though. Y'all can look that up.
No, but
They're not orientated towards the Mediterranean.
But you did
That's
have
why
people.
it's upper. Listen, that's why it's Upper Egypt, bro.
It's not just one thing. You had people.
No. I'm saying the orientation, where they're orientated.
It's a split. There's a split. You had people that were in the northern Egypt. They said, do not bury me in the south, bury me in the north. That's why I say there's a split. There's a split there. People from the south, people from the south wanted to be buried in the south. People up north, they wanted to be buried in the north.
What's the orientation to you?
Why Brandon doing you like that, man?
So
he definitely right.
Brendan doing it.
But that's what I'm saying. That's why.
It's disrespectful at this point, Brendan.
So you say everybody wanted to be buried?
I gotta say something. Very disrespectful.
I was born on the Delta, but bury me in Napata.
I ain't say that, Brendan.
But that's what I'm saying. Yeah,
I'm going to have a special knife for you, Brendan.
But that's just how you said it, though. How you said it.
No, I wasn't saying that. I said their orientation is to the south. So we know that a Delta man is different from an Upper Egyptian man. We know that, bro, based off of text. Matter of fact, we can read that in the ethnic identity in the land of the pharaohs, that they definitely seen themselves different. And I'm going to prove that. So I'm going to actually start my presentation off with the reading of this.
You don't have a presentation, bro. You're lying.
What was their differences based on? Coach, you saying they're saying that Lower Egypt had a different culture than the Upper Egypt?
Saying, they knew it was different. They was looking different. The niggas in the Delta knew that they was looking different.
How did it look different? What are they basing?
We're going to read it. We're going to read it.
I know, like I said, we ain't talking about skin color, so what are they using to differentiate themselves?
Must be something. I'm going to read it. We're going to find out.
How do humans differentiate themselves?
I could definitely read it. We on page, we're going to read. It's 10 o'clock at night, man.
We're still trying to figure out where was Thutmose the third buried.
Yeah, I didn't say
Valley of the King.
I said
He's in the very.
He's buried in the valleys of the king.
Where is that?
In Thebes.
Okay.
That's in Egypt.
Okay.
But see, that's what I'm trying to explain to y'all.
Right.
The thieving culture.
He wants to take. That's why you wanted to take thieves.
No. I just know that the thieving culture and the Nubian culture had the same affinity, the same God, the same crown.
No,
they seen themselves as akin to each other. That's just the fact.
Right. They moved.
Colonized.
Right. They moved.
No.
We
you
had
can look
this
at the records
conversation
when they did it. It's not even a mystery.
Remember when we had this conversation about when the Nubians moved their capital to Thebes? Mm-hmm. Right. Remember over on Smash's channel, right? When they ruled all of Egypt, right? But their capital wasn't in Thebes. They moved it north because it was a political center of power, right? So it wasn't that this was their ancestral homeland. It was a central of power, right?
And a strategic move.
Yeah, exactly, right? But that's in Upper Egypt. But again, that's the very central area of that Nakata area.
Well, we're gonna have a good ass time come Friday.
Friday night. Hold up,
that's in the elbow. That's in that elbow area, right?
Look at this map. Hold up, Brandon.
See what these? Right?
Yeah. Look at this map. You know what's crazy about this map? Is Dr. Ben said that the territory stopped at Aswet, right there where you got it at.
Aswet?
Yeah, you see right there at the top where that red is? Keep going up. See Aswet right there to the left?
Mm-hmm.
That's what Dr. Ben said the Nubian border started at.
That's where the border started? So yeah.
And it went all the way south at one point. At the beginning, it starts in Aswet and it goes all the way south.
This is that contentious territory that we're talking about.
That's exactly.
So we're gonna battle back and forth.
So it looked like Dr. Ben got that right.
No. We'll see. Right, we'll see. This is that
I'm just
contentious.
messing with Sheffrin now.
Right, this is that contentious area, right? So we go back and forth, right? right? Because we
Man,
started.
y'all do know it's orientated to itself, though. Y'all gotta stop
No,
that.
I don't know about the orientated stuff, right?
Well, hold up, Brendan. You have to hold up, Brendan. You have to know that.
Is that the thing where you say I got to turn Africa upside down and that it's orientated to the south? Is that what you're talking about? What is that orientated to the south? What does that mean?
Right, though. Listen,
Well, we
y'all know
it's
that. Man.
south
Come
now.
on. No. Let's stop.
When you say orientated to the south,
okay, I'm gonna tell you, yo.
Orientation
Like y'all do have
is north, south, east, and west.
I'm going to show you. So the culture starts at actually at the fucking beginning of the river. Niggas in ancient times, yo, ain't traveling up river like y'all trying to make them do it. So it's easy to float down river, yo. So that's basically what humans is doing. They following, they're investigating, they following the river, yo. They going downstream, yo. Like, we not gonna have that argument. And so the Egyptians had enough sense to know that I'm not saying how far it was they said they came from, but they understood that they shit came down for moving with the river, yo. Like, that's not a hard thing to see.
What if
like
the
that's
people,
we not playing that game.
What if
and I'm gonna
the
show y'all.
people,
Hold on. Go ahead. I'm listening. Go ahead.
What if the people so what you're making an assumption. You're making an assumption that everybody started their orientation down here at the bottom of the river here. What about the people that came in from this part, these the Badarian oasis, and came from this oasis over here? You had all these different oases, right? What if I come in at the Fayoum, right? This is my orientation, right? So okay, well, my orientation is right here in Lower Egypt. So where does my orientation begin? It doesn't begin all the way down here, right? You're assuming that everybody's orientation began all the way down here. No, that's not what happens. You had population groups coming in from the Sahara all the way in from the
okay, well, where is their kingship at? And let's answer this, Brendan. Where is their king? What kingship do they have? So you can.
This is different. Now you're moving the goalposts. Now you're asking me about king.
They always do. Don't talk about king.
You asking me about king. Where were these population groups coming in from? Right? All these people didn't land on the same bank of the Nile. You had some people that came in further north. You had people came in further south. You had people came in from the east. You had people came in from the west. You had people that were moving in from the Delta. Remember all these oases right here, right? These were sustaining populations, right? When the Sahara began to dry up, right? And they were moving inwards towards the Nile, right? And even in the Red Sea, they were moving in towards the Nile. These people, they weren't like, okay, well, I'm going to start all the way down in the bottom towards Aswan and then move up. No, they met it where they were.
Right. So indigenous people of Africa are the first people known to use body parts to map out geography and direction. The entire territory for the given society was laid out as relations to the human body. Are y'all disputing that? That's what I'm asking you right now, nigga. Are y'all disputing that? Because I'm gonna get y'all with it. I dare you jump out the
body.
You talk about in terms of how they buried where the dead was facing when they buried.
Yep, the head, right? When they orientate the head, which is the beginning, right, is towards the south, and the feet is towards the north. Because they're using body parts to orientate themselves. So they let you know where their head is, where they come from. Is that the head?
What? I'm gone.
You
made that what up. Is that?
Okay. All right. Okay.
All of it. Everybody that we find. Ooh.
I'm not saying that.
Which burials?
You know, when they
may have been
wait, whoa. Y'all know when they lay the bodies down, they orientate them to the south, though. I know we ain't gonna do this game.
We say orientate them
like the Muslims. The
head was towards the south.
The Muslims try to send this shit to Mecca. Chef know it. And the Egyptians point your head towards the south when they bury you in the ground. Are we disputing this?
What's the
significance? What I'm asking y'all now. They orientate them to the south when they the bodies.
Yeah, that's what we're asking.
Because that's where the culture come from. It's orientation. They don't orientate it towards the Mediterranean. Why is the bodies of the head pointing towards the south? Y'all should have an answer. Y'all are the smart people.
I'm asking you the question. I didn't know
Slow
this.
y'all down.
Why
Slow
is
you
that?
down.
Mm-hmm.
Because the culture come from the South. I'm telling you, that's the head.
Is
It's
that
also
why?
when you want to go back to heaven, it's towards the South. Yeah.
So if you where do we have these instances? Where do we find these?
Oh look, hey, I wonder, y'all want me to play a video or something so you could get up to speed or something? Like what's going on?
No. I'm asking a specific question.
What
right?
you asking me?
When you're talking about the heads, where do we find these instances and then this archaeological interpretation, right? Saying that okay, this is why these things happen, right? So I'm curious, where can I look? Where can I look?
So y'all, first of all, let's deal with geography, right? And y'all know why the map is faced the way it's faced. So that's not going to be a dispute. Y'all going to think it's pseudo, but it's not. So we have a map called the Peterson projection map. Because when the map makers was making the map, they definitely put Europe on top of everything else. And when the reality is, when you're dealing with gravity and hills and all that, when you look at Egypt, that's why they got y'all confused. You got Upper Egypt and Lower Egypt. So we're orientated differently. And when we see Upper Egypt, we automatically think it's at the top of the map, and it's actually not. That Lower Egypt is at the top of the map, right? And Upper Egypt is at the bottom. Why would that be? Because their orientation was like that, right? The river goes downstream to it leaks out into the Mediterranean. So I'm telling you, as them people lived, they wasn't orientated to the north. They just wasn't. Now, you do have a northern population, but they got stomped out. And we can read it where they lost. Whatever it was they thought they was doing, they lost. Now, some things were kept. I'm not saying it wasn't, but we know we can see the houses change, the pottery change, and all that. And the pottery I'm talking about, the Waveland pottery, the blacktop pottery, like we can follow. This is not no incredible shit. This is some basic shit y'all supposed to know. Y'all supposed to know Nama came.
I'm just asking in terms of the orientation.
And so Nama coming from the south, you know it. Nama from the south. Right, we know Nama came from the south. We know that we can read in the ethnic identities that a Delta man seen himself as being different from an Upper Egyptian man, and it's in the text. I can read the text, like so. That's not a stage joke. We know you got Carmel burials in the Delta. We know that. We know we got pan graves all over. As a matter of fact, the map you got right here while we playing, since everybody want to play the game. Put your pointer on there, Brendan. If you put your pointer on there, Brendan, you will clearly see. If you're looking from the Red Sea, if you look from the Red Sea all the way over to the Nakada period, right? All that area in there that nobody talks about, you got Nubian graves. You got Nubian graves all the way from the daggone down with the split. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? With the split off all the way up to the Delta, Nubian graves all over that. Y'all want to play close to the Nile. I'm gonna take y'all over I'm gonna take advantage of the Western Desert, the Southern. I'm gonna take advantage of all that, and I'm gonna get all the Nubian graves which y'all act like ain't existing. That's how we're gonna play this game.
That supports.
Hold on, but
that supports my multi-regional theory. It's multi-regional.
I'm looking at the abstract I'm looking at the abstract on the Egyptian concept on the orientation of the human body. It said many rituals in ancient Egypt manifested preoccupation with the orientation of the body. The dead were often buried with their head towards the north. The decoration of coffins and canopic chests also show an underlying system of cosmic notions. Various other rituals demonstrated strong predilection for facing south. An orientation was also apparent from the designations for east and west in the Egyptian language. Apparently, there was a firm belief in the need to confirm to the four directions of the sky during rites to passes such as birth, mummification, and burial. So it wasn't just one way.
It wasn't just one thing.
It wasn't just one way.
Multi-directional burial direction. I'll take that. Just like a multi-regional theory. Yeah, that's makes sense to me.
Mm-hmm. And it's a cosmological theme that they use.
Yeah.
Not because they face it there, because that's where my people come from. You know what I'm saying? Like they ain't doing that. It's religious. Mm-hmm.
that ain't why they put the Theban temple to the south. So you can say what you want to.
Is that in the south though?
Yeah, he went someplace
What?
else.
Is the Theban temples in the south?
Yes.
But it's north of Nubia.
Yeah, it's just north of Nubia. That's all.
But what do you
It's
mean?
southern Egypt. It's southern Egypt.
But it's north of Nubia. Oh.
Yeah, but it's southern Egypt, and they akin themselves to the people where the civilization starts at. So let me ask you this, Brendan. Where do you say the civilization starts at? Does it start in this red area? Does it start in the north of there?
I say that it's a multi-regional theory.
Okay.
I say that there's many regions up and down this Nile, right? You have multiple population groups. You see here up towards the Delta, you got population groups here. You have the Fayum groups in this little oasis group. You have significant population groups here. All the way down this Nile, you have people that are migrating from this western desert that are moving in towards Egypt or the Nile. All of these areas, and you have cultural. You have a significant. When I say it's a significant cultural continuity that moves from the south, right, from Kush and Nubia up into Upper Egypt. All of this stuff together, right, gives rise to Egypt. That's what I say is a multi-regional theory, not just one area is like, gives rise to this culture. All of this stuff gives rise to the.
So hold on, let me ask you this then, Brendan. So you saying when Norman unifies Egypt, he just unifies Upper and Lower Egypt. He doesn't have it. Nubia is nowhere off in the picture. That's what you're saying?
No, there's some area. Remember, right? These are very porous borders. A part of that, what you're talking about, the unification, right? It does bleed into areas in Nubia, right? So a part of that is Nubia that he ends up unifying, right? So I don't make any absolute statements, right? But I'm not gonna say, okay, well, it goes all the way down to the fourth cataract. No, I'm not gonna say that, right? Because this area down here between the fourth and the second cataract, right? I would say that this is very distinct Nubian territory, Nubian culture, right? Do you know where they built the Aswan Dam at and how much of that territory that we see now is flooded?
Now we're talking about what we can't find.
I wonder why would someone flood their that land like that. Yeah, but anyway, I just want to know.
No, where is it? Where is it?
It's right where Aswan is. Go down.
Mm-hmm. Where is that?
Keep going down. You see right there where it says Aswan right there?
Mm-hmm.
That's where they built that dam at, and then they flooded. They back flooded.
When was
about
this
400 miles?
When was this built?
I want to say in the 50s.
Okay.
And they flood from there all the way past Abu Simbel.
Mm-hmm.
They flood because remember they had to go down.
Okay. So
they're flooding out Nubia.
All of
Watch
this.
So remember they had to move Abu Simbel because it was going to flood. Mm-hmm. They flooded out 400 miles, and I'd love for y'all to see how much of flooding that they did in that region right there between that first cataracts and how far down it goes. And then you ask yourself, why would someone flood out the origins of that civilization like that?
And that's why.
Why would they flood out the upper part of it? All of that.
Did they have political motives? Do you think? Hello.
Oh, here he go.
Peace to you.
All right. Good.
You hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
I just want to challenge. On the Green Sahara having a Mediterranean.
I'm done stepped off, Mike.
Yeah, go ahead.
I ain't ready for you in that Green Sahara. I got money on Mike.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm stepped off. I'm slid off, Mike.
No, but this might be some good. Yeah, go ahead. This is for
talk about it.
For the audience.
Yeah, go ahead, talk about it.
In the Green Sahara and.
Oh, I think you going in and out.
Yeah, his mic is messed up.
Yeah.
That's because he way got that Morocco.
All right.
Yeah, Mike, your sound going out, Mike. We can't even hear you if you're talking still.
Yeah, we can't hear you at all. Maybe you can talk through your computer or get on Wi-Fi. Maybe that'll be a bit more stable.
I don't know what them conditions are like on the rock.
But you know what?
Do you hear me now?
Yep, but we hear you. Go ahead.
You hear me clear?
Yeah.
Yep, a little bit better.
I want to challenge Arch on the Green Sahara having a Mediterranean influence and Near Eastern influence from the Caucasus, from the Caucasian mountains, because he talks a lot about Egypt not having a Mediterranean influence. I want to challenge him on the Green Sahara having a Mediterranean influence.
All right, the challenge is out there.
Go in.
From
Speak your
the Green
speech.
Sahara, there was a Western European hunter-gatherers group from that crossed to North Africa, from Sardinia to the Green Sahara. And also there was the Kifians who are related to the Ibero-Mauritians who had a lot of a huge component of their ancestry that comes from the Near East, from the Zadzuna mountain, the Zadzuna cave in Georgia, from the Near East. And all these populations was in the Green Sahara. Also, I want to challenge him on the art, the rock art that found in the Green Sahara is very similar to the rock art that is found in the Iberia. So if he's talking about Egypt not having any Mediterranean influence, even knowing that they carry a lot of Anatolian farmers and Natufian ancestry that come, where they come, the Anatolian farmers and Natufian, they come from the Eastern Mediterranean. I want to challenge him because of the Green Sahara. I want to challenge him on the Green Sahara.
All right, it's stated. So we get, I don't think Uncle would take that challenge on that. Actually, but he writing a book on it though. So
Yeah. You when you come on again, man. What I would like to say, in terms of some of these conversations, right? Let's have these conversations where we can share our maps, right? And we can have this conversation in terms of geography, right? So we can see what you're talking about. Because for us, but again, for us, a lot of us, we don't know the geography of Africa very well, right? We're sort of, kind of getting through this on our own, Again, I see when you have these conversations with Brother Ngozi, he's very familiar.
Yes,
right. He's very familiar. Mm-hmm. But for us, for a lot of the other, for the rest of us, right? It's like, okay, well, if you want to jump on. Right. If you want to, jump on a Zoom and then pull up a map and then just go in and tell us, because I think your audio,
so we can see the areas that
your audio will be a lot better as well, right? Because it'll be over. Yeah, for sure.
Yes, I will try that because they always argue that Egypt don't have any Mediterranean influence because of the Green Sahara. When they don't, I think they don't realize or they ignore that even the Green Sahara itself have a Mediterranean influence and the Near Eastern influence. And it's clear. Even the Green Sahara, there isn't one population in the Green Sahara. There is multiple populations.
Right. That's why I was mentioning all these population groups that you see coming in from these oasis areas,
all the way.
Right? They didn't come in from one single population group, right? These people were coming in gradually. Right, these people that made it to the Fayoum came in from an area. These people that came in here, these different oasis groups came in at different times and different areas. Right, these aren't the same people, right? And they all sort of made up the emergence of Egypt. Same thing from the Red Sea part. Right, you had people on the Red Sea, right? When all this stuff started drying up, right? They started moving inward towards the Nile, right? From the Red Sea, right? They started moving in.
Because they always try to say that there was no Mediterranean influence in Egypt. When Egypt is just exactly next to the Eurasia, the closest part of Africa to Eurasia. I mean, if there was an influence in the Green Sahara that is very, very far from Eurasia, you think that there will be no Mediterranean influence in Egypt that is just right there next to the Mediterranean and next to Eurasia? That's crazy. For me, that's crazy.
Yeah, I think he done kind of he might have backed off it a little bit. They never we talk about some of the influence. They was kind of quiet one night. They didn't even go back to it. But I understand what you're saying. Like a lot of time when we had a conversation, we leave out the multiple groups and we just talk about them like they just all one gang. You know what I'm saying?
They do that also with the Nubian, because when they talk about the Nubian, they don't even try to explain what Nubian are you talking about. Are you talking about the Nubian that existed when the Egyptian exist in their the dynastics, or are you talking about the Nubian groups that exist in pre-dynasty? There was multiple Nubian groups even in pre-dynasty with very, very different morphology and background.
Yeah. Yeah, we don't want God tonight, but I think we're trying to wait for the Pseudo Killas channel to get back. I don't know how much time we got. It could be too much longer. I think we had a week and a half. But might have been
Is Kush somewhat similar to Egypt like that, where it's multicultural? Like, so what I'm actually getting at is like, does Egypt have governors in that Kush area, like in that beyond the Upper Egypt area?
Yeah, we talking about Kush, you talking about a time period. Talking about after Kerma. So, you know what I mean? Like, so you saying what was Kush multicultural? Like,
Well, I'm not so much focusing on the multicultural part, but as much as I'm asking about is like does Egypt territory expand into that area at any point in time?
Oh yeah.
Because I know that they had like governors.
They definitely expanded. Like I said, we were talking about how they colonized them.
So that's
it was colonization period. They put down the Kerma culture. I think that Kerma culture lasted for like 1,000. I think it was easy to put an end to that.
So don't tell me it happened first.
And colonize, and then they colonized them. And then once Kush arose, that's why they had the some of the synchronism with the god the moon cult, because they'd been colonized previously. You know what I'm saying? So when they went back to Egypt, they had the same shit the Egyptians had through colonization, just a little bit of twist on it. You know what I mean?
Okay, so you telling me that
I'm not telling you. That's what they say. I don't want. Yeah, no, that's what they say.
I'm trying to make sure I'm hearing you correctly. Okay, so Kush is a tributary to Egypt to some extent.
Yeah, because Kush is after Kush comes after the Kerma civilization. So
can I say something?
Go ahead.
I'm gonna tell you something. Even the Kushites have because they don't have like this Mediterranean talk. I'm gonna tell you something. Even the Kushites have Eastern Mediterranean ancestry that is related to the Natufians that mutated in the Eastern Mediterranean, in the Levant. Even them have a Mediterranean influence.
Yeah. You're not going. Yeah. They won't let you use genetics, so they force us into the straight culture. So I get what you're saying genetically. They won't even allow genetic art.
Because genetics and all that talk, genetics make the points more clear.
Yeah, it is. It does, but the reason why we kind of shy away from genetics because it's very technical, right? Yes. And for us having as lay people, right, having a purely genetic sort of conversation, right, will be very difficult for us, right? We end up messing up more than we do clarifying. That's why we try to steer clear of it, because of the archaeological and the anthropological evidence is a bit clearer for us, right?
Yeah, and they're gonna say, it don't matter. Genetics don't determine culture. That's the main art. So that's why I'm tired of hearing that one. That's why.
Yeah.
It don't matter, but but sometimes
Yeah.
you know what be saying.
Yeah,
Like,
again, it gets very difficult, right?
Like Pan-African thinks that there is no African, but the Africans from Western Africa.
Yeah. If I can make a purely genetic argument, right, that proves it, I would. But as soon as I start digging into the evidence for it, or all of the scientific articles, I get lost. Because I'm not an art. Yeah,
I can understand it, but they're gonna say, I'm telling you, they're gonna say what makes an Egyptian an Egyptian. Then we could be right back to that same shit. That's why we play on the playing field. Culture.
Right.
Can't run from culture.
You have to play. You have to play the game, right? The rules of the game, right? For sure.
There is recent articles that show even Western Africans have some Western Eurasian DNA. Even the Yoruba have between 4% and 6% Western Eurasian, and have a little bit of Neanderthal DNA from the Kifians, because the Kifians was the ones who spread haplogroup in Western Africa. So no population didn't mix. Or
you sound like you know a bit about population groups and genetics. How long does a population group has to be, I guess you would say, rooted or in a particular region or area before they're considered indigenous to that area? Right. I know there's a number, there's a specific number of years. I don't know if it's in the thousands or the hundreds before you, because obviously, right, if I'm the people, us, right, African Americans, we're here in North America now. How long would we have to be here in North America before we consider indigenous? Because everyone comes from a different region, right?
Right, Brendan? Indigenous.
Right.
What are we saying now?
What are you saying when you say, like, for instance, the Native Americans? When you say indigenous Native American, of course they came from, they came from somewhere outside of
14,000.
The
North Africans,
Strait, right?
Yeah, exactly.
How
the
long,
North Africans.
How long? Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I think everyone that state created his. First of all, North Africans didn't come in 1,000 or 2,000 years. I mean, some component did migrate 13,000 years or 14,000 years from the Near East. There is components also that migrated 8,000 years, 14,000 years. So North Africans are very indigenous to North Africa.
Right. From what I understand, from what when I asked you that question, I was asking you because I think I have the answer, right? And I can grab this source, right? It says that.
How long to tell me that, Brandon?
The source
for African Americans. When do we become indigenous?
3,000 years. If a population has been in an area for 3,000 years, and I'll get that source, then you can be considered indigenous to that region. So you got 3,000. The clock is ticking. You got 3,000 years. You know what I mean? So if a population group has been there 3,000 years, you can be considered indigenous. I'll get a source, but again, that's an iffy thing, right? Who makes that determination, right? Who becomes indigenous when,
When people was migrating in the ancient times, didn't know. You didn't ask about passports or ask people, are you indigenous or you're not indigenous?
Right.
They just spread. There was hunter-gatherers. Didn't even know the continents, or people just spread.
Right. But the reason why I asked that question is that when you begin talking about genetics, those are the kind of questions that will come up. Because we're dealing in purely scientific terms at that point. And we're saying, okay, well, this particular haplogroup or this marker was there. How do we determine if they're indigenous or not? When did this particular group move in? When did it move out? So that's what I'm saying. You have to have all those sort of arguments teed up. That's why it gets kind of muddy if you're not careful. So you have to have all those things sort of in your back pocket.
And even with that, North Africans are very indigenous. Even if we use that logic, because the haplogroups of North Africans are very ancient. For me, I carry AM 78. 78 is very interesting in North Africa and Morocco. And my mother carries Ash. Ash came from the Anatolian farmers. The Anatolian farmers came 7,000 years to North Africa. And AM 78 is like 24,000 years or more. So North Africans are very ancient.
Yeah, yeah. It's a very ancient civilization. Yeah. Population group.
Yeah. And thank you for accepting me, listening to my words.
For sure, for sure.
You're always welcome. You're always welcome. Yes,
that's why Ngozi loves arguing with him, because he knows his shit. So
yesterday we were in a heated sort of battle. So don't take that away from it. It was, we all of us were getting our heads chopped off left and right. So you don't take that away from the group.
I understand. I wasn't angry.
It was heat. It was heated. It was very heated.
But
he was upset he lost Reggie. He was hurt.
Right.
Reggie is
killed Reggie.
Reggie is very funny, because you know what? Reggie is the most North African, Middle Eastern, African American I ever saw. And they always say, and they always talk about those Arabs.
Arab.
Right. This is good stuff. Yeah, but you're always welcome, bro.
Thank you, brother.
Just like we always say, when it's a time for us to really believe the things that these scientific articles are saying, when they say that there's no one way to be African, right? There's no one way. You're just as African as a person that's a tropical African, as a person that's as a South African. There's no one way to be African, right? And the important thing is when it's time for us to show that, we need to show that, right?
Yes,
Either we're gonna believe that information or we're not gonna believe it, right? And I do believe there's no one way to be African.
Exactly, that's true. Thank you.
Yeah, for sure, Mike. Randy, you want to put the closest touching on the thing? I'm not winding down.
Yeah, let's wind it down, bro. What time is it? It's almost 11 o'clock. This started at lunch, right? This started as a lunchtime thing.
I don't know when it started. It's been a minute. I don't know if she started a new stream, or we just straight rocked out.
Yeah, we did.
We just straight rocked out.
Yeah, let's
shut it. I appreciate it.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm looking forward to Friday, though. I ain't gonna lie.
Who's that?
He's looking forward to Friday. It's gonna be a bloodbath. It's red herrings and straw man. I had never said that.
Is he putting forth his final thesis?
He's gonna put.
All right, so I got to put something together too. If I'm not careful,
Fight for Egypt, the final chapter.
Yeah, we got to get this behind us, right? Because we got a lot of scientific stuff sort of emerging. We got pictures coming out of James Webb. We got CERN, being spun up again. We got all this stuff coming out. We got to put that in the forefront and sort of put this in our back burner, right? As much as this is very interesting and it causes heated conversation, right? We got to get back on some of the scientific information as well, right?
Yeah, I learned a lot, though. I learned a lot.
Mm-hmm.
It's very entertaining. That's why.
Yeah, for sure. Right. You gotta tune in when we start talking about nerdy astrophysics and particle physics, and
Yes.
So stay tuned there and bring in some of your partners as well, right? Yes. I think everybody's welcome.
It was very fun.
And hopefully the Pseudo Killas channel they'll let us out of jail. They'll let us out of COVID jail, right?
They banned you because of COVID.
No, it was you know how YouTube is. They put the band hammer down on some of the old videos, and content talking about COVID-19 and the pandemic. So we don't want to talk about it here. We don't even want to mention it. But yeah, that's but yeah, that all we'll get back in the swing of things there. But again, what I would like to do is have a really good conversation. We talked about the James Webb. Ad nauseum, I want to talk about CERN and the particle physics side of the home team, but I want to put out because, hey, we always say science is all about popular science. How do you make science popular and enthusiastic to the regular people, right? So we know about the astrophysics sort of argument or the astronomy part of it. Let's talk about the particle physics. Where are some of the breakthroughs that we're doing there? So there's some interesting stuff coming out of the Asian community, what they're doing with lasers there. And there's some interesting things that are coming out of CERN. So maybe we can have some of those conversations as well.
I will be tuning on. I will be listening to you. And I hope don't get angry.
No, we good. We'll get it all out of our system, right? On this at the highlight. We'll see. Friday. We're gonna do it on
Friday.
You
gotta realize it's damn Monday. I'll pick damn Friday. He stretch all the way out to Friday to get. He's gonna threaten us for the next 4 days. Destroy y'all niggas. I'm finna. You know what I'm saying?
I like his fight with Corey.
My cards are on the table at this point. I told him, say, put your cards on the table. I'm done, right? So it's good stuff. All right, I got to team up with Chef. Maybe he'll help me out.
Yeah, Chef ready.
Yeah, right. I'm already in the call with you, Sosa, because I'm with the agriculturalists, right, and the Neolithic, right? So
yeah, you ain't gonna get around it.
No, you can't. Yeah. How you gonna sustain a society without feeding them? Right? Yeah. You got to do that first. Show me food production first, right, and then I'll show you a civilization.
Right, and that's what Angro is trying to argue against in his book. He's trying to argue against the importance of agriculture. You know what I'm saying, and how we interpret it as far as the advancing civilization. He shows places like Göbekli Tepe and Stonehenge, but that's not comparable to what we're talking about in terms of civilization.
And pastorals and the hunter-gatherers don't build cities and civilizations because people was always moving. Didn't even have food to create a big population.
Yeah, right. And you see some examples of that may differ, but normally by they're in an area where it's plush and they fishing. But you see that over in North America. But they only do mounds, you know what I'm saying? But it's some mounds but the population is not as dense. There's only so much you can do. Yeah, man. But Brandon, I'm out. Mike, thanks for popping on.
Thank you, brothers.
Moses, brother, dude, you're on to it, dude. Keep jumping on. Right? I tell you, you bring in some really good information.
No, I really appreciate that, man. I really appreciate that. I feel like I got a chance to kind of slow down my argument, and I've had enough chances to get it out there, and I finally was able to put it all together.
Yeah, for sure. All right, man, we out.
Actually, really on some shit right there. So yeah, I appreciate it.